Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents What She Forgot by Cole Baxter, narrated by Emily Sutton Smith. Chapter 1. It was a lovely dream. The constant beat of a restless sea as waves gently lapped on a sandy beach filled my ears. The feeling of heat from the bright sun warmed my entire body. But a discordant beep of a reversing truck somewhere behind me was irritating my ears. Beep, beep. The noise continued. I tried to look around to see how much longer it was going to go on, but I couldn't see it. How far did that damn truck have to reverse? No matter where I looked, I couldn't see it, but it surrounded me, the high-pitched whine filling my ears, my senses. I could feel myself becoming irritable. It was taking me away from where I felt I'd been for a long, long time. Then I opened my eyes. Beep, beep, beep. The sound was speeding up, which confused me. It wasn't the only thing that confused me. Why was I staring at white, false-ceiling tiles? It looked like a checkers or chessboard, but with just one color. How would that work? Where were the pieces? Why couldn't I move? How could I win the game if I couldn't move my arms and hands? What kind of stupid place was this? I want to go back to my dream. Hannah? Mrs. Jolly? A smiling face came into my field of view, looking down on me from a few feet away. The beeping got faster, louder. I wanted to put my hands over my ears to make it stop, but when I tried to move them, something stopped me. What the hell is this place? I tried to talk, to ask the face who the hell she was and where the hell I was. Nothing but a scratchy growl came out of my mouth. Here, take a sip. I felt something small and narrow being pushed between my lips. A straw. I sucked and felt cool, fresh water begin to fill my mouth before the straw was taken away again. Not too much. Take just a little at a time. Hi, I'm Jolene. Do you know where you are? I flicked my eyes around. All I could see was the all-white checkerboard ceiling and tubes, wires, things sticking out of me. I shook my head quickly. Warm, friendly, deep-set, brown, smiling eyes looked down on me. The uniform. A nurse. Blue scrubs. What the hell? You're in the Spring Fountain Hospital Center. Hospital? I croaked the word. Speaking felt like an effort and made my throat rasp and forced me to swallow, even though it hurt like hell. The face nodded, making it go blurry like a stop-motion animation, but only for a few moments. I finally managed to focus my eyes on her face again. Yes. Listen, Hannah, I need to just sit you up a little, okay? Just a little, until you have a chance to come around properly. Come around from what? What the hell had happened to put me in a hospital? I nodded, but it made my neck hurt. That's it. Just do everything really slowly. Okay, you ready? I'm going to sit you up with the bed. It will make a noise, so don't be scared. The nurse, Jolene, reached out of my line of sight and did something, because the head of the bed began to tilt up, forcing me to sit up. It was agony. The muscles in my back were stiff and felt unused. I just wanted to lie back down and doze off, back to my dream. There, Jolene said. That will do for now. Listen, Hannah. I looked up into those beautiful, heavenly, friendly eyes. Don't try to move just yet. I told the doctor that you were coming around and he'll be here to see you soon. You understand? I nodded again, but just barely. I didn't understand anything that was happening to me. Nothing about it made sense. You want some more water? I watched this time as she picked up a glass and brought it in front of me, holding the plastic straw to my mouth. I sipped, reveling in the coolness of the crystal clear water. Take it easy, that's it. Not too much." The straw slipped out of my mouth again. Jolene looked down at me with a stunning, perfect white smile. "You just take it easy now. Don't try to move just yet. Then once the doctor has been to see you, we can start to get some of these wires off you. How does that sound?" "Great." My throat was sore, and the voice coming out of me sounded like a 4-pack-a-day smoker. It didn't sound like my voice, but when I tried to think what my regular voice sounded like, I couldn't. There was nothing there. No memory of how I sounded before whatever had put me in hell. "Okay, stay put. You need anything else for a minute?" I nodded mutely. "What is it, Hannah?" She leaned in a little, still treating me to her dazzling smile. I swallowed, then licked my dry, chapped lips, trying to moisten them with my still oddly out-of-control tongue. "Who am I?" I asked. Jolene's smile slowly faded away. "Hannah?" I woke up with a start at the sound of a male voice. "Sorry, Hannah, I didn't want to make you jump," the voice said. "Hannah, I'm Dr. Patel. I've been looking after you since you got here. Nurse Rigby let me know that you're awake, so I wanted to come and introduce myself. You'll be seeing a bit of me for the next few days." "Okay." I licked my lips again. They were as dry as ancient parchment. "Can you pick up the glass? If not, we can get you a cup to drink from." I tried to move my arm. Then I realized why I couldn't. It was tucked under the blankets that were over me. Slowly and carefully, I dragged my hand up the bed until it flopped out and lay loosely on the top of the bedclothes. I tried to lift it again, but it just wavered around in midair. No control. "Here." The doctor started to lean over. "No, let me try," I said hoarsely. He leaned back upright. I looked at my hand and then at the glass. The water in it was catching the bright lights, making rainbows glint inside. The equipment stand behind it looked strangely distorted. The lights on it flashed, making more twinkles of color in the clear liquid. Then I looked back at my hand, concentrating, trying to remember how to reach for something. With what felt like a huge effort, I managed to raise it off the bed and twist my arm so it was heading toward the glass. But my hand hit the side of the table and it dropped away over the side of the bed, as if it had a life all its own. "Nurse, can you get Mrs. Jolly a cup, please?" the doctor said. I glared at him. "Baby steps, Mrs. Jolly, baby steps. You've been awake for 30 minutes. Give it time. Your body has to remember a lot of stuff." I looked back at the shining glass. The glints of light might as well have been colorful stars in a midnight sky. Unreachable. "So what do you remember, Hannah? Do you know why you're here?" "No." "Do you know where you are?" "Hospital." "Good." I thought it might have been good if only I had any idea where the Spring Fountain Hospital Center actually was. "Do you remember what happened?" I searched back in my mind, but there was nothing there. Just blackness and noise. "No." "That's okay. Try not to get upset. It's very normal in your kind of trauma case to have a loss of memory." "Trauma?" "Yes. You had a car accident, Hannah. You came into the ER here." "ER?" "Emergency room. It's where we bring patients who are injured to treat them in an emergency." "Makes sense." "So you came into the ER unconscious, but with no major injuries. You had cuts and bruises, but we couldn't find any serious injuries on you. But still, you were unconscious. That was in July." I was confused. There was a miniature Christmas tree on a side table between a couple of chairs that were against one of the walls of the room. I turned my eyes to it. "Do you know what that is?" Dr. Patel had followed my eyes. "Christmas tree," And do you know when Christmas is?
December 25th.
Good. So can you work out how long you were out for?
I couldn't. It made no sense. Nothing made sense.
No? Okay, well, you've been here in the hospital for 6 months now.
6 months?
Uh-huh. 6 months, and now you're awake. It'll be a fine gift for your family this Christmas.
I could feel my brows screwing up. Family? I have a family?
Yes, your husband is on his way right now. I believe he is bringing the children, too, but on another day, once you've had a chance to reorient.
I have a family?
Yes, you do, and a beautiful family it is, too. They have spent a lot of time here the last 6 months. Listen, I don't want to overtire you. Try to get some rest.
He stood up from the bed, and without thinking, my hand landed on his arm. Doctor? He looked down at my hand, then back to me, smiling, a big smile.
Yes, Hannah?
Who am I?
The smile gradually diminished. He lifted my hand and tucked it back under the covers. Get some rest, Hannah. We can talk again later. I woke up again to the sound of low, rumbling voices. They were distant, as though whoever was talking was miles away, even though I could still hear them. I could only make out an odd word, although I recognized Dr. Patel's voice from our short chat earlier. Amnesia, I heard him say. I felt like I should know what that meant, but I couldn't remember. Trauma affecting her, he said. We'll take some time. Don't overload her because... His voice faded away into a jumble of meaningless words. Another voice. Not Jolene, the nurse. Male again. Will she know me? I didn't hear a reply. The room returned to silence, all but the constant beeping of the machines I was wired to. It was infuriating, and every time I started to let the anger bubble up to the surface, the steady beat began to increase in speed. Dr. Patel's face appeared in front of me again, still smiling, but with a hint of concern in his eyes. Hannah, good news. Rick is here. He must have noticed the look of blank non-understanding on my face. I shrugged to emphasize the point that I had no idea who Rick was. Rick is your husband? He said, making a bland statement of fact into a question to which I couldn't provide an answer. He turned away. Rick, why don't you come on over? I allowed my eyes to flicker away as the sound of the machine's beeping grew in intensity. I watched as a man tentatively approached the bed. He was tall and looked like he took good care of himself. His jeans and t-shirt fit him well, showing off a chest that had obviously been gym-honed. When our eyes met, his face lit up in a smile that bloomed, then faded away like a hibiscus flower. He must have seen the lack of recognition on my face, and I felt sorry for him. He had been waiting for me to come back to life for 6 long months, and I had never seen him before, according to what was currently passing as my memory. Hi, honey, he said. I didn't know how to reply. I made do with a sharp nod. He looked pleasant enough, no hard scowl, no edge to him, but he looked tired. His face showed dark patches beneath his eyes and was covered in a light stubble that looked like he just hadn't shaved rather than as some kind of fashion statement. His skin was tanned, almost as if he had just been on vacation. I had absolutely no memory of seeing that face before, yet according to the doctor and Jolene, who was also in the room, he was my husband. I waited for a flash, some kind of epiphany of posing for happy photographs by the side of a lake somewhere, but there was nothing. Not a thing. I couldn't help it. Tears began to flow. Jolene passed me a piece of paper towel that she ripped from a dispenser on the wall, and I dabbed away at my face while trying to regain some kind of control over my heaving chest. "Happy tears?" Dr. Patel asked as he patted the bed beside him for the man who was my husband to sit down. I could see hope rising in Rick's face as he sat down next to Dr. Patel. I shook my head. With a wavering, high-pitched voice, I said, "No, not happy tears." Both men's hopeful faces fell slightly, making me feel even guiltier that I just plain did not recognize the man who purported to be my husband. Dr. Patel pushed himself up off the bed and stood facing where Rick was sitting. "We've already talked at length about this, Rick. There is nothing unusual in memory loss after a trauma. Often, we find that over the course of a few months, particularly when a patient gets home somewhere comforting and familiar, that this type of memory loss generally begins to reverse. More and more comes back to the patient as time goes by. Now I'm going to leave you here. I have patients to go see too, but if there are any problems at all, Nurse Rigby will be at the nurse's station, just outside." "Thank you, Doctor," Rick said, in a voice that was fluid and languid at the same time, like a slow-flowing river on a summer's day. It was deep and filled with barely suppressed emotion. The doctor flashed an insincere-looking smile to us both, then turned and walked away, leaving me alone with Rick. I wondered if there wasn't some kind of protocol to follow about that. As far as I was concerned, this man could be absolutely anyone. I'd seen no ID. I didn't know who he was, but by the same token, I didn't know who I was, either. I pulled the covers up toward my chin, then a little more when Rick stood, walked over to the 2 chairs against the wall, picked one up and carried it back to my bed. He carefully placed it on the floor, then stepped around and sat. I watched him, feeling like a small, frightened child who had been called in to see the principal on their first day of school. But I hadn't done anything wrong. "Hi," Rick said once he was settled. I pulled the covers up some more, gripping the edge of the blanket as tightly as I could. Given that I had only regained consciousness a few hours before, that wasn't very tight, but my movements were starting to feel less like I was trying to maneuver lead weights around. Jolene had brought in an overbed table, so my drink was right in front of me now, and I had managed to pick up the plastic sippy cup a couple of times when I needed a drink. "Hi," I said, in little more than a whisper. "God," he said, his eyes starting to glisten with tears. "It's so good to hear your voice again. You have no idea how many hours I've spent sitting here, hoping and praying that I would be able to hear you speak again." I couldn't think of anything to say to that. He was right. I did have no idea. And now here you are, back with us. It's like a miracle. When the doctor called to let me know you were coming around, that was what I said to him. I looked at Rick's tear-filled, happy eyes. "I don't know who you are," I said. That was when his tears came. When he got himself under control, he looked down at the floor between his feet, then up at me. "I'm sorry, it's just that—" "I don't remember you. I don't know you." The beep of the machine was filling my head again, gradually getting quicker as the sense of panic, of being out of control, of being lost, grew inside. "I don't know who you are," I yelled, panic building, welling up. "Who the hell am I?" I shouted at his confused and frightened face. I opened my eyes. The blind at the one window in the room was letting through many beams of bright morning sunshine. The beeping had stopped. For a moment I wondered if I had died, and this white room with its peculiar checkerboard ceiling was heaven or hell. I searched around as best I could and found the button to raise the bed up. Then I looked around the room. I was alone for the first time since I had woken up the day before. The shot the doctor had given me after my full-blown panicked outburst at Rick had done its job. I'd felt myself drifting off with someone holding my hand and the sound of gentle rumbling words that I couldn't quite understand before blackness had descended upon me once again. It was, according to the large clock on one wall, an hour before the door to my room opened. Rick's head poked around to look inside, then he disappeared again. I heard him say something to someone outside. It sounded like he was telling someone to wait out there. Then he stepped back in. He stopped a couple of steps into the room. "Hi," he said quietly. "How are you feeling today?" I nodded. "Better, thanks. Look, I'm sorry about yesterday." "Don't be. You must be very confused." I am. I woke up yesterday for the first time in 6 months, and I have no clue who I am. I don't know who you are. I'm told you're my husband, but I can't remember anything before yesterday." "Well, you're speaking better today, that's for sure." He flashed a broad grin at me, and despite myself, I couldn't help smiling back wanly. "I guess. I just want to get something back, you know?" "I know. When I was here yesterday, the doctor suggested bringing in a few things that might have some meaning for you, something that might jog your memory. You want to see them?" "Sure. I'll do anything that helps." "Okay." He stepped back to the door and opened it, then waved whoever was out there into the room. 2 youngsters stepped into the room, both of them looking like they had been polished and shined for the occasion. They both wore braids in their hair, and the clothes they were wearing were clean and looked brand new. I wondered if they had been bought especially for the occasion. Rick leaned forward and placed his large hand on the shorter of the 2 girls. "This is Elise. She's 9. And this," he said, swapping his hand to the taller of the 2 girls, "is Christina. She's 12, going on 25, and she's been keeping me in line for the last 6 months." Christina twisted her head. "Dad," she said in admonishment. Then she turned back to me. "Hi, Mom." "Hi," I said. The girls were both beautiful, and I could see Rick in both of them. "I missed you, Mommy," Elise said, and immediately burst into tears, turned to her dad, and buried her face in his body. I sat up a little more. There was no way that sort of emotional response could be taught to a child. I had to accept it as a fact. These 2 beautiful girls were my children. Rick walked the 2 girls over. He pulled out the chairs and placed them by the bed. Once Elise had pulled herself together enough to just be sniffing occasionally. Rick guided her to one of the chairs. He did the same for Christina, but she turned to me and asked if she could sit on the bed instead. I smiled and nodded. "Hey, kids, why don't you show your mom what you brought with you?" Rick said as he sat in the chair. The sound of the air rushing out of the vinyl-covered seat was just like a fart. Elise giggled, and Christina snorted in amusement. I couldn't help but join in, if for no other reason than that I realized I remembered what a fart sounded like. Baby steps. "So what do you guys have to show me?" I said, once the laughter stopped and Rick had offered them both proof that it wasn't him by standing up and sitting down again. "Elise?" Rick said. Elise reached down to the small pack she had carried in with her and had left by her feet. "Daddy spent all night putting lots of photos onto this tablet so you could see them." She pressed the screen a few times, then handed the tablet to me. I turned it around and stared at the picture on the screen. It must have been taken not that long ago, because the 2 girls looked almost the same as they did right then. I was standing behind a garden swing. The garden was large, with a close-cropped lawn and bushes that ran along the sides, blocking the view. Sharp shadows from a high sun were cast across the ground. Elise was sitting on the swing, while I had my arm draped over Christina's shoulder. She was checking her phone, and I kind of understood what Rick had been talking about when he introduced her. Rick was on my other side with his arm over my shoulders. I knew it was me. I'd managed to get out of bed with Jolene's help to pee, and had seen my face in the mirror in the bathroom. The walk to and from the bathroom had been agonizing, and I was out of breath when I got back in, exhausted as if I'd been for a long run rather than a 20-foot walk. It was the perfect family photograph.
"It was at my birthday party last June, Mom. Do you remember?"
Elise asked. I'd never seen the swing before in my life. I'd never seen the lawn or the bushes, and had no memory of feeling that hot June sun on my face. But there I was, staring back at me with a beatific smile across my face, like I was the happiest I'd ever been in my life. "Who took the photo?" I managed to croak through a throat that had thickened with hard-fought-back tears. "Your mom," Rick said. I had a mom, too? The tears that had threatened gushed forth, and although I could see the confusion on the girls' faces and the tears that sprang from Elise's eyes in reaction to mine, I couldn't hold them back. I looked back to the picture. I could see myself there. But the question that had been running through my head ever since I'd woken up came pounding back loudly in my head. Who am I? Chapter 2. Rick and the kids had only stayed for an hour, and I was already exhausted by the time they left. The rest of that day was spent resting, sleeping, and thinking. Most of it was spent trying to remember, poking around in the darkest recesses of my head to try and find something, anything, that would help me make sense of the situation I found myself in. There was nothing. I half expected that those moments when I was on the edge of sleep, drifting somewhere between the conscious and unconscious, might be the times where I would remember, where my brain was switching off or switching back on from the fevered state it seemed to have been in since I originally woke up. But nothing. I dipped into a blackness of sleep and woke into the brightness of the room without anything like a memory disturbing the change, and not even a dream I remembered. Later that day, Dr. Patel called in to see me. He took me through the battery of tests they were going to run before I was released, but his main concern was that I got out of bed and walked a distance unaided. That was going to be the final determiner of when I was going to be released into Rick's care. I still couldn't reconcile myself to the fact that the man who had brought those two sweet children to see me was my husband, the man I had shared a life, and clearly a bed with, for years. It just felt wrong, somehow, that we could have produced the two girls, yet I had no memory of either the intimate moments we must have shared, or the more mundane. Being laid out for 6 months, my body's muscle mass had deteriorated. All of my joints were unused to having weight bearing down on them. All of my ligaments were tightened up, which explained why my body had hurt so much when I first woke up. The doctor told me there had been physio while I was unconscious, but it wasn't enough to avoid the deterioration. When I'd looked at myself in the shower I got to take, with Jolene waiting just outside the door in case I collapsed, I couldn't tell whether I was thinner or not. I didn't remember how I looked before. "How far?" I asked. "I'm sorry?" the doctor asked. "How far do I need to walk before you let me out of here?" "1 mile, unsupported. We also need to be sure that you are eating and drinking normally, and that all of your normal bodily functions are working correctly. Baby steps, remember? Being in a coma for as long as you have can have some consequences, some we're not even aware of, so don't expect an easy ride. But patients always recover better when they have a goal of getting home, and once home, recover quicker still. So keep that in mind, okay?" He patted my shoulder and smiled before he left me back with my thoughts. The next few days passed in what felt like a blur of activity, but which in reality consisted of tests, blood, urine, everything. Everything, including neurological tests, as well as having a CAT scan which confirmed there was no physical or apparent neurological damage. My walking progressed apace, and after a few days I stopped aching quite so much. I did get tired quickly, but the doctor and Jolene, who seemed to be spending almost every waking hour by my side, reassured me that was normal. There was physio with some kind of sadistic taskmaster who made me ache where I was already aching and then some. But it was working. I began to eat a little more at each sitting. I walked a little farther every day. I worked hard at the physio. I slept. Rick and the kids came to see me, mostly Rick on his own, but with the girls a couple of times. He brought in some of what were, apparently, my favorite things. A robe was the most useful, which Elise presented to me, saying it was my absolute favorite, because it was in my favorite color. Purple. My brain told me that it was a horrible color, but I kept that little gem to myself. Elise cried every time she came to see me, wanting to know why I couldn't come home now that I was all better. I made her giggle when I whispered in her ear that the doctors needed to be sure I could poop properly before they let me out. Christina would always sit on the bed, looking at her phone, but always edging close enough that our shoulders touched when I sat on the bed, too. I would take them on walks around the corridor and explain to them that I had to be able to walk around the corridors of the building on my own. Every day I managed to walk a little farther and a little faster. Every day I finished my exercises feeling just a little less exhausted, although I was still convinced the physio was the work of the devil's own minions on Earth. It took 10 long days for me to make it. 10 days of torture from the physiotherapist, 10 days of being prodded, poked, jabbed with needles, and hooked up to monitors. At the end of day 10, Dr. Patel came in to see me just as I was eating dinner. He sat on the spare chair. "Well, Hannah, I just got back the last lot of test results. Everything seems normal. You've coped with the physio, although the therapist tells me you look daggers at her every time you see her." I choked a little on a mouthful of pasta. She's a hard taskmaster. In physiotherapy, you have to be cruel to be kind. I'll try to remember that next time someone suggests it. If it wasn't, I held up a hand to stop him. I know, if it wasn't for her, I wouldn't have been able to walk a mile yet. Absolutely. Okay. Well, tell Sherry I'm sorry if I'm a difficult patient. I forked more pasta into my mouth. My appetite had come back with a vengeance a couple of days ago. Sherry told me you were focused and determined, and that you pushed yourself to your limits. She loved you. I flicked my eyes up to glare at him to make sure he wasn't kidding with me, but I couldn't see anything like that in his face. I went back to my pasta. The good news is that we are releasing you tomorrow. I've already called Rick and let him know. He's going to bring some clothes over for you. I stopped chewing for a long look at the doctor. Really? Tomorrow? Yep. We've done everything we can for you here. Home? Although I'd been focused on getting out of there for the past 10 days, I hadn't really given much thought to what happened next. Of course. Are you okay with that? I didn't quite know what to say. Was I okay with it? How would I cope? What the hell does a mom do? Still no memories? Dr. Patel laid his hand on my arm. No, nothing at all. I could see him puzzling over that as he screwed up his eyebrows for a moment. It's really the only thing that's bothering me about this whole thing. I have asked everybody not to say too much about what happened to you. I was hoping you might start to get some of your memories back, although I didn't think you would remember much about the crash." I stared at him. "What do you mean?" "You have no idea what happened in the crash?" I shrugged. I didn't, but now I wanted to know. What had happened? "According to what Rick has said, you went out somewhere and met someone. They were driving, and you were in their car. There was a head-on collision. You survived, but the driver didn't, and neither did the person in the other car." "Who was it?" "Which one?" "The driver of the car I was in." "Well, that's the thing. Nobody knows. It was a woman of a similar height and build to you, but she was so badly injured in the crash and the fire afterward that she couldn't be identified. She had no ID on her, and no matter how hard the police tried, she still hasn't been identified yet. I've been in contact with the police to let them know you're awake, and they asked me to let them know if you remembered anything. But it's a 6-month-old Jane Doe case, so it has pretty much been filed away as a waste of resources now. If you don't know who it was or why you were in the car with her—" He let the sentence end without finishing it. I want to remember." I could feel tears building up for the poor woman in the car. "It must have been someone I know?" "The police checked everyone. Nobody is missing." "Nobody?" I felt relieved and upset at the same time. Upset that whoever was missing a family member couldn't mourn properly, not knowing what had happened to them. "Nope. Everyone in your phone and internet contacts are all accounted for." I thought back to what he said earlier. "You said fire. What fire?" "The cars both caught fire. Somehow you got out, but nobody else did. The police seemed to think someone dragged you out because you were lying unconscious a distance from the car, but they could never find anything to corroborate their idea. They knew you were in the car because your phone and purse were in there. They tracked the phone back to see where you had been and how you got there." "And what did they find?" Thoughts were running through my head like a wildfire. Was I responsible for the deaths of 2 people? Why had I survived when they hadn't? How had I gotten out? Who rescued me, if that was what happened? All questions I knew I had no answer to. "You parked your car at a mall. Your phone showed you there for an hour or so, in a cafe just inside the mall. Then you moved away. The police checked all of the CCTV at the mall, but all there was to see was a quick glimpse of your car, but no way of seeing who was driving, nor any indication of why. The car the other person arrived in was found a couple of days later and was registered to a false address in Detroit, so they had no way of tracking who the driver was." "Wow," I said, staring at my hands as I wrung them together in my lap. It was so much to take on board that I felt almost as confused as I was when I first woke up. "Anyway," Dr. Patel said, "I wanted to tell you all this before you bust out of this joint." He put a hand on mine. "I have to go see other patients now, but I'll make sure I come see you before you leave. Try to get some more rest before tomorrow. Your life is about to change a lot in the next couple of days." "Thank you, Dr. Patel, for everything." I was truly grateful to him for looking after me for the last 6 months, but what he'd told me had distracted me. I heard him say goodbye, but I didn't remember his leaving the room. I only looked up from my fidgeting hands when the door squeaked open and I saw Jolene coming in. "I just wanted to check on you before my shift ends. It's kind of late. You might want to get yourself into bed, honey." I smiled. That was what Rick had called me every time he had been to see me. I forced myself to stand and head over to the bed. I was wide awake, my head a jumble of information, of things I needed to know or should know, but where my memory should be was a gaping maw of darkness with no sign of life inside. Jolene tucked me in and was about to leave when I grabbed her wrist.
"What am I going to do when I go home, Jolene?"
"Honey, you're going to let that fine-looking husband of yours look after you, and you're going to enjoy your children. That's what I would do."
"But how? I don't know them."
She held my hands in hers.
"One day at a time, honey, that's how.
Now you get some sleep. Big day tomorrow."
"Will you be here?"
"Oh, yes. It'll be while I'm here. I've made sure of that. Good night."
"Good night,"
I said. I knew what Jolene had said was right. I had so much to learn, so many relationships to rebuild, that if I tried to do any more than take one day at a time, I risked driving myself crazy. I found myself hoping that Rick was as understanding as he'd seemed to be so far. I was going to need him to be. The next day, I was dressed in clothes more suitable to the outside world, looking more like a normal person than some crazy in a hospital gown and a purple robe. I was standing next to Rick, who was carrying a bag with the few meager possessions I had accumulated in the last 10 days. It left a hand free to shake Dr. Patel's hand and to throw an arm around Jolene and pull her in for a hug. Rick expressed his gratitude to them both, then stood to one side to allow me to do the same. When I looked at Jolene, I couldn't stop myself from sobbing a little while I spoke to her and hugged her at the same time. "You look after yourself, you hear? And if this man gives you any trouble," she pointed at Rick, who had a wide grin on his face, "then you come and tell me." Rick was in his trademark T-shirt and jeans and had evidently found time to shave, as the stubble had disappeared.
"I will,"
I said, and hugged her tight for a couple of seconds. "Good luck, Hannah," Dr. Patel said when I let go of Jolene. He held out a hand and I shook it as I'd seen Rick do. "If you need anything, feel free to give me a call."
"Thank you, Dr. Patel. I will."
"This is it, then," Rick said. He took hold of my hand with his warm hand. I wanted to pull it away. It seemed and felt wrong, somehow. But Rick wasn't letting me go. "Not quite," Dr. Patel said. "Wait just there." He dashed to the door and pulled it open. "You haven't organized a marching band, have you?" Rick called. No, the doctor said from outside. Then he walked back in, pushing a wheelchair in front of him. "But hospital policy, for insurance reasons, is that discharged patients have to leave in one of these." He looked at the wheelchair.
"Really?"
I asked. I'd spent days walking the corridors until I could rightly claim that I had walked a mile. I'd never needed a wheelchair then, and I said so. "You were still a patient, and you still are until you step out the front doors into the parking lot. So if you want to get out of here, it's the wheelchair or you're staying here for the duration." Given the way I was feeling, nervous and shaky about being whisked away to an unknown destination by Rick, the threat he made almost sounded like a good reason to stay put. In the end, though, I shook my head, looking at the uncomfortable-looking thing, then glancing up at Rick. He shrugged.
"Okay, then. It looks like I have no choice."
I moved around and parked myself on the hard seat. Rick stepped around behind me and turned me toward the door. "Take care, you two." I turned my head and watched Jolene uncertainly as I was wheeled out the door. What was I likely to face in the next few hours, days, and months? Was I going to be able to resurrect whatever relationships I'd had before all of this? Was I going to feel differently about the people who had clearly been a part of my life before? The thought that I might not scared me the most, because if I didn't have those people in my life, I would have nothing at all. When we got to the main vestibule, Rick stopped the wheelchair and stepped around to offer me a hand to pull me out. I hesitated. When he had held my hand upstairs, it had felt wrong. I felt wrong about it. I couldn't explain why. It was one of those things I was going to have to get used to, I supposed. I took his hand, and he gently helped me to my feet. "You ready, Hannah?" he asked quietly. I looked around. The hospital was busy with people rushing around as part of their busy day, and although I couldn't see anybody watching me, I felt like all eyes were on me. The crazy lady who couldn't even remember her own name. "Let's get out of here," I said. I took a step forward, and the automatic doors swept open ahead of me. The first thing that hit me was the noise. I'd been insulated from it while I'd been in the hospital, at least to some degree. The worst I'd heard over the last few days was the honk of a nearby horn. Now, the rumble of traffic from nearby busy roads seemed to wash over me. The whistle of a breeze through the leafless trees was almost deafening. The birds chittering in the trees that dotted the blacktop parking lot of the hospital sounded like banshees screeching in my ears. "Are you okay?" "Do you not hear that?" "Hear what?" "The noise, the traffic, the trees, the birds. It's so loud." I looked over at Rick. His face showed how puzzled he was as he turned his head from side to side, trying to hear what I was hearing. "I don't hear it, honey." "Okay. I guess that's something else I'm going to have to get used to. I can't believe you don't notice it, though." He shrugged. "I suppose we have to learn to live with things." "I certainly do." I liked the feel of the weak yellow winter sun on my face. That was nice, even though it wasn't delivering much in the way of heat. "What about the smell?" I asked as we headed across the parking lot. He sniffed the air and shrugged again. "I got nothing." It was a heady, earthy mix of exhaust fumes, grass, and rotting leaves, plus a few more smells I couldn't identify. Either way, after the blandness of the air in the hospital, with just the occasional whiff of disinfectant and bleach, it was good to feel my senses working, and I did know what at least some of those smells were. Some small part of my brain had retained some memory, at least, even if it wasn't a conscious remembering of events. I stopped in the middle of the lot and swirled slowly around, taking in the space around me, which felt great after the feeling of being enclosed in the hospital. I looked back at the gray concrete and shining glass exterior of the building I'd spent 6 months in. "I'm glad to be out of there." "And I'll be glad to get you back home where you belong, honey. Come on." The ride home was weird. After what the doctor had told me, I was concerned that getting into a car might bring on some kind of flashback. Instead, I felt nothing, no fear at all. The only feeling I didn't really like was of being enclosed again after finally escaping the grasping hands of the hospital. But at least I knew this was a temporary state until we got home. I realized I had no idea where that was. I knew it was a house with a garden from the photos I'd seen. But where in the city it was, I had no clue. Rick could have been driving me anywhere, and I wouldn't have known any better. I had to trust him. It was really as simple as that, even if it still left me uneasy. The journey back was one of discovery for me. I didn't recognize one single feature of the landscape, either built or natural, as we headed away from the city center toward the outskirts of town. Eventually, Rick pulled the car up onto the driveway of a large white-painted clapboard house on a street of similar houses and parked in front of what I assumed was a garage door. "Looks nice," I said. The front lawn was trimmed and cut. The paintwork looked fresh and clean. The windows sparkled. Somebody had been working hard on the place, and I felt a pang of guilt that I had never seen it before. At least according to the large, gaping space in my head where my memories should be. Rick jumped out of the driver's door and came around to open the passenger side. He helped me out with a hand on my elbow, then went around to the trunk and retrieved my pathetically small bag. "Come on. The kids have been doing some stuff to help you out."
"They have?"
"Sure. They've been looking forward to this moment as much as I have." His smile was wide and seemed to be genuine. I followed Rick in through the front door. The air smelled sweeter in the house than it did outside. The smell of lemon was nice. The harsh smell of furniture polish, not so much, but still better than exhaust fumes. The inside of the house had clearly had as much attention lavished on it as had the outside. I'd stepped into a long hallway that was adorned with framed family photographs, mostly of Elise and Christina, but some of them with Rick or me with the girls, and a few with all of us together. I stopped in front of one of them when I saw a photo of just the two of us, looking happy. A younger-looking Rick in a tux, me in a wedding dress, standing in front of a lake with the amber sun setting in the distance, reflecting its warm-toned light off the surface of the water. It was a beautiful photograph, and it took my breath away completely. It wasn't a memory. It was what I'd expected a memory to be like, but it was still a shock that the very thing I'd imagined a photo of the two of us would look like was displayed on the wall in the hallway. "Come on into the kitchen," Rick shouted over his shoulder as he headed along in front of me. His voice jolted me out of my stupor from seeing the picture, and I followed, still trying to puzzle that one out. "Take a seat. I'll make some coffee." A large dining table was set up in the middle of the huge kitchen. On it was a thick purple ring binder. I sat down, grateful to rest my legs. I was still easily tired, and the excitement of getting out of my hospital prison had tired me. The folder had a piece of white paper taped on the front. I slid it toward me and turned the binder around so I could read it. Elise and Christina's Mom Guide. It was printed in careful but childish handwriting. "The kids, with a little help from me, put that together for you," Rick said from across the kitchen. "That was kind." I shook my head. "Purple. I don't like purple." I turned the front cover over. The first page inside was headed Favorites, and listed everything the three of them could think of that were, apparently, favorites of mine. I read down the list, then flicked over the page. Your life. I read the page, not remembering any of the events listed. Apparently I was married 13 years ago when I was only 21 years old. No wonder I looked younger on the photo in the hall. I flicked the page. Your family. Pictures of Rick, Elise, and Christina. A page each had been printed out, and on the following pages a list of other relatives and where they were. I was interested to see a page for my own mom, who hadn't come to see me over the last 10 days. Why? That would be a question for later. I flicked the page. Our house. "That's the best bit," Rick said as he put a mug of coffee on the table in front of me, then sat on the chair next to mine. "Why's that?" "Well, I figured as your memory has gone for now that you'd appreciate a guide to using all the stuff around the house. So I wrote out instructions for everything from the TV remote to the shower. So if you need to use anything while I'm out at work, it's there for you to be able to do it yourself, rather than having to keep asking. I hoped it might make you feel a little more independent, you know?" I flicked through page after page of instructions. "This must have taken ages," I said, closing the folder and turning to look at him. "Thank you." "I've had a lot of time on my hands." "I know, I'm sorry." "You have nothing to be sorry for. It was an accident, nothing more or less. Say, do you feel like taking the grand tour of the house before the kids get home from school? Then I can order in some Chinese food for dinner so nobody has to cook." I nodded. "Sounds like a good idea. Wait, do I like Chinese food?" "You always used to. It never made your favorites list, but you always said you liked it." "Good. Let's do that." I offered him a smile and liked the way he looked at my lips when I smiled.
I missed you so much, he said quietly, keeping his gaze locked on mine now. I know, but, Rick, you're going to have to give me some time, you know? I know. I just wanted you to know how glad I am to have you back. It's just, I don't know how to explain. I barely know myself right now, and I hate to say it, but I don't know you at all. I just hope everything starts to come back, but I'm worried in case it doesn't. What will we do then? I'll just have to make you fall in love with me all over again. I charmed you with my wit and amazing personality before. I can do it again. I couldn't help but snort at that. You're one confident guy. Without you, Hannah, I'm nothing. He was silent for a few moments, then looked up. Come on. Time for the tour. The house was undeniably nice, even if it was odd seeing pieces of furniture that I couldn't recall the name of. It was dawning on me by the end of the tour that some things, I had known their purposes. Light switches, I knew what they did. And thinking back, I'd known from the day I woke up. The shower was another thing. Good job, too, I thought to myself. A sink. Turning on the taps was an automatic action. More complicated things, or things I wouldn't have used repeatedly every day, I had no idea about. It had been a good piece of forward planning from Rick to write out the instructions for them. It was a pity he couldn't have written out instructions about how to feel and what to do around him, too. That might have taken a whole load of pressure off my shoulders. The tour had involved us getting closer together, and even though I appreciated everything he was doing, it felt wrong, uncomfortable. Every time he came close, I had to fight the urge to take another step away. As we reached the bottom of the stairs, the front door was flung open, and Elise stood silhouetted in the doorway. For a few moments she simply stood, gazing at me at the end of the hallway, looking at me. I looked right back at her. Then her face cracked into a huge grin, and she set off at a run toward me. "Mommy, you're home! You're home!" She clattered into me at full speed, knocking me back a couple of steps. "Have you seen the file? Has Daddy showed you around? Have you seen the garden yet? The garden's great. We have a swing, and sometimes in the summer we go out and have barbecues, and all of our friends come around to eat with us, and—" "Whoa, Elise, honey, take a breath," Rick said, sounding amused. "She's a chatterbox. If she could, she would just talk without ever stopping." He'd spoken to me, then looked back at Elise, resting his hand gently on her shoulder. "Take your things upstairs, get washed up, and we are having Chinese food for dinner." "Great, I love Chinese food," Elise said, then dashed off, clumping up the stairs in her heavy school shoes. "Elise," Rick yelled upstairs, "where's Christina?" "Oh, she was talking to her friend." "Which friend?" "It was Susan. She hasn't talked to Kevin for ages now, Dad." "Who's Kevin?" I asked. "He lives a couple of doors down. He and Christina have been friends forever. They had a bit of a falling out a couple of months ago, and I've been keeping a watchful eye just to see if anything comes of it. I was kind of hoping they might have made up, but nothing yet." Every time some small detail of the family came up, especially when Rick had been visiting me in the hospital, it made me realize exactly how much I didn't know, and how much I needed to know to be able to fit back into life in the Jolly household. The more I found out, the more I worried about whether I would ever be able to fully be a part of the family again, a thought which had been preying on my mind ever since the kids had visited the first time. Christina's arrival broke my thoughts. "Hey, Mom, good to see you home. Do we have anything to eat?" I shrugged. I hadn't been near the fridge, so I had no idea. Rick jumped in. "I'm ordering Chinese food. Go get cleaned up." "Okay, Dad," Christina said and strolled toward me along the hallway. She put an arm around my shoulder and pulled me into a hug. "I missed you, Mom." Then her phone beeped and she was gone, heading off up the stairs. Going on 25, right? I said, turning to Rick. You bet. Talking of phones, I got you a new one. Yours melted in the fire after the crash. Shall we go set it up and then I'll order us some food? Sure, I said. No instructions for it? We have a 9 and a 12-year-old. They could tell you more about using the phone than I ever could, he said with a laugh. Dinner was awkward. Elise and Christina chatted away while they ate their food. Rick joined in with a pertinent comment from time to time and tried to draw me into the conversation, but the kids might as well have been speaking in Chinese, not just eating it. I didn't follow very much of it at all, and I didn't know any of the people they talked about. I tried not to get too down on myself about it. It was still early days. Baby steps. I did my best to help with clearing away the dishes and watch for tips as Rick loaded the dishwasher. Coffee? Yes, please. Go take a seat in the living room. If you want to watch some TV, feel free to choose. The instructions for the remote are in the file, he said with a grin. 5 minutes later, he put a mug of coffee on the coffee table in front of the sofa and took up the seat at the opposite end. I was glad he hadn't sat right next to me. I was still very unsure of how we were supposed to rebuild a relationship with me in my position. You want to watch a movie? We got Netflix and all. Can we just talk? Sure. What do you want to talk about, honey? Did you always call me that? Since about a week after our first date. I could see him thinking back about something we'd shared, but couldn't share anymore. It made me sad. It made me wonder whether I had done the right thing by coming back home. Rick. Don't, he said gently. I know what you're thinking. We lived through things together, but now only one of us can remember. And you're wondering what the future holds? I nodded. Well, in that we are equals, because I have no idea what the future holds either. We have to face that together. All I know is that we have 2 beautiful kids upstairs who need us both. I have been and will be there for you and them forever. You have to try to work out whether that is enough for you, and I understand that. Now, what sort of movie shall we watch? I turned to face him. I don't know, Rick. I really don't know. Chapter 3. Hey, Rick said as he came into the kitchen the next morning. The movie had been a bit of a bust, and although he tried to talk, I think everything had gotten on top of me the night before. Leaving the hospital, learning some of my past history, and some of Rick's, and realizing just how monumental a task I was facing had led me to sink inward. When the movie ended, we had an awkward conversation about sleeping arrangements, which could, in truth, have been a lot worse. I was grateful to Rick that he was being understanding. He'd already made up the spare bedroom for me. I was so glad we managed to cross that bridge without any undue embarrassment. Hi, I said, holding up a mug of coffee. Good instructions for the coffee machine. A smile lit up his face. That's great. Did you find everything else? I made toast in the toaster. I found butter and honey, so I'm all good. You don't like honey, Mommy? Elise's voice made me jump in my seat at the table. Hey, Elise, you should be eating your own breakfast, not complaining about your mom's. But Mommy always said she hated the taste of honey. She said it was too sweet. Elise came and sat at the table, then helped herself to a bowl of cereal topped off with milk. Why do you like honey now? She asked with a full mouth. Elise, Rick said firmly, don't speak with your mouth full, and don't go asking your mom too many questions. I told you it's going to take some time for your mom to remember everything. I saw Elise's face fall, and she dropped her huge eyes to look into her bowl. It's okay, Rick. Elise, I don't really know the answer to your question. All I can think of is that maybe, having been unconscious for so long, some of the things I used to like I don't anymore, and some of the things I didn't like I do now.
like the honey. Elise thought about it for a while as she crunched her cereal. Then she swallowed. Is that like Christina used to like SpongeBob SquarePants, but now she thinks it's stupid and just for kids? Rick choked down a laugh and put his almost freshly brewed coffee on the table. Yes, it's a little like that. Your mom can't remember that she didn't like honey, but now she does. It's no big deal. Elise took another mouthful of cereal and chomped noisily on, while Rick emptied the dishwasher from the night before. Does that mean you don't remember Christina and me? Shit. How the hell am I supposed to answer that one in a way that doesn't scare the kid half to death or send her off to school heartbroken? Of course your mom remembers you. Rick stepped in with a big, fat lie. Really, Mom? Well, I can't promise to remember everything about you, Elise, but I'll do my best, okay? Okay, Elise said as she finished her cereal. You get yourself upstairs, young lady, and get yourself ready for school. I need you back down here in 10 minutes, okay? And tell your sister, too. As soon as she left the room, I turned to Rick. You can't go saying things like that to her, Rick. What happens when they both ask me question after question and I don't know the answers? Shh, keep your voice down, Hannah. She'll hear us. I could see you were struggling, so I just leaped in. I'm sorry, I wasn't thinking. I know, and thanks for stepping in. But sooner or later they're going to realize that I remember nothing, and all they'll remember is that we both lied to them. Not how I wanted things to start off, Rick. He stared at me for a second, then nodded. I'm sorry. I was more than a little pissed with him. One day in, and already I'd been forced into a lie. For a while we sat in silence, or at least I did, while he hovered around the kitchen, tidying up after Elise. Listen, Hannah, how would you feel about taking the girls to school? I sat back in my chair, turning my mug from side to side with the handle. I don't know, Rick. I don't know if I'm ready for that yet. I don't even know where the school is or whether I'd get back without getting lost. It's really easy. Turn right at the end of the drive, walk to the next intersection, turn right again, and the school is 200 yards along that road on your left. Take this with you, and if you get lost, call me, and I'll come find you. Listen, sooner or later, not only do we need to rebuild a relationship with each other, but you need to build one with the kids. Before the accident, you always walked them to school. It'll be a first step on the road to normalcy, what do you think? I knew he was right. I mean, I was scared witless at the thought of going out anywhere on my own, but by the same token, I knew that my new life had to start somewhere. Okay. I clamped my hands together so Rick wouldn't see them shaking. I'll do it. I have to keep up my exercise regimen, according to Dr. Patel, so that will be a good start to it. In the few days since I'd gotten to know Rick again, I definitely hadn't seen him so happy. While we waited for the girls to finally get ready, he even drew me a little map, which I folded up and pushed into the back pocket of my jeans, along with my phone, which I had already practiced using. The only number in it was Rick's, so I would have no problem calling him. 15 minutes later, a chatty and excited Elise tripped along beside me, holding my hand as we stepped down the driveway. A glummer and more morose Christina walked a step behind, her eyes glued to her phone. Outside, the air felt fresh and clean, and the noise of traffic I'd found so irritating the day before seemed duller and less intrusive. When a car swished past, that noise seemed loud and annoying. But the sound of birds chirping in the trees that lined the road balanced that out. I listened intently to Elise's jabbering as we walked, without actually saying anything. In fact, I never really got a chance to get a word in edgewise, but I enjoyed her excitement all the same. When we reached the intersection, I almost stopped to get out the map, just to make sure Rick had said to turn right, but before I had the chance, Elise turned, dragging me along behind her. Christina didn't even look up from her phone for a second, happy to wander along, lost in her digital world. It took just a few more minutes before we reached the school gates. The noise had risen toward fever pitch with every step we took. Inside the gates, kids were running around hither and thither, most of them seeming to scream at the tops of their voices, while at the same time being screamed at. It was piercing, and being unused to that level of noise, I found myself holding my hands over my ears, like the guy in that famous painting, and wanting to scream just as much as he clearly did. Outside the gates, various huddles of people, none of whom I remembered, were gathered around, making polite small talk. As we got closer, I noticed several pairs of curious eyes turning my way, and one or two people talking behind their hands to their friends. I dropped my hands, not wanting them to think I was any crazier than I felt like I was myself. I guessed they were talking about me. Who else would generate that much attention unless some local celebrity beefcake all-star had turned up to wow the school gate mom's mafia? The feel of Elise pulling on the sleeve of my jacket dragged me back to what I was supposed to be taking care of, but I couldn't help but be wary of all those other people watching my every move. In this new life, I was at the beginning of it. I had never taken my kids to school before, and now I felt that all those prying eyes were watching me, waiting for me to fall on my ass. I was determined not to give them the dubious pleasure of seeing me do just that. When I looked down, Elise's sweet face was puckered up. I'd accepted that the girls were my kids. Now I had to learn how to be their mom again. And from the look on Elise's face when I didn't give her a kiss, I'd already screwed up big time. "Mom," she whispered, "you always give me a kiss before school." I faked a smile. The reality was that I wanted to run, far and fast, to get away from these intrusive people. "Sorry, Elise," I whispered back. I was miles away. "Come here." I put my hands under her chin and lifted her face, then bent down and gave her a kiss, then another one on the forehead just for good measure. It felt awkward. I tried to convince myself that it didn't, but God damn it, it did. The sensation of her cool skin on my lips was a new sensation. I couldn't recall ever feeling anything like it before, and deep inside, some small voice was telling me I'd never done that before. But that couldn't be right. Rick had said I always took the kids to school, so it can only be my head playing tricks on me. The simmering anger that lay beneath the surface of my personality, the terrible feeling that something had happened to me that was beyond some simple accident, threatened to erupt, especially when I heard my name being whispered by one of the nosy women behind me who was watching my every move. "Bye, Mom," Elise said when I let go of her. I turned to repeat the action with Christina, but she grabbed me into a hug, then dodged away before I could pucker up. The look she gave me as she took a few steps backward and turned to head through the gates was interesting. A half smile and a fixed gaze holding mine. I got the feeling that of the two of them, Christina was the one I might have problems with. But that could be as much to do with impending teenagerhood than anything to do with our relationship. Something else I would find out in the fullness of time, I hoped. I watched as they both headed into the crowd, vanishing among their peers as the whole school slowly began to file in through the main door of the building. I heard a woman's half-whispering voice over my shoulder as I watched the kids disappear. Snap. The dam holding back my anger burst, letting the emotions inside me overflow. I wonder if she remembers their names. The bitch was lucky I couldn't see who had spoken, or she would have ended up with a black eye to go with her big mouth. In the end, I decided to fight this battle with words, not deeds. "I wonder if you could talk about me a little louder so all your friends can hear," I said, then turned around to look at the group of half a dozen moms all staring at me, aghast. One of them, blonde, prissy, stepped forward a half step. "I'm sorry, Hannah, it's just—" Before she could continue what she was saying, one of the gathered gaggle pulled her back by the arm until she stood back where she was before she decided to speak to me like a normal human being. I couldn't understand for a moment how I could be so pissed with these women. Then it occurred to me that I was putting all the anger I was feeling inside on them. It didn't stop me from running my mouth at them some more, though.
My ire was ignited, and a few smooth words weren't going to put it out any time soon. Don't be sorry. You obviously all heard what happened and about my condition. The one big advantage to losing my memory is that I don't know any of you from anyone else, so I can treat you all the same by completely ignoring anything you might say. We were just... I wasn't going to give any of them a chance to start doling out excuses for their shoddy behavior just to make them feel better. Why should I? Just talking about me behind my back. Not a very charitable thing to do, really, now is it? I swung away and was 2 steps from them when I heard another voice. Geez, she's changed. I stopped, having only taken a couple of steps away from the gang of moms. I truly didn't know where all the words I'd spoken came from. Was that the true me? Happy to be in a confrontation and speak my mind? Had I changed? Wasn't I like that before? If I am now, what has changed? More questions rolled around inside my head with no good answers for any of them. I stepped forward again, determined not to explode on them like a bomb, scattering debris all around that might get in the way of starting to rebuild my life. It was hard enough already. I didn't need a gossip war to go along with my lack of memory. That wouldn't have been a fair fight, as I couldn't remember any of the gossip I assumed I'd heard in the past. As I walked back home, feeling slightly better for getting some of my feelings out, even if it meant yelling at people who may have once been my friends, I was also feeling less inclined to leave the safety of the house until I at least knew what I was likely to face if I went out. Walking the kids to school hadn't proved as cathartic as I'd hoped. Quite the opposite, in fact. I didn't know where my snappy remarks had come from, but being talked about that way, as if I were some kind of freak, pissed me off. It made me realize that even now I had no idea what type of person I was or could be, or even worse, what I had been like in my past. The accident had robbed me of 6 months of a life I now knew absolutely nothing about. That thought filled my head as I stepped out, with mock confidence on the outside and sheer, unmitigated fear on the inside. Chapter 4. Once I got home, and with Rick headed out to work, I spent a half-hearted hour looking around the house for something to do, something that might look even vaguely familiar. Nothing did. And although Rick had shown me around the house, I had a horrible feeling as I wandered around the building that I was somehow intruding on someone else's privacy, on what was theirs, rather than what was, or had ever been, mine. Every time I put a hand on a drawer to open it up, I stopped, consumed with both an urge to look and a fear that somehow I would be intruding. I spent a long time, after giving up on looking around the house, perusing the family photos on display in the hallway. Yesterday, when I saw the picture of our wedding, it had shocked me. But the closer I looked, the more I realized that everything about the image was so different from the imaginary place I had seen in my dream. Or was it in my imagination? A daydream? I couldn't remember. But wherever it wasn't the place in the picture. Although the other pictures were nice, showing happy, smiling faces as the children grew up, for some reason I was constantly drawn to the picture of me in my wedding dress. I was still staring at it blankly, trying to work out what it was about the picture that kept bringing me back to it, when a key rattled and the front door swung open, making me jump. Rick stepped through the doorway and flung the door shut behind him. He saw me and stopped dead where he was. "Hi," I said as he gawped at me. Whatever it was that was going through his mind kept him there, staring at me for a few unsettling moments. "Hi. I thought I'd come home and make sure you were okay and get some lunch at the same time." "Okay, that's nice. It's nice of you to check on me." I tried to keep my puzzlement out of my voice, but I'm not sure it worked. "I thought you might—" The words drained away into the ether. "I might what?" Might need some company? That's kind of you. I was fine, but it is still kind of you. I didn't want to sound ungrateful. I had so many things swirling around in my brain that I was trying to process that I hadn't noticed the passage of time. But company was nice all the same. What were you looking at? The photos on the wall, trying to see if any of them provoke any memories. He looked hopeful for a few moments. Do they? No, I said, shaking my head sadly. His face dropped again. Then he tried to sound enthusiastic about lunch. It's still early days. Let's go through to the kitchen. We can get a sandwich or something and talk. I nodded my agreement and turned away from the pictures that had held my attention for so long that morning. In the kitchen, I sat at a stool at the breakfast counter, looking out the window into the garden, watching the breeze rustling a few persistent leaves that hadn't already dropped to the ground during fall, while Rick busied himself in making sandwiches. The coffee machine was working overtime, and a few minutes later, a plated sandwich and a cup of steaming coffee were deposited in front of me. I looked inside the sandwich by lifting the topmost slice. The odor of canned tuna fish with slices of fresh cucumber assaulted my senses. The tuna smelled gross, and the cucumber looked gross. Rick was already tucking into his enthusiastically and didn't look up until he had finished his first sandwich. You okay? He asked, looking at my plate. I don't like the smell, I replied. Really? It was your... He stopped talking and took another bite out of his own sandwich, chewing in silence. Once he'd swallowed, he looked across at me. Sorry, it's going to take a while before I get used to not saying things like that to you. I'll make you another one. He reached across to take the plate. It's okay. I'm not really hungry. I was, but I didn't want him to feel any worse than he already did. I had something when I got home from taking the kids. Okay, if you're sure. I don't mind making you another. It's fine. An awkward silence developed between us for a while until Rick thought of something to say. Trouble was, I had too, and we both spoke at the same time. How was your morning? I asked dutifully. What have you been doing this morning? He asked. We both smiled. You first, I said. I realized at that moment that I actually had no idea what Rick did. It's been okay. We've been working on a big property deal. If we can put a finance package together for it, it will earn a very fat commission check. It might turn an average year into a very good one. He puffed himself up slightly, as though the idea of making a lot of money was something he was immensely proud of doing. So what about you? I've been mooching. Mooching? Yeah, you know, wandering about aimlessly, trying to find something that looks familiar. I need something to do or I'm likely to get very bored very quickly. I guess you're some kind of financier? He nodded at that while he finished the last of his sandwich and started on mine. What did I do for a living? Well, most of the time you were a mom. In your spare time, you used to hand-make jewelry and sell it online. Etsy and Facebook, mostly. I had to put everything on hold while you were in the hospital. But maybe you could start with that again if you think you'll be bored. You used to use the study as your workroom. You used to say it gets the best light. Although I'm not sure. He smiled to himself at the memory, I guessed, but his last words had drifted away. You're not sure what? He stared at me for a few moments in silence again, then seemed to come to some kind of decision. I'm not sure you'll have all the supplies you need, is what I was going to say. Well, I said, glad of at least the idea of having something constructive to do. Spending hours mooning over old family photos wasn't going to keep me occupied for long, that's for sure. Until I take a look and get back into the swing of it, we'll never know. I'll take a look this afternoon. Great. He nodded, seemingly pleased to have made the suggestion. I'd barely glanced in the study when he was showing me around the day before. Maybe I'd have a closer look after lunch. If nothing else, it might pass the time until the girls were home from school. I have to get back to work. The traffic was a bitch getting here, but I wanted to make sure you were okay. I appreciate it. Really, I do. Maybe next time you could just try a phone call to save yourself some stress. I offered him a friendly smile. Maybe. Just with it being your first day back and all, I wanted... I know. I get it. You better get moving. Don't want you to be late back and getting fired. I tried a little joke to lighten what had been a tense few minutes. Hardly. They can't fire the boss, he said, laughing. It's your firm? He shook his head. No, it's our firm, honey. You're a partner, same as me. But you stay home and look after the girls. Your choice. Back in the day, when we had Christina, you decided to step back from the business and look after her. Then Elise came along, and you never came back. But your name is still over the door, so to speak. Jolly and Jolly Property Finance. That's us. Well, in that case, you'd definitely better get back to work. If you have my work and yours to do, why are you wasting time here? I picked up his plate and empty cup. Don't forget to pick the girls up from school. School finishes at 3:15, okay? Rick said as he headed for the door, picking up his keys with a metallic rattle from the countertop where he had left them. I thought they walked home? I said at his disappearing back. I used to occasionally let them, but now that you're back, I'm trying to get them back into the routine we used to have. Oh, okay. Maybe you should have told me before. Sorry, I meant to. Look, I gotta run. See you about 6. He pulled the door behind himself as he vanished into the cold, bright day. Silence descended inside the house again. I spent the next 10 minutes washing up the lunch dishes after dumping the remnants of the evil-smelling sandwich in the bin. I had a look in the fridge for something to eat, as I was starving by then. In the end, I pulled out a stick of celery and chewed on that as I debated what to do. I had a couple of hours to kill before I had to go fetch the kids. The study was bigger than I remembered from my previous brief glance. At one end of the room, underneath a wide window that let a lot of light in, stood a desk with a computer set up on it. The surface looked well organized, with stacks of papers on it, which I didn't poke about at for the same reason I didn't look in the drawers earlier. It felt wrong. It was crazy, I know that. But I still felt like I was an intruder in my own home. I still felt like I was an intruder in my own life. How messed up was that? Putting the crazy thoughts to one side for a moment, I continued exploring. At the other end of the room, a fold-up table had been set up. All across the back edge were small plastic sets of drawers with a couple of old mugs with broken handles standing in front that had all manner of small tools in them. I moved them around, listening to the scrape of metal on ceramic. The fabric-covered swivel chair was set at just the right height for me to sit, so I did. Then I started pulling open the drawers of components. It took a few minutes to look through the components all neatly stored in the drawers. I held tiny pieces of metal and colored stones with no idea of what each piece did or what the stones were called. Not one of the little items or the setting of the study felt natural to me. On top of the last box of drawers was a ring binder which had plans and photos of all the designs I had evidently made before. The problem was, I had no idea what the plans described, or even how to start the simplest task to begin to make anything. I flipped through the binder, trying to find something that looked simple to make. But I eventually realized that all of them involved my using an electric spot welder that I had no idea how to even get started, never mind how to use. I looked back through to see if there were any instructions for the spot welder, but I could see nothing. Then my eyes flickered toward the desk at the other end of the room. Could they be over there? On the piles of paper that were on Rick's desk. Trying to pluck up the courage to go and root around in Rick's things meant that I just sat,
persuading myself that it would all be okay. I mean, according to Rick, I'm a partner in his business. How could it not be okay to go have a look? Eventually, I put my hands on the arms of my chair, sucked in a deep breath, forced myself to move, and walked over to the desk. The wooden surface, at least what I could see of it, was gleaming in the light pouring in through the window. The faint smell of furniture polish was rising gently from it. Somebody had been very thorough with the cleaning regimen before I got home. Was that how it was all the time? Was I some sort of weird clean freak? Was Rick? I added that to my ever-lengthening list of questions I needed answers to. The computer monitor on the desk was switched off with a single green light along the bottom edge, shining against the black outer rim of the screen. The keyboard was sleek and shaped in a curve, not like a normal keyboard. I held my hands against the keys. It felt natural somehow, comfortable, like I still had muscle memory for using the keyboard. It was the only memory I did have, though. I couldn't remember anything about ever having used a keyboard before in any meaningful way. I switched my attention to the papers on top of the desk. The first pile was thin, maybe a dozen sheets of paper. Hesitantly, I reached over and slid the topmost sheet off. It was a utility bill, and for what seemed like a shockingly large amount of money. Because I had no point of reference or any memory of how much things cost, the figure at the bottom came as a surprise. I decided then that the first time I went grocery shopping, I wasn't going alone. No, that one was a definite duet, at least. Or I'd come back with nothing because I didn't know whether something was too expensive, or I'd come back with way too much because I had no idea how much food and all the ancillary stuff a family of 4 would need. Suddenly, the prospect of not being able to drive for a while wasn't the disadvantage I thought it might be. It was a question I hadn't asked before I left, but I assumed I couldn't drive. Strike another question I needed an answer to. The rest of the sheets of paper were all bills, and, pleasingly, all marked as paid. The last one in the pile was a bank statement, dated a week before, and my eyes opened very wide when I saw the balance showing at the bottom of the page. Whoa, I thought. Property financing must pay really well. The balance was in the high 5 figures, and when I looked, the account was called the household account. I wondered if there was a similar version for a savings account. Money was going to clearly have to be a topic for discussion sooner or later. By the looks of things, as a family, we were comfortably off. But exactly how comfortable I had no idea. The second pile was all business-related. Clearly, Rick brought some work home with him, which made sense given what he had been having to do for the last 6 months, while I was laid up in the hospital. The third pile was more likely to have the instructions in it. It was a pile of leaflets for most of the appliances in the house. I assumed Rick had used them to make a shorthand version for inclusion in the purple file. I searched through but found nothing to do with the welder. What I did find was far more interesting. At the bottom of the pile was a plastic folder which, when I opened it up, was full of newspaper clippings. They were all reports about the accident. As I read through, and seeing the press photos, it made me realize that Lady Luck had certainly been on my side that day. The 2 cars were burnt wrecks, wheels bent out at peculiar angles, all the glass shattered, paintwork blistered and singed, and the tires no more than a mangled mass of wires where they had burst in the heat. I read through every word, and although there was some speculation, there didn't seem to be any logical explanation of how I managed to survive both the impact and the fire that followed before being found by passing drivers by the side of the car. In one of the photos, I could just make out the remnants of an airbag on the passenger side of the car. I guessed that must have been one of the reasons I'd survived. There was also a lot of speculation about the driver of the car I'd been in. The police had made several appeals for witnesses and for anyone with a missing family member who fit the very basic description to come forward, but it appeared nobody had seen the accident firsthand, and no one had volunteered any information. The driver of the other car seemed to have been quickly identified, and I looked at his picture with interest. dark hair and dark eyes, and all in all, a very ordinary-looking type of guy, about the same age as me. I shed a tear for Bernie Thompson, as he was named in the report. To have your life snuffed out in an instant like that must have been a terrible thing for his family to have to cope with. At the bottom of the pile was a police report, but it wasn't about the accident. It was dated a week or so before then. With my eyes widening and my pulse rate starting to rise, I read through, my eyes picking up the key words in the stilted mess of language in the report. Once I'd read through, I sat very still, holding the report in both hands. Then I started to read again, slower this time, trying to get to grips with the information I'd apparently passed on to an officer just before the accident. Halfway through the second reading, the phone rang. I wanted to ignore it, but its shrill tone took away my focus on the report, and I picked it up angrily. "Yes," a gentle-sounding female voice on the other end of the line spoke up. "Is that Mrs. Jolly?" "Yes, it is." "Mrs. Jolly, my name is Angela Deacon. I'm the principal at your daughter's school." Why is she calling? I took a quick glance at the time. 3:30. Shit. "Oh my God, I am so sorry. I didn't realize what time it was," I said hurriedly, jumping up out of my seat and heading into the hallway for my coat. "Are they okay?" "They're both fine, just a little worried that something might have happened after, well, you know." No, everything is fine. I just got distracted." "Okay, well, that's good. I'll tell them you are on the way, shall I?" "I'll be 10 minutes, tops." The line went dead. I threw the phone onto the side table in the hallway that was the family's depository for keys and other sundry outdoor requirements. Without giving it a moment's thought, I pulled the door open, then closed it again behind me as I set off down the driveway with my heart palpitating. Chapter 5. I made it to school in 6 minutes. Panting and with a sick feeling in the pit of my stomach, I headed in through the gates and then the door I'd seen the girls go through that morning. My heart was still racing as I noticed a middle-aged woman wearing a plaid business suit waiting by the reception desk. "Excuse me," I said as I reached her. My words seemed to echo around the empty corridor that just a few minutes earlier would no doubt have been filled by the excited chatter of a lot of kids excited to be done with school for the day and on their way home. "Mrs. Jolly?" Yes, I am. I'm Mrs. Jolly." Even the name sounded odd to my ears. The woman held out a hand, which I took and shook. "It's great to meet you. I'm Principal Deacon. We spoke on the phone." Yes, look, I am really sorry. I got involved with something and the time just ran away with me. Where are the girls?" Principal Deacon smiled and put a hand on my shoulder. "They're both fine. They're in my office reading at the moment. Before I take you through, obviously, we at the school are aware of what happened and that you are just out of the hospital. The girls have been telling everyone that their mom is back home." She smiled at the thought. "The thing is, though, as a school, we need to be sure the children are safe when they leave here. We have allowed them out with a teacher watching them walk home, but your husband said you would be resuming that duty now. I just want to be sure everything is okay at home." I took a deep breath and tried to compose myself a little before the dam in my head burst again. Although her tone had been sympathetic, it felt like the kind of sympathy would extend to someone who is incapable of doing something. I was capable. I could look after my own daughters. I had to force myself not to snap back at the woman. I assumed she was just doing her job. "It is. As you know, I'm just back from the hospital, and this is the first day with the kids. I was reading through some of the paperwork in the house, trying to get up to speed, and the time just slipped by." I pulled my phone out from my pocket. "I'll set up an alarm on my phone so I don't forget from now on." I fiddled with the phone, in truth having no idea how to do what I just suggested, so I tried to make it look convincing. "There," I said, "set for 3 p.m. every day." I slipped the phone back in my pocket. I'd get Elise or Christina to do the alarm thing later for me. I smiled over at the principal, hoping she would be okay with it. I really didn't want Rick to think I'd blown it on the first day back to normalcy. She nodded and smiled back. "That's great. I just want you to know that everyone in the school is sympathetic to your situation. But you understand we do have a duty of care." This was starting to sound like she was covering the school's ass rather than sympathy. But it wasn't time to fight that battle. I just wanted to get the kids out of there, get them home safe, and wait for Rick to come home. "Of course," I said as calmly as I could. "And I appreciate your keeping an eye on the girls for me. Can we go fetch them now?" I smiled the best I could, even though I felt like shoving the stupid woman out of the way and finding them myself. She looked at me for a few moments without saying anything, then nodded. "Follow me," she said, and turned away. "I'm sure the girls will be pleased to see you." I pursed my lips and blew out a silent breath as I followed her along a short corridor to an office door with her name on a silver plaque screwed onto it. She turned the handle and pushed it open. "Elise, Christina, your mom's here," she said through the open doorway and stepped inside, holding the door open for me. I stepped past her and was hit with a 9-year-old hurricane of energy that sent me back a pace when Elise ran into my open arms. Mommy, we thought something bad might have happened when you weren't here, and Charlene Baker said you were a bad mom, and Brian Dixon looked after me and told Charlene not to be so mean, and then they had an argument, and then the teacher, Miss Bright, took us back into the school and brought us here to the principal's office, and then—" I couldn't get a word in edgewise as the story came tumbling out of Elise's mouth in a torrent of rapid words that I only just managed to keep up with. Principal Deacon managed to interrupt the flow of words. "Elise, take a breath. Your mom's here now to take you both home. Have you got all your stuff?" Elise pulled away, and I could see her eyes were red-rimmed from crying. "It's okay, Elise," I said. "Everything is fine. I just got a little distracted and lost track of the time. That's all. I set an alarm on my phone so I won't forget again." "Are you sure?" she asked, puzzlement spreading over her face. "You said you didn't know how to use—" "I've been practicing." I turned her around to try and get her to stop talking and go grab her stuff. Christina wandered over and shoulder-bumped me. "Hey, Mom," she said. "You okay, Christina?" "Sure, I'm cool. I wasn't worried." I stretched an arm out and pulled her in for a hug anyway, but I could tell it was only half-hearted on her part. She pulled away as soon as I eased off. I smiled, and she grinned back at me, slightly red-faced. "Mom," she said quietly, looking around in case anyone important in her life had seen her. I shrugged. I liked the fact that she was a little standoffish and less hysterical than her sister, although I still wasn't convinced that there wasn't trouble ahead with her. Elise came back with her backpack and took my hand as I turned to the principal. "Thanks again," I said. "And it won't happen again, I promise." "I understand," Principal Deacon said. "But if you are having problems or want to talk about the girls, who are both doing great, by the way," she said loudly, I assumed for their benefit, "then just give me a call." She held out a business card, which I took and slipped into my back pocket. "Thanks, I will," I said, knowing full well that I wouldn't. I'd had enough people prodding and poking me about for the last few days. I didn't need another one prying into what was going on in my family, even if their intentions were good. After what I'd read in that police report, well, needless to say, it had freaked me out a little, and I needed to finish reading it again so I could process my thoughts about what was in it. By the time we got home, Elise had completely filled me in with every little thing that had happened to her, her friends, her mortal enemies, and half of the teaching staff that day. All of it with barely taking a breath. It was exhausting to listen to. I realized when I got home that I hadn't locked the door on the way out. My mind had been such a whirl, a mixture of panic about the girls and astonishment at what I had read about my situation. Now, though, I was nervous. I shut the door behind me and told the girls to wait in the kitchen for me. They looked puzzled, but complied while I walked around the entire house, checking that there was nobody there who shouldn't have been. There wasn't. When I got back downstairs, Christina was already texting someone while Elise was sitting at the table, waiting impatiently. "Right then, girls," I said as brightly as I could. "Elise, you take this and get an alarm set up for 3 p.m. every day for me." I passed her my phone. "Christina, you run upstairs and get changed. Then, when you're both ready, I thought we could bake some cookies together." Both girls stopped doing what they were doing and swiveled to face me, looks of confused bewilderment on their faces. "Huh?" Christina said. "I said we could bake some cookies together for you. To make up for today's scare, if you want to?" I was just as confused as they appeared to be. What kid didn't like cookies? Christina stepped forward, not looking any less baffled. "But, Mom, you hate baking. You never make cookies. We always get them from the bakery, and we always argue about which bakery's cookies are the best." Really? It had seemed like such a simple thing to suggest, but the way Christina had reacted was making me feel like I was an imposter, standing in her mom's shoes. "Yeah, really. But if your accident means you do bake cookies, then great. Homemade are so much better than store-bought." "Elise," I said, hoping that this might be a rescue from a tricky situation. She jumped on the spot, saying, "Yes!" repeatedly, and fist-pumping in front of her. She seemed sold on the idea. On the other hand, while the girls both went off to change and wash up, I was left wondering how many other things that were supposed to be favorites of mine were going to turn out to have changed. How much of me was left now after the accident, and how much was some whole new person everyone around me was just going to have to get used to? I didn't know, and in truth, it was starting to scare me a little. They were, in the scheme of things, tiny changes, but they were changes, and it left me wondering what else was different, and more importantly, how I'd cope if there were any major differences. 15 minutes later, 2 young girls were sitting impatiently at the table, glasses of milk poured out and ready, waiting for the first homemade cookies they'd ever had. When the phone rang, I left them jabbering away to each other. It was gratifying to see that Christina didn't have her phone in her hand. I picked up the phone, half expecting it to be the school checking up on us, or Rick checking in that everything was okay. I'd already primed the kids not to say anything about my being late, so I was ready to tell him everything was fine. But when I answered, a female voice came down the line. "Hannah?" "Yes. Who is this?" "Don't you recognize my voice? You two are always bad at that." "I'm sorry?" I was already baffled. Who was you two? And why would I ask who it was if I recognized the voice? I bit back a sharper response. "You don't recognize my voice, then? Not at all?" "No, I don't. Should I?" "It's me," the voice said. It didn't help to narrow things down any. I couldn't think what to say in response to that. After a moment of silence on the line, the voice spoke again. "It's your mom, Hannah. Can you really not tell it's me?" "Oh, hi." This was awkward. Another relationship that was old for my mom but brand new for me. "Hi. I thought I'd give you a call and see how you are. Rick has been keeping me up to date while you were in the hospital and told me you were coming out when I spoke to him last week. I thought I'd give you a day to settle back in before I called. I've got news, too. Your cousins, Jaime and Victor, are getting married."
To each other? It came out before I could help it.
You remember them then? Rick said you didn't remember anything.
I don't, Mom. No, I'm sorry. It was just the way you said it. Sounded like they were marrying each other.
Oh, no, they're not like that. Jaime is marrying Greta. She's lovely. Victor is marrying Helen. Her I'm not so keen on. She's a bit of a slut. Red lipstick every day. Sure sign if you ask me. How long is it since you saw them?
I couldn't let the last part of her diatribe slip by uncommented on. Mom, I've lost my memory. Completely. I have no idea who those people are, and I wouldn't know them if I passed them on the street. Never mind how long it is since I saw them.
Okay, don't shoot the messenger. I was just passing on some family news is all. I forgot you'd lost your memory. I'm losing mine, too, you know.
Really? She sounded compos mentis to me.
A little. Since your father died, I seem to be feeling older and more confused the whole time. I'm 63 with the memory of a 90-year-old, according to my friends at Bridge Club.
What's Bridge Club?
It's a club where we play bridge, dear.
There it was. Someone else talking to me as if I was an idiot. I got that, Mom. I just don't know what bridge is, I said through clenched teeth.
Oh, right. It's a card game. Google it. I just wanted to call and check in on you is all, and to pass on the news.
Thanks. Listen, Mom, when you first started talking, you said the two of us. What did you mean by that?
Did I?
Silence fell down the line.
Yes, you did,
I said eventually. You said the two of us never recognized your voice.
Did I? I don't remember, sorry.
You did. What did you mean? It sounded to me like she was stalling for time, but maybe her memory being what it was, she really didn't remember at all.
Oh, right, yes, I remember now. I was talking about you and your father. You two were always tight together. He used to take you fishing and camping and everything. He used to say you were the son he never had.
I could hear sniffling down the line.
Okay.
I wasn't convinced.
It wasn't a wholly convincing answer, but given her own memory issues, I had little choice but to believe her.
The alarm on the oven suddenly started ringing. Listen, Mom, I gotta go. I have fresh cookies baking in the oven.
Cookies? Really?
Don't sound so surprised, Mom.
Well, I am. You always hated baking.
Same response from two different people, the kids and my mom. I really have changed, I thought. Chapter 6.
Okay, girls, time for cleaning up, doing homework, and getting ready for bed,
Rick said as he finished cleaning the table after dinner. Begrudgingly, two kids scraped their chairs back across the floor, making shivers run down my back at the noise.
Night, Mommy,
Elise said, then draped her arms behind my neck while she stood between my legs and planted a kiss on my lips. She whispered, "The cookies were awesome. Thanks." I mouthed a thank you. Night, Elise. Sleep tight. The kissing still felt awkward.
I'll be up to tuck you in soon, honey,
Rick said loudly across the kitchen as he stacked the dishwasher.
Night, Mom,
Christina said as she headed out to the hallway and onto the stairs.
No hug for your mom?
Rick asked.
Dad, I'm getting too old for all that now.
Christina's face had turned beet red. It's fine, I said quietly, not wanting to make a scene or kick up a fuss. Night, Christina. See you in the morning. Christina glanced over at me and smiled shyly. Thanks, Mom, she said. I offered her a wink and a grin. Rick brought over coffee, and we sat,
sipping on it gently until some of the heat had dispersed. Then I knocked back what was left in my cup in one long gulp. I couldn't think of anything to say to him. Other than my mistake over school times, all I had done all day was prove to myself how damn impossible a situation I was in. I knew nothing about anyone, and even less about how to occupy myself all day. The silence grew longer and more awkward with every second. I jumped a little when he spoke. "So, did you have a good day?" I hadn't said anything to him about the incident at school. Or should I say, incidents. The strange looks from the other moms I could deal with, so I didn't feel the need to fill him in on that. Pettiness like that wasn't something he'd be able to help with anyway. That would be like getting your mom to take you to school every morning so the bullies didn't pick on you. You either dealt with it and stood up for yourself, or suffered the indignation. I wasn't going to be putting up with anything from them. I was nervous about telling him about forgetting to pick up the girls, in case it put more pressure on him to leave work early and pick them up himself. After 6 months of coping on his own, I figured I owed him a break from that, at least. It was okay, I suppose. Look, Rick, It's okay. I know. You know? About what? About your forgetting to pick up the girls. Principal Deacon called me just before you got there. I could feel myself coloring. Why did that busybody feel the need to do that? Was she trying to ruin my life? I realized I was starting to sound a little hysterical, even to myself, and took a deep breath to calm myself. She did? She didn't say anything to me about that. What did you say to her? I kept my voice as even as I could and forced myself not to tremble. The heat in my face was intense. If menopause is like that, it's something I was not looking forward to. I said that I was sure there must be a reason you were late, that everything was fine at home, and as she had already called you, I wasn't going to panic you even more by getting on your tail. Goddamn woman gave me the 3rd degree while I was there. She was all about her duty of care and ensuring the girls were safe, like I was some kind of weirdo who was going to hurt them. I dare say she was just doing her job, honey. The school knows all about our situation, and they were very supportive while you were in hospital. So the best thing we can do is cut the woman a little slack and make sure it doesn't happen again, huh? I found myself nodding along. He was the picture of pragmatic, reasonable logic. Infuriating, but right. Even I had to concede. Maybe I had overreacted, and I was glad then that I hadn't blown everything up while I was there at the school. That would not have made things any easier, and no doubt the story about how Elise's weird mom went batshit crazy at school would soon have reached the ears of the school gate crew, giving them even more reason to whisper about me to each other. If something had happened to me, I'd have been grateful that the girls had been looked after, and I guessed I should be grateful for small mercies. So what happened to make you forget? I got distracted. By what? Well, I decided I'd take a look at the jewelry-making stuff. Great, that's really good. Maybe you can get back to doing it full-time soon, once you've had a chance to settle back into a routine? Rick raised his eyebrows, making this statement a question. Maybe. I tried not to sound too down on the idea, but it didn't seem like something I might be interested in. All those fiddly little components and my thick fingers didn't seem to match up as ideal for a jeweler. You used to love it, honey. I'm sorry, Rick, but that seems to have been the story of my life since I woke up. I love purple. I don't. I love tuna sandwiches, but I don't. I hate baking, but I don't. You baked? See? I said through clenched teeth, throwing my hands into the air. I baked the kids some cookies to make up for scaring them. They looked at me like I was some kind of stranger. My mom rang and said almost the same thing as you did. Something happened to me while I was in hospital. Rick, I don't know who I am. I don't know what I'm supposed to be interested in or good at. I feel like I have no personality, and the little bit I do have is all wrong. I sank my head into my hands. I wasn't about to cry. All crying would do is have Rick cooing over me sympathetically until I stopped. I didn't need that. I'd had enough of that. I wanted some answers, but I couldn't see any way of getting them. We lapsed into silence again.
"Maybe your folder was a bad idea," Rick said eventually.
I sat up quickly, shaking my head. "No, that was sweet, and I do appreciate how supportive you're being. I just wish that everybody would, I don't know, lose any expectations of me. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. It's pretty clear I'm not the same as I was before the accident, and being reminded of it every time I do something differently to how I did it before isn't really helping."
"Okay, I understand. I'll speak to the girls and your mom, maybe even the school."
"No, not the school. I don't want you making excuses there. I screwed up today. It won't happen again."
"You must have gotten engrossed in the jewelry making."
I looked up and over at him. He was trying to lighten the atmosphere, and I appreciated that. "Not exactly. I did try, but—"
"But what?"
"I couldn't work the welder." I allowed myself a small, amused grimace, which Rick returned.
"Oh, right."
"I looked for some instructions, but I couldn't find any, so I looked in among the papers on your desk to see if they were there."
Damn, I knew there was something I'd forgotten to do an easy sheet for.
I knew what he meant by the easy sheets, but I wanted to make sure he knew it wasn't about that. "I found the newspaper clippings." The atmosphere rocketed back up the scale to awkward as hell silence again for a few moments while Rick considered what I'd said.
"Oh, right."
I watched him closely to see if there was any reproach in his words, but I didn't think there was. I figured I might as well go all in now. "I also found the police report. That was what made me late. I got engrossed in reading about the accident. I felt sorry for the person in the other car."
"Really?"
Rick's eyebrows had knit together. "You sound surprised. Shouldn't I feel sorry for him? It seemed like a terrible accident." I was puzzled by Rick's reaction. Rick looked at me for a few moments. I wasn't sure what he was expecting to see, but I thought it was perfectly reasonable to feel sorry for the man.
"Wait there for a moment. I'll go say goodnight to the girls. Then there's something I need to show you."
"Okay."
"You could make more coffee if you'd like," he said with a faint smile as he stood up, then disappeared, sounding like he was taking the stairs 3 at a time and in a hurry. By the time I heard his steps coming back down in just as much of a hurry, then the sound of the study door opening and closing, I'd made more coffee and was sitting at the table, nursing my cup. When Rick sat back down, he had another plastic folder in his hand like the one I'd looked at earlier. "What's that?" I asked, then blew on the dark surface of the coffee, wondering if I had always drunk it black. "It's a police report, but not about the accident."
"What's it about, then?" He slid the sheet of paper from inside the folder over the table to me, and I turned it around and began to read. I could feel my heart rate rising again as my eyes slid across every word. I was being stalked?
Yes. It had been going on for a couple of months.
"So I see," I said as I put the paper back down on the table. "It says I didn't know who the stalker was. Just a description."
"You didn't. At least, that was what you told me and the police. And I believed you."
"So what does this have to do with the accident?"
"When the police went to the house of the person who drove into your car, they found some pictures." He seemed ill at ease, like he was saying something he really didn't want to have to say.
"Pictures?"
I could feel my brow creasing.
"What kind of pictures?"
"Pictures of you." I narrowed my eyes.
What kind of pictures? I repeated, just slightly shriller and louder this time.
Just of you. Some of you while you were out and about, shopping and the like.
And? Come on, Rick, just tell me.
I could see he was hesitant, and it echoed in his voice, which had gone quiet, not at all like the confident guy I'd gotten used to since I'd woken up. Some in your underwear?
In my underwear?
Without even realizing it, I'd crossed my arms defensively over my chest.
How did he get them?
The police think he may have used a drone, out back where the fields butt up to our garden. As you know, our room overlooks the fields, and we never drew the drapes because no one could see in. At least, that's what I thought. I didn't know what a drone was, and right then could do without an explanation.
Anything else?
Pictures of us?
Us?
Yeah.
Doing what?
Rick flicked his eyes up from where he had been staring and looked into mine just for a brief moment.
You and me? Having sex?
I asked. He didn't answer for a second, then gulped and nodded. Yes, same way of getting them, the police think. I sat back in my chair, my mouth open.
So, this guy stalked me enough to warrant my going to the police?
Yeah.
And he took photos of me, us, in the privacy of our home. Wait, there weren't any pictures of the girls, were there?
The thought of that made me nauseous. No, it was just you he was interested in.
So he took pictures of me naked, right?
Yes.
Then he drove his car into mine and nearly killed me, and I felt sorry for him. What's his name?
Bernie Thompson.
I felt sorry for that piece of shit. I can't believe it.
The shock was starting to kick in, and I gripped my hands together so Rick couldn't see me shaking with fury. I know, I understand. You're pissed, and maybe I should have told you, but I didn't want to worry you about it. There is one saving grace, though, Hannah.
Yeah, from where I'm looking, all I see is a hideous mess.
I know. But he can't hurt you anymore. That's the only positive to come out of it. I thought about it for a while, and Rick did have a point. With that creep dead, it was one less thing I had to worry about. One thing was puzzling me, though.
So, did I know this guy? Or was it just some random thing?
You knew him, honey. He was your ex-boyfriend from high school. Chapter 7. I didn't sleep well that night. My mind was whirring with even more questions than it was before Rick dropped that little bombshell. I tossed and turned so much that I almost fell out of the single bed that Rick had set up in our spare room. I forced myself to lie still and stared at the ceiling. Some weirdo had taken pictures and followed me around town for a while and was the cause of all of the stress and anxiety I was going through. But it wasn't that which was bothering me. It was when Rick had talked about the stalker having taken photos of the two of us having sex. It hadn't been something that had crossed my mind while I was recovering in the hospital, other than being another thing to consider when I got out. But Rick's kindness and understanding had prevented it from being a problem when I got home. So far, at least. But now, having talked about it happening in the past, I couldn't help but wonder how big a hurdle it was going to be between me and Rick when, and if, normal relations between us resumed. I spent the time the birds outside took to sing their dawn chorus to think about how I felt about Rick. It had been nothing but straight down the line with me, right from the first time I saw him when I woke up. He'd told me everything, good and bad, and hadn't tried to pressure me into sleeping with him. That was a good choice on his part, because it would probably have sent me off in a tailspin if he had. I could see that he was a decent man, but being honest with myself, I didn't find myself dreaming of him naked. At least, not until last night.
Of course, I had noticed that he was good-looking, and he evidently took good care of himself, but until that evening and night, my only thoughts about sex were that it was going to take a while for me to get comfortable enough in Rick's company to even consider it. The other thought that had been filling my mind was that I had an appointment to see Dr. Patel that next day. He still had some tests that he had been waiting for results on when he released me from hospital, and was confident they would all be back. The thought of going back to the hospital so soon after getting out of there had caused me enough trepidation to have diverted my thoughts away from Rick and his manly chest and bulging biceps for a while. Only for a while, though. The appointment was at 10 a.m., so we both took the kids to school, and I managed to avoid getting into a disagreeable debate with anyone. Rick drove us after we had gone home for a quick coffee, before finally departing. Sitting on the hard plastic seats in the waiting room was strange. It was fiendishly warm in the hospital, and after my restless night I had to concentrate to stop myself from falling asleep, even though the plastic seats were uncomfortable to sit on for any length of time. Although we were on separate seats, our shoulders rubbed together every time Rick or I shifted to try and get comfortable and avoid getting a numb butt. I could feel how solid the muscles in his arm were, and occasionally I would turn my head enough so I could sneak a surreptitious look at his admittedly handsome profile. There was nothing, physically or in his personality, that was unattractive about him. His hair was full and kind of floppy at times, dropping down over his forehead until he ran his fingers through it to push it back into place. I caught myself wondering what it would feel like to run my hands through his hair. Was it as soft as it looked? I also wondered how it would feel to have him do the same with my hair. The act of imagining that sent a shiver down my spine, which I had to stop from becoming a pleasurable shudder. I was just starting to enjoy rubbing my arm against him when the receptionist called out my name. "You want me to come in with you, honey?" Rick said, putting his hand on my shoulder and sending a spasm of uncontrolled electricity through me. "No, it's fine. Just routine," the doctor said. "I'll probably be back out in 5 minutes." I followed the smiling receptionist to a door with Dr. Patel's name on it and looked back. Rick shot me a broad, reassuring smile, which made my inside squirm just a little, in a nice way. I smiled back, then knocked and entered when Dr. Patel called from inside. The room was small and even warmer than the waiting area outside. Dr. Patel sat behind a modern desk with a computer situated off to one side, and I went and sat in another plastic chair opposite him. The only other thing of note was a curtained-off area which I assumed was where patients went for examinations. I hoped I wouldn't be needing that today. "Hi, Hannah. It seems like only 5 minutes since I saw you leave in your wheelchair. What was your first day of freedom like?" He wove his fingers together and placed his hands down on the desk, looking at me earnestly. "It was mixed. Rick and the kids have been great, though." "I never thought they would be anything but great. That is one dedicated husband you have there. You know, he only missed 1 week of visiting sessions in all the time you were here. Not even when he was sick with flu and we had to chase him out of here so he didn't infect the other patients." "Really? That's, impressive." "You should count yourself lucky. There aren't that many husbands who would be so devoted for so long." He offered me one of his doctorly sympathy smiles, which I guessed he'd had plenty of practice doing. "No, and I do appreciate it." He must have picked up something from my reply. "But, I hear a but in there." "Well, it has all been a bit confusing, to be honest." "It's bound to take some time to get used to things again." "I understand that. It's just that things are a little odd, I suppose." "Odd in what way?" I explained about the folder and my list of favorite things, and that now, at least, some of them were no longer my favorites. I also told him about the cookies. He sat back in his high-backed swivel chair and rubbed his hands over his face. "So let me get this straight.
You don't like purple or tuna fish anymore. You do like honey when you didn't before, and you do like baking, which you didn't before."
"Yes."
He smiled gently and made a sound that I guessed could almost pass as a laugh, although it was strangled and short-lived. "To be honest, Hannah, what you have said, in my experience—" He placed one hand flat against his chest and ran the other through his jet-black hair. "Sounds entirely normal. For patients like yourself, who was in a coma for 6 months, remember, there will always be some changes to the way your brain functions. That's not to say there is brain damage," he said hurriedly, seeing the expression on my face. "But the way your brain works chemically and the pathways that were established before the accident have been disrupted. If the worst effect is that you don't like purple things anymore, then I'm pretty sure you'd agree that is an impressive recovery."
"Really?"
"Yes, really. I've known patients in a similar condition to come to and be in little more than a vegetative state, needing constant care and being unable to do anything for themselves. I would say you have had a remarkable recovery, in truth." He waited a couple of seconds to see if I was reassured by what he had said. I was, and offered him a nod and a shrug to show it. "Now, the tests I was waiting for have all come back and are all perfectly normal. So, unless you have any other worries, I will make another appointment for you to come back in 3 weeks' time. Then I think you and your family will finally be free of me. If you have any concerns or worries in the meantime, you have my phone number. You can reach me on that at any time, day or night. Okay?"
"Really? Everything is normal?"
"Completely. The only downside—" Here we go. No, it's nothing physical. Because of the problem with your brain, we had to notify the DMV when you left the hospital. It means your driver's license is temporarily suspended for 6 months in case there are any after effects. Sometimes coma patients develop epilepsy, for instance. I'm not saying you will, but it does happen. So until you've been 6 months symptom-free, I'm afraid your husband is going to have to be the taxi driver in the family. Don't worry, though. There were no indications of anything like that while you were here. My suggestion would be to go and enjoy your new life as much as you can, and in 6 months, everything will be back to normal. I had no real concept right then of what normal might actually be, so I was never going to be able to call him out on it if he proved to be utterly wrong, but what he said encouraged me. If my recovery was, by all accounts, remarkable, then maybe I'd been putting too much importance on the little differences that were becoming apparent to how I was before the accident. And I really did thank my lucky stars that I wasn't bedbound and unable to go to the toilet on my own. Being in that sort of condition sounded utterly unbearable to me. I know I shouldn't say it until I've lived it, but I don't think I would have wanted to survive like that. Dr. Patel stood from his seat and leaned over with his hand held out. I stood up and shook it. "I'll see you in 3 weeks, Hannah, okay?"
"Okay."
"And don't forget, if anything happens, call me any time." He held out his hand once I finished shaking it, which I took to mean get the hell out of here, and that is precisely what I did, with a final "thank you" to the doctor. My eyes fell on Rick as I came out. He could have had his head buried in his phone or one of the year-old magazines that littered the low table in front of the seats, but instead he was looking at me, searching my face with his eager eyes. "How'd it go, honey?" he asked.
"All clear. Everything came back clear. I have to come back for a checkup in 3 weeks, but apart from not being able to drive for a while, the doctor says there's nothing wrong with me." Without realizing he was about to do it, Rick stepped forward, put his hands on my shoulders, and pulled me into his oh-so-solid body for a hug. It took my breath clean away. A combination of his speed of movement, the spicy smell of his cologne, and the feel of his body against mine.
It was both intoxicating and concerning at the same time. Taken by surprise, my hands dangled at my sides until I felt the warmth of his body seeping into mine. Slowly, I lifted my arms, stretched them around his broad back, and hugged him too. When we pulled back, I could feel a little color in my cheeks, as if I'd just snatched my first hug on my first date with the hottest boy in town. At least, that's what I assumed it would feel like. He was grinning when I looked up into his eyes, and I couldn't help but feel relieved that my life was my own again, and I was free to do as I pleased, as long as it didn't involve driving. "Listen," Rick said. "I have to ask you this now, okay?" "Okay, go ahead." "I got a call while you were in with Dr. Patel." "From who? Not from the school. Did something happen to one of the girls?" The breathlessness of panic took over from the breathlessness of the lust that was coursing through my body. No, don't panic. It's nothing like that. If anything, it's slightly more complicated than that." I squinted at him, hoping he would just spit it out. "I just got a call from Bernie Thompson's dad." Now I wish he hadn't. "Bernie Thompson's dad? What the hell does he want?" I asked loudly, prompting Rick to hold a finger to his lips. I could feel dread rising up inside me instead of the warm glow from being close to Rick. "Calm down, Hannah," he said, holding both hands up, palms facing me. "What is there to be calm about? His son stalked me and then tried to kill me. What the hell does he want, a copy of the pictures or something?" The words came out, tumbling like boulders down a mountainside during a rock fall. "Hannah." Rick gripped my arms gently with his large, warm hands. "You need to stay calm, okay? Take a breath, hold it, then let it out slowly." I did as he asked, but I still wanted to run away from this and never stop running. "He heard that you'd been released from the hospital and wanted to ask if you would meet with him. If we would, actually. I spoke to him and his wife a couple of times while you were in the hospital. They couldn't have been nicer and wanted to apologize for what Bernie had done. The first time I was so angry with them that I yelled at them and told them I wanted none of their family to ever have any contact with you. I was still so pissed about the accident then. A few months later, they tried again, and I listened. I think they are genuine. He wants to know if we will meet him and his wife for dinner." Rick looked at me with his strong, baby blue eyes, and I could see he wanted me to say yes. I had no memory of Bernie Thompson, or his family, for that matter, and much as I hated the idea of the man who crashed into my car, I couldn't hate him, and if getting to speak with his parents jogged something in my memory, I'd have been pissed if I didn't go. "When?" I asked. "This weekend. Call them back and tell them yes." Rick's face broke out into his now trademark wide smile. Chapter 8. The next 2 days passed without much in the way of drama or incidents. We found the instructions for the welder, and I made a half-hearted attempt to make some jewelry, but in truth, it seemed like a lot of effort for not much in the way of reward. It turned out to be the last time I tried making anything while the burn on my hand from the welder healed up. It wasn't much of a burn, but it put me off. And the way I felt right then, the lack of enjoyment and the risk to my health and welfare were enough to make me pack everything away. Making the jewelry was soothing in a kind of dull, repetitive way, but I couldn't see myself doing it for much more than a hobby. I certainly didn't feel like I had any love for jewelry making in the way Rick had described when he had told me about it. I was still being stared and whispered at by some of the other moms when I took the girls to school, but I came to a quick decision and decided to just ignore them as much as possible. Did I really want to get involved with, or even worse, be the subject of schoolgate gossip? Not really. And as long as they left me alone, I wouldn't be forced to punch their faces in. I'd actually found myself spending a lot of time in the kitchen. Exploring the cupboards was fun. I brought my laptop into the kitchen and Googled each product to try and start to develop my own pool of knowledge rather than having to rely on Rick or the girls to explain what something was. The girls' knowledge was almost as sadly lacking as mine, so Google was the go-to. Some of the stuff that was in there was run-of-the-mill. Other things were decidedly odd, and try as I might, I couldn't figure out what they were for. Once I'd gotten the hang of most of the things in the cupboards, I started in on other things. The cutlery drawer. Knives and forks were easy to work out. I'd used them from the first day I'd woken up. I realized really quickly that a spoon was not just one thing. There seemed to be spoons for all kinds of uses. Who would have thought that one small implement could be so versatile and yet need so many variations? My tour around the kitchen then resulted in my finding a stash of recipe books. That was me done for the day. First, how many ingredients didn't we have? Some of the recipes used ingredients I had to go back to the computer to find out what they were and what they were for. I leaned back in the chair at the dining table and sighed. How was I ever going to get to grips with cooking? It was just so confusing. I stood from the chair to stretch my stiff legs and straighten up my back and walked around the downstairs of the house. I could watch TV. I thought about doing it for about 10 seconds while I thought about the trash that had been on the night before, when Rick and I had spent an evening in front of it, and I tossed the remote back onto the couch. In the end, my footsteps circled past the study and eventually back into it. I cast my eyes over the pieces of jewelry I'd tried to make. They certainly bore a resemblance to some of the pieces Rick had shown me pictures of that I had made before the accident, but it was only a very passing resemblance. All of the elements were there, but none of them seemed to be in quite the right place to turn the misshapen creations in front of me into the intricate things of beauty in the file of photographs. I glanced over at the computer. The report that Rick had shown me about the stalker was on top of one pile. I picked it up and read through it again. It sent a chill down my spine to see what Bernie Thompson had done, to take pictures of the kind he had, of private moments that should be special between a woman and her husband, was the ultimate invasion of privacy. I shivered as a sudden blast of cold seemed to wash over me. Out the window, a light snow had started to fall from the leaden sky. I stood up to watch the tiny flakes begin to coat the ground, like the icing sugar on a cake recipe I'd been looking at. I sat back at the desk. The report about the accident was now on top of the pile of papers. I slid my hand across the polished wood surface of the desk, then dragged the report back to me. I read it through again. No witnesses, and no one had come forward to say they had dragged me out of the car. No ID for the passenger. How badly must the body have been burned for there to be no way of identifying her? All they'd been able to say was that it was a woman and her DNA hadn't matched anyone in the police databases. It was a mystery. But I realized then that barely anything had been said about her, certainly not by Rick. All I knew about her was what Dr. Patel had said. Rick hadn't said whether he knew who it was or asked whether I remembered who it was. Given how much I was floundering with the simple things, like spoons, that was probably sensible. I put the report back down and sighed. Truth be told, I was just a little bored, because I didn't know how to do so much and what a lot of things were. I was stuck somewhere between wanting to do stuff, especially the stuff around the house to take some of the strain off Rick's back, and being afraid of messing up somehow. I was pretty sure Rick wouldn't appreciate coming home to find the house in ashes because I didn't know how to bake a batch of cookies. That one made me think a little, because I did. I had made a batch of cookies without a problem, while following a recipe, of course, and without prevaricating about whether I could. It had been like muscle memory. I just did it. But how could I have muscle memory of something I had never done before, according to everything Rick and the kids had said? That was still puzzling me, but I shook my head to get rid of the thought and headed back to the kitchen. I flipped open the recipe book and looked up a recipe for chocolate cake. I can do this, I told myself. A half hour later, a gooey-looking, sticky mess was in the oven.
I sat at the dining table, flicking through pages on one of the news websites. That was when I had an almost overwhelming urge to write. To write my story, not read about other people's lives. Who the hell are the Kardashians anyway? I opened up the word processing software and started a new document. 20 minutes later, when the alarm went to take the cake out of the oven, I had spewed some of my thoughts out on the screen in a seemingly endless vomit of consciousness. I tested the cake once it was out of the oven, turned the 2 halves out onto a wire rack, left them on the counter to cool, made myself even more coffee, then sat back down in front of the screen. I read back through what I had written, knowing instinctively that the structure of what I had written was wrong. The words had come out in an unordered jumble of events, so I spent some time putting some organization into what I had written, correcting a few typos, and reading. The next time I looked at the clock, an hour had passed. How had that happened? I saved the document just in case, then headed back to the cake. I got a bowl of the frosting I'd made earlier, chocolate, of course, out of the fridge and pulled the plastic wrap off the top. A few minutes later, the cake was layered and coated in a glossy frosting. I put the bowl in the sink to rinse out while I admired my handiwork. It didn't look exactly like the staged picture in the recipe book, but the cake in front of me was a lot closer than the pieces of jewelry I'd made earlier were to their photos. I was amazed at the rush of joy such a simple thing could bring, and I had to blink back tears at the sight of my cake, sitting on a cake stand, ready to be sliced up. As long as it didn't poison anyone, it would be a proud achievement. I wasn't sure if that sounded kind of juvenile, like the first time you leave home and make dinner, or a cake, for that matter. But I didn't much care. I was proud of it. I snapped a picture of it with my phone and spent 10 minutes admiring my handiwork. Then I sat back at the computer and wrote down what I'd done and how it made me feel. And I very nearly jumped out of my skin when the alarm went off on my phone, so engrossed was I in getting those thoughts down in a logical, understandable way. My list of questions for Rick when we sat and talked after dinner was getting longer again. Did he know who the passenger was? Did I used to write before the accident? Did he like chocolate cake? Plus 101 other little questions, mostly about stupid little stuff that most people would know automatically, but I didn't. Nothing new there. I shut my laptop down, grabbed my coat, and headed for the door, not wanting to be late, although the chances of that were remote. I set the alarm 15 minutes early, so I was in for a cold wait at the gates. "That cake was delicious, honey," Rick said as we relaxed in the lounge. The TV was on, but the sound was low. It was a habit Rick said he'd gotten into when I wasn't around, and when the kids had gone to bed. The prospect of spending an evening not hearing another human voice was one he didn't want to have to face, he had said when we had talked about it. It was fine. I wasn't even going to try and put a stop to it. I hoped, once he realized I was going nowhere, that it would come to a natural end anyway. "Thanks," I said, sitting next to him on the couch. I had, up to then, always sat on the other couch by the TV, but I got the urge to try to maybe get a little closer to him. I appreciated what he had done for me, especially after my talk with Dr. Patel, and I didn't want him to think I wasn't grateful. These last few months, the kids have gotten used to going without little treats like that. I mean, you know how lousy a cook I am, right? I shook my head slowly. I'm sorry, Hannah. Just for a moment there I forgot. This is what we used to do before the accident. Always, after dinner, we would spend a little time talking. You were never much of one for the TV anyway. Once we were done, you'd head off to go make jewelry. Well, Rick, I can tell you, that is not going to happen now. I don't like doing it. I can't do it. I have no idea what to do or how to get my fingers to cope with all of those tiny little components. I'm sorry to be a quitter and all, but I don't think I'll be doing that anymore, I said.
I could feel my heart rate start to rise as I waited to see what his reaction might be. He looked over at me, staring right into my eyes, then slowly nodded. That's okay. We can keep the stuff packed away in the study for a while in case you change your mind. My only concern is that you don't get bored and frustrated, being here all day with not much to do.
I can clean.
I hired a cleaner while you were in the hospital. I don't want you doing too much, so I contracted her for another 6 months. We'll see how we go from there.
Okay. I can certainly do laundry.
You can do yours if you'd like. I taught the girls how to do their own laundry as part of their chores around the house.
You did?
Yeah. Actually, they offered. And it's good for them to learn stuff. One day they'll be leaving home. I'd hate for them to go off to college with no idea how to cook or to get clean clothes.
Can either of them make jewelry? I asked with a smile.
No. Rick smiled back, fighting back a laugh. I figured that leaving them alone with that welder was pushing encouraging individual responsibility just a little too far, he said, holding out his hand with his thumb and forefinger an inch apart. We sat quietly then for a few moments. I wasn't sure exactly how to ask what I needed to ask about me or the accident. I didn't really want to drag up any bad memories for Rick, just to satisfy my own need to find out what had happened. So besides baking the cake, what else did you get up to?
Truth be told, Rick, I got a little bored.
Rick laughed aloud at that comment. Oh my God, Hannah, that is so the you from before the accident talking. You could never sit still for long. You always had to be doing something, you know?
I nodded. That's exactly it. I know I have so much to learn, but I feel like I need to be doing something. I hesitated. It seemed kind of dumb now to talk about what I had written, and embarrassing that I had laid myself bare, even if it was just on the computer.
Go on. No need to be embarrassed.
I sat and wrote down my story so far.
Really?
Well, everything I remember, which amounts to a couple of weeks of memories in total, so it isn't a lot.
Catharsis. I remember the doctor saying something about this just after you came around. It can be cathartic to write what you're feeling and experiencing.
Well, it was certainly that.
Do I get to read it? He asked, raising his eyebrows in a show of hopefulness.
Not just yet. I want to go over it a couple more times. Besides, how do you know I haven't written stuff about you that I don't want you to see? I smacked him very gently on the arm with the back of my hand. Barely a touch. He reached over and gently grabbed my hand before I could pull it away. He stared at me as he interlocked his fingers between mine, and I looked away, suddenly feeling a little shy. The tingling in my hand was not because he was cutting off the circulation in my fingers. I knew that for sure because it wasn't the only place that tingled. For a while, silence engulfed us as we sat, holding hands on the couch like a couple of teens on a first date. Not talking, just feeling and looking. I felt the urge to shift across and get a little closer, and with my shyness wearing off, I did. I leaned my head onto his shoulder, and I felt his chest rise and fall in a sigh. Rick, I have a question, I said, as I watched a couple of newscasters delivering the usual dose of bad news on the TV, barely able to hear their voices over the sound of my heart rushing blood through my ears. Uh-oh. Go ahead. He rested his cheek on the top of my head. The accident. Yeah. Are you sure you want to talk about it? I don't want you getting upset, honey. I squeezed his hand to let him know how much I liked his thinking about me like that. No, I'm fine. It doesn't scare me or anything because I remember nothing about it. Okay. What did you want to ask me? It's about the passenger. I felt him tense up slightly, snatching at a breath. What about her? Do you have any idea who she was? Of course not, he said defensively. If I did, I'd have gone to the police. I don't know what it was about what he'd said.
Maybe it was his body language, but I got the distinct impression that there was something more he wasn't telling me. You do know something, Rick, don't you? I don't really want to talk about it. Why? I leaned away from his chest a little and looked up into his eyes. Because it was a bad time. For whom? Look, come on, Rick. You've encouraged me to talk about everything, and I really appreciate having someone to talk to. I'm here for you to do the same. What he said next sent a shiver down my spine. Okay. I'm not proud of this, all right? Go on. He had definitely piqued my interest. I sat up straighter, lifting my head fully from his shoulder, but I kept a grip on his hand. Before the accident, we were having a tough time. We were? Yes, you were distracted. I think I had a right to be if I was being stalked, Rick. No, it was more than that. You would go out during the daytime and not say where you had been. You started making excuses for getting time away from the house. From me. Why would I do that? I didn't know why. We were drifting apart, I suppose. We even went to see a couples therapist to see if there was anything she could do to bring us back. But you didn't seem to want to make the effort. So, what was the outcome? Rick let go of my hand. I thought you might be having an affair. I shucked across the couch away from him so I could look at him properly. What? I thought you were seeing someone else. Cheating on me, maybe. No, no! I suddenly felt panicked. This wasn't what I'd expected him to say at all. I wouldn't do that, Rick. It just doesn't feel right. It doesn't feel like it's something I'd do. Rick looked down at his hands clamped together in his lap. It wasn't the first time. I sucked in a shocked breath. No, that just wasn't me. I knew that in my heart. I would never have cheated. Yet here was Rick, telling me that I had at least once before. That was wrong. It was just plain wrong. I wouldn't do that. I sat as far away from Rick as I could get and pulled my knees up in front of me, wrapping my arms around them. I could feel tears threatening to appear, but I refused to cry, so whenever they appeared in the bottom of my eyes, I wiped them away furiously with the back of my hand. Don't get upset, honey. It was a long time ago, and we got through it. We'll get through this, too. I looked up at him through blurry eyes. I would never cheat on you, Rick. Something is wrong about this. It isn't, honey. You have no memory, remember? And the passenger in the car was a woman, right? I nodded. So you weren't cheating this time. So who was she? Nobody knows. Look, I never really wanted to get into all this just yet. You are still recovering, and I don't want you thinking about something that might or might not have happened in the past. I'm just glad you're alive and back here with me and the girls. When I looked over at him, his face was open, and I couldn't see any indication in his eyes or his body language to make me think he was telling anything but the truth. I hesitate to think what my face looked like, but I felt awful. Being told I'd cheated when I knew, deep down in my soul, that it was something I would never do had shaken me. In the end, I had to accept what Rick had said, and, at the least, he seemed to have forgiven me. When I lay in my bed later that evening, I was just as confused as I had ever been. The meeting with Dr. Patel had assuaged my fears about myself, but this revelation? It had dragged them all back to the surface, kicking and screaming for an answer. I was determined to find one. Chapter 9. Honey, are you nearly ready? Rick shouted up the stairs. Nearly. I'll be down in a second, I yelled out through the open bedroom door. The sitter will be here in 5 minutes, honey. Okay, I said to myself, too quietly for it to reach Rick downstairs. I stared at myself in the full-length mirror fixed to the wall. Rick had taken me shopping for an outfit that fit my much reduced figure, and when I looked in the mirror, I barely recognized myself. My hair was thick and glossy, hanging down loose over my shoulders rather than up in a ponytail, as it had been almost since I woke up in the hospital. The black dress fit perfectly on my top half, then opened out from the waist down, giving it a flowing feeling as I walked. I wasn't so impressed with having to wear pantyhose, but it was a small sacrifice. The big sacrifice was the heels I had on. Geez, they were killing my feet. All I'd worn since I came to in the hospital and after coming home were sneakers, jeans, and t-shirts. My feet were going to be aching for days. I ran my fingers through my hair one last time, checked that my makeup hadn't run yet, and headed out to the stairs, hoping that I wouldn't tumble down them in my unfamiliar footwear. When I got to the bottom, I headed into the living room. "Wow," Rick said, twirling his finger in front of himself. I turned slowly on the spot. "You look fantastic," Rick said, and I could see the real look of pleasure in his face. I flushed at his attention. Since the night of his revelation, I'd come to the realization that whatever had happened was in the past. Rick genuinely seemed to have forgiven me, so it was up to me to get past it and start to rebuild what we'd obviously rebuilt before. I wasn't going to kid myself that it was going to be easy after what he said, but I was back home, bruised and battered, at least on the inside, and I couldn't just ignore the fact that we were supposed to be man and wife any longer. Hence, date night. It wasn't tonight. That was a plan for another night. Tonight was meeting Bernie Thompson's parents, something I was not looking forward to one little bit. "You don't look too bad yourself," I said when I came around to face him again. A well-cut and fitted navy blue suit and a white shirt, set off by a red tie. The illumination from the room lights highlighted the tips of the toes of his highly polished black shoes. He looked every inch the successful businessman that he was. His face had the excited look of someone who was happy to see me and looking forward to a night out. We stared at each other for a long moment. He really was incredibly handsome. His jaw was firm and clean-shaven, and his normally slightly turbulent hair was brushed and combed into submission. The sound of the doorbell chiming broke the spell between us, and Rick hurried to let the sitter in. He shouted up the stairs at the girls, who both came racing down the stairs at breakneck speed. "You look pretty, Mommy," Elise said as she stood, wide-eyed after catching sight of me. She ran over and threw her arms around my waist for a hug. "What about me, Elise?" Rick held his arms out either side and did his own twirl. "Yeah, Dad, you look real pretty, too," Christina said sardonically, as she walked slowly down the stairs Elise had galloped down a moment before. Rick cracked up into laughter while I watched as he chased the girls around for a few moments before dragging them both in for a huge hug. He was a natural with them as a dad, which I was grateful for, given what I had been through. The couple of days between Rick's bombshell about my cheating and the dinner with Bernie Thompson's parents had been filled with reassurances from Rick that what happened was in the past and that we were starting a whole new chapter between us with a clean slate. Eventually, mainly because I had no choice or memory of the events, I had taken him at his word. I was also determined to put it behind us and move on. I wanted to. It was embarrassing to think about for me. "Right then, young lady, your carriage awaits," Rick said, and it took me a moment to realize that he meant me. "Kids, Frankie is in the living room setting up for a movie night. Be good. Frankie," he yelled at the top of his voice, "we'll be back about 11. Help yourself to food from the fridge." "Will do, Mr. Jolly." A soft female voice came floating out of the living room door. I turned to look at Rick. "Frankie? I thought it was a boy." No, Francesca. But anyone who calls her that is likely to limp away with a big bruise on the shin." I smiled at the image. "She lives with her mom just around the corner. She's been sitting for the girls these last 2 or 3 years now. She's a nice kid."
"Okay. Well, that told me for jumping to conclusions."
"Indeed it did, milady. Now may I escort you to your transport for this evening?" He held out his arm, and I hooked mine through it as we headed out to the car. I couldn't quite suppress a giggle. "What's so funny?" he asked as he held open the door.
"All this milady stuff. I'm not used to it."
Instead of moving out of the way as he held the door open, Rick stood his ground and I bumped straight into him in a head-on collision. In a flash, Rick snaked an arm around my waist and pulled me close. "You'd best get used to it, milady, because I've no intention of stopping looking after you any time soon." His breath was heavy, and I could smell the heady aroma of his cologne weaving down into my body. I looked up at him, locking eyes.
"I suppose I could get used to it,"
I said with a slight grin curling one corner of my mouth. "Good," he said, and slid his arm back away from me. "Make sure you do." I stepped to one side and with quivering legs endeavored to get into the car as graciously as I possibly could. Rick shut the door once I was in, and while I pulled over the seatbelt and clicked it into place, he stepped around and got into the driver's side. "You ready, milady?" he asked.
"Stop, I'm no lady."
I put my hand to my mouth and fake fluttered my eyelashes at him. He'd done a great job of completely taking my mind off the real reason we were heading out that cold winter evening. "That remains to be seen," he said, then winked and started up the engine. Oh my, the electricity between us was palpable, and although it had taken a while, I could see why I had fallen in love with him and married him. He was a great dad and provider for the family. All that remained to be seen was how he was as a husband. I knew he was devoted, but I found myself blushing slightly at my wondering what he would be like as a lover. My guess would be gentle and kind, maybe just a little bit naughty. First, there was the prospect of an awkward dinner to get out of the way. I'd been all for it when Rick had mentioned it at the hospital, but as it approached, the less sure I was about whether it was a good idea or not. From what Rick had said, Bernie Thompson's parents seemed to be genuine in their desire to apologize for their son's actions, but I wondered if, maybe, that was just an excuse to meet and hurl invectives at the woman who, they might think, ruined their son's life. I was glad Rick would be by my side, even though I knew I could scatter insults around with the best of them. It was dark outside, the streets lit in the orange glow of streetlights as Rick headed to the restaurant where we were meeting the Thompsons. The wet pavement reflected the lights, seeming to flicker as we went by. Houses showed lit windows while the stores we passed were all closed up and dark for the night. Very few people were out and about on that cold night. I counted seeing no more than 7 or 8 people walking the streets. Out of the front of the car, a brightly lit oasis in a desert of darkness lit up the side of the road, and Rick slowly steered the car into the lot and smoothly drove into a parking space. Bright red neon lights proclaimed the place to be Ricardo's. I'd taken a tip from Christina to look it up on TripAdvisor, a service I had no idea even existed. It had a fine reputation, with almost all good comments. "Best Italian food in town," Rick proclaimed as he switched off the engine. "Good. I'm starving," I said, craning my head to take in the impressive exterior. "Listen, honey, before we go in." "Yeah?" I felt a tiny knot of nervousness wiggle inside me. "I just want you to know that whatever they say or do, I'm here to help you and protect you, okay? If you feel uncomfortable at any time, just say so. I'll have us the hell out of there in no time." "Okay. Thanks, Rick." I appreciated what he had said. I know I'm no shrinking violet, as the schoolgate moms had found out, but the idea that Rick was there for me if I needed him was comforting. "No problem." He turned as if to get out. "Oh, I just remembered one other thing." "What?" "Don't order spaghetti. You always seem to spill it on yourself." He laughed, then dodged out of the car, away from the swing of my hand I aimed his way. I was smiling by the time he got around the car to open my door. I swung out my legs and took the hand he offered to help me out, then hooked my arm through his again as we headed, me wobbling on my heels slightly, toward the bright lights and the enticing smell of Ricardo's. By the time we reached the door, my stomach was doing battle with itself over whether I was nervous or hungry. Whichever it was, my insides were churning. Inside, the place was beautifully appointed. Red leather seats made up booths around the outer edges of the restaurant. The center was laid out with open tables for pairs and quartets. After Rick had spoken to the maitre d', he led us to a booth near the back of the restaurant. A man and a woman were sitting nervously along one of the bench seats and stood as we approached. The man held his hand out to Rick. "Hi, I'm George Thompson. You must be Rick?" The two men shook hands. George was late 50s, I guessed. His hair was tinged with gray around the sides, and the goatee beard he wore was flecked with silver. He had a small potbelly that bulged his shirt over the waistband of his pants. "This is my wife, Donna." He turned to the woman standing next to him. She was shorter than him, but not by much, and was wearing a pale blue blouse and a long navy blue pleated skirt. Her hair had been colored red to hide the gray I'm sure she would have shown otherwise. "Hi, Donna. I'm Rick, and this is my wife, Hannah." Donna released her grip on Rick's hand and held it out to me. I noticed it shaking slightly and her red lips quivering just a little. She looked like she would burst out crying at any moment. My guess was she was just as nervous as me. I looked at her hand for a moment, then lifted mine to shake it. "Hello," I said. My voice was husky from my suddenly thick throat. The moment was emotional. I knew they had come to apologize and do their best to set things straight, but they had lost more than just their memories. They had lost their son. I suddenly understood just how hard what they were doing must be. She let my hand go, and I held it out to George, who took it and shook it. "Please, sit." Rick indicated for them to take their seats, then slid in opposite to George. I followed him in, rearranged my clothes, then looked up to look at Donna. Before anyone could say anything, the waiter came over with glasses and bottled mineral water, depositing them on the table and handing each of us a menu. He asked if we wanted to know what the night's specials were, but Rick said no. We'd choose from the menu. Once the waiter vanished to let us choose, George wasted no time getting to the point of what the evening was intended to achieve. "Anna, before we go any further, Donna and I want to say just how sorry we are for what Bernie did to you before the accident."
"He wasn't right," Donna said. "He wasn't right in his mind, and although we took him to doctors and all, nobody seemed to want to help him when he needed it. We are both truly sorry for what he did." "Thank you, both," I said. "And I want to say how sorry I am about Bernie. I know he was having problems and doing things he shouldn't have been, but I have no memory of them anymore anyway, and it must be tough to lose a son." Donna pulled a tissue out of a pocket and dabbed her eyes, sniffing as she did. "It is. Thank you, Hannah. I appreciate your words," George said, his own eyes shining and his bottom lip now trembling. I didn't feel great about making two people cry, but I couldn't let them live under the misapprehension that somehow their son had damaged me in any way. I remembered nothing. If he was the cause of the accident, I would have something to complain about, but there was nothing to suggest he was or that he drove into my car deliberately. I'd read a report on the accident that something must have made Bernie swerve across the road, according to the crash investigators. They had suggested that maybe a deer ran out in front of him. The waiter looked kind of embarrassed when he came back to take our orders, mainly because George and Donna were both evidently still upset, having to clear their throats to be able to talk almost normally. I ordered spaghetti and got a small nudge of Rick's elbow in response. I was going to prove him wrong if it killed me. Before the food arrived, the four of us made do with some tense and intermittent small talk. Once the waiter had delivered 4 plates of delicious-looking and smelling food in front of us, I relaxed a bit, and George and Donna seemed to a little too. Maybe the night wasn't going to be quite the ordeal I thought it was going to be. So, what can you tell me about me and Bernie? As you know, I have complete memory loss, so anything you can tell me will fill part of the gap. George looked over at Donna, almost as if he was giving her permission to speak. Oh, he loved you, honey, that's for sure. You were both in high school when you first met. I remember the first time he brought you home to meet me and his dad. You were such a cute little thing, and you still are. You came for dinner one night and ate my cooking without a single complaint, lumpy mashed potatoes and all. Donna's cooking isn't the best, George said with a wistful half-smile. Donna must have seen the look of surprise on my face that her husband would say such a thing in public. Oh, honey, don't look so surprised at him. He's right. My cooking is awful. Never did get the hang of it. Too many spoons and cups to get my head around. Besides, I was the one going out and earning all the money. I was too busy as an attorney to worry about cooking. She hesitated for a couple of moments, looking down at the table. That's all gone now, though. How so? Rick asked. He hadn't spoken for a while, and I jumped a little when he did. I had a little breakdown when Bernie died. After 3 months, the other partners decided to buy me out. It's only these last few weeks that I've been more myself, so I'm kind of hoping that tonight will bring a little closure and I can move on. I didn't know. I'm sorry, I said. Why would you, honey? She inclined her head to one side. I know, but even so, I've been kind of focusing on what happened to me. I didn't know how badly it had affected you guys. Can you go back to being an attorney? Probably. Trouble is, I don't know whether I want to or not. Financially, we're in a good place, you know. My share of the partnership was worth a lot of money. And George is still working, so we don't need me to work. The truth of the matter is that I don't know whether I could cope with it. These days, I like to keep myself to myself. I don't like too many people around. If I could shut myself away, I would some days. She stared wistfully at her plate. I was feeling pretty guilty about my self-centered approach to the evening. Donna was clearly suffering, and George clearly adored his wife. Listen to us going on about ourselves, Donna said. I wondered if she sensed that even though I felt sympathy for their situation, I still needed answers to help me make sense of mine. George took up the story. His smooth baritone voice sounded so soporific. I hoped I'd be able to stay awake. Bernie was besotted with you from day one. When it came to time for college and it became clear you would be going to different cities, my understanding was that you agreed to keep seeing each other on weekends. Not just you, Hannah. Both of you, I meant. I tried to tell him how tough that was going to be, but he insisted that he was going to wait for you. When the breakup finally happened, he was okay with it at first, even dated another girl for a while, but he would always come back to you. He didn't blame you, he just never got over you. That was pretty much the last we heard of you until the accident, and we found out what Bernie had been doing. I am so sorry for that. It is beyond any kind of explanation. I understand, I said. It isn't your fault, and I don't blame you. I looked them both in the eye, one after the other, to make sure they understood and believed what I was saying. How could I blame them when it wasn't their fault? I need a drink, I said. We'd declined wine with the dinner order, but I felt an urge for a glass of something. I searched the room for the waiter and eventually caught his eye. Can I get a large glass of the house red, please? Anyone else? I looked around the table. Donna and George both shook their heads. I glanced at Rick.
I knew he wouldn't drink and drive, but the look of puzzlement on his face stopped me. "I'll be back with your drink in a moment," the waiter said, and beat a retreat. "What is it?" I asked Rick quietly. "Red wine." "Red wine?" I knew I'd screwed up my face, questioning what he was asking. "You never drink red wine. You always say it gives you acid indigestion." I looked at Rick, not knowing what to say exactly, especially with Donna and George overlooking our every word and action. "I figured one glass wouldn't hurt," I mumbled. Was this another one of those weird things that had changed about me? I guess the acid indigestion would tell us the answer to that question. "So listen, Hannah, what are you going to do now with your life?" "I don't know, in truth," I said, tearing myself away from Rick's puzzled expression. Things seemed to have changed about me, little things. Plus I need some time to adjust to living with no memory. I'm going to take my time to decide. "You can take as long as you like, honey," Rick said.
"There now, no rush," Donna said. "That's how I like my life. No rush."
I didn't know whether to believe her or not. Her voice seemed to carry at least a little regret. Understandable, after a lifetime working at something, but also quite sad. "So were you injured in the crash?" George asked. "I mean, I know you were in a coma, but we never got to know how badly you were hurt." "Well, according to the doctors, no, I wasn't. Scratches and bruises mostly." "Oh, right. Well, that's good. I was going to say they did a good job of fixing any scars if you were injured. They even fixed that little scar you had on your neck." Instinctively, I put a hand to my throat. "What scar?" I asked. I'd spent a while looking at myself in the mirror back in the hospital and had never noticed a scar. "You had this little scar on the back of your neck. Here." He pointed at the side of his neck, toward the back of it. I moved my hand around but could feel nothing there. "How did I get it?"
"Well,"
Donna jumped in,
"from what you told us, you were at a party when you were 5 or 6. Somebody was smoking a cigarette and turned quickly as you walked by, and the cigarette burned your skin."
I started to feel panic rising and took a mouthful of wine to try and calm myself down. "I don't have a scar." I turned to Rick, whose eyes flicked back up from my neck just as I looked at him. "I don't see one. I've never noticed one." Here we go again. Something else being thrown up out of nowhere to throw me off balance. Every time I relax a little, something happens to make me doubt myself. "Don't worry, honey. There's all sorts of reasons why it," Rick said. I could see the concern on his face. He knew what was going to happen, and so did I, but there was no way I was going to be able to stop it.
"Are you okay, Hannah?"
Donna's eyes were full of concern, too. Maybe she recognized in me what she had felt herself over the last few months. "It's another one, Rick," I said, then started breathing in through my mouth and out through my nose, one of the techniques I'd been given in the hospital to try to counter a panic attack. "Stay calm, honey. Listen, guys, maybe this wasn't such a good idea. I'm going to get Hannah out of here." "Are you sure, Rick?" George said. "Will you be okay?" "We'll be fine. I just need to get her home." "Okay, well, you do that. I'll take care of the bill. You get her home safe, you hear?" "I will. I'm sorry." With that, Rick stood from his seat and helped me to my feet. I already felt lightheaded for trying to push back the rising sense of panic, and I staggered slightly. I remember looking at the half-full glass of wine on the table, wondering if that could have affected me. Rick whipped his arm around my waist to support me and whispered in my ear for me to keep on breathing. I looked down at Donna and her worried face. "I'll be fine," I managed to croak. "Just need some air."
"Take care, honey. Maybe some other time we—"
I nodded.
"Yes, maybe."
Rick started to walk me away from the table, and in a few seconds we were outside where the cold night air immediately hit me. "Sorry," I muttered as my breathing began to slow down and moderate. I was no longer sucking in huge lungs full of air. I could feel my heart rate slowing, and the sweat trickles that had started on my back stopped flowing. Once we were back in the car, I turned to Rick, holding back my hair where it covered up my neck. "Tell me if there is anything there," I said. Rick switched on the interior light and peered up my neck. "I don't see anything." "How can that be?" I asked, trying to think logically. "How could I have a scar once, but not now?" "Well, think about it, honey. We met in college, right? I have never seen a scar on your neck, so you must have had it fixed before we met. Any mark left would have likely faded away by now." It seemed like a logical answer. It had to be, otherwise... Well, otherwise, I couldn't think about it. It made no sense. "Are you okay now?" Rick asked. Yeah, I'm fine." "You want to go for a drink? It's only 9. We could go to that bar down the street from the house, leave the car in the lot overnight, and walk home under the stars." The drink sounded appealing. And why wouldn't I want to walk under the stars with Rick? "Sounds great to me." "You sure? If you'd rather just—" "I'm fine. You were right about the scar, I'm sure." "Okay, great. I know I could do with a drink." "Me too." The bar had been humming when we arrived, and by 10:30 it was packed to the rafters. But boy, had it been fun. "I kicked your ass," I said as we walked along the sidewalk back toward home, and I giggled at the memory of seeing the black ball drop into the center pocket in the deciding game of our best of 3. "Beginner's luck," Rick said. I knew he was putting the grumpy voice on, and it made me giggle even more. "Yeah, right. I'm a natural." "You are," he said. "I think in all the years I've known you, I only beat you a handful of times. I should have known better than to challenge you." "Well, maybe next time I'll let you in." "Cocky or what?" he said. "Maybe next time I'll kick your ass." I'd felt overdressed and self-conscious when we went into the bar, but a couple of beers had soon eased that. "In your dreams, buddy," I said. Starting to feel the cold now after the heat of the bar full of warm bodies, I wriggled my fingers inside Rick's arm and walked closer. "My feet are killing me," I said after we'd walked in silence for a while. "These heels are murder on them." Rick turned his head to look down at me. "You look great in them." Whoa, was there some heat in that look? "You look pretty good yourself." "Thank you. I do have another reason I lost at pool." "Oh, right. Come on, let's hear the pitiful excuse you've dreamed up." "It's not pitiful. It's true." "Go on, it won't stop me crowing, though, you know that?" "I know, you have bragging rights for now." "Come on, then. Spill your excuse out so I can mock it mercilessly." "I got distracted." "Yeah, right. By what?" "By the other people in the bar." "Well, I did too, especially that big guy who smelled like he hadn't had a shower in a week. I'd say we were even on that." "I was distracted because I didn't want them to be there." "Okay, the atmosphere would have been lacking, though." "I didn't want them to be there because every time you bent over the table, I wanted to do things that I wouldn't want those other people to see." I couldn't help my sharp intake of breath in the same way I couldn't stop the sensation that seemed to spring from every part of my body instantaneously. Rick looked around again. "Sorry, I shouldn't have—" "Don't spoil it, Rick. I'm glad you were thinking those things. I've been thinking them too. Not, throwing you on a pool table and doing stuff." "No? Shame." His face was broken by the huge grin spreading across it. "Shameless, more like it. And I mean it. But listen." I know. We said it would take time, and you're probably not ready yet. I'm sorry, I shouldn't—" "Will you shut up for a minute and let me finish?
I was going to say that the quicker we get home, the better, but I can't walk fast in these heels.
Take them off.
The ground is freezing cold.
Right, well, as much as it goes against my better judgment. He freed his arm from mine and stepped out in front of me, then squatted. Hop on, he said.
You're giving me a piggyback ride?
You have any better ideas? I need you home as soon as possible, and I'd prefer it if you weren't hobbling into the bedroom.
Okay. Not very ladylike, but...
I hitched my dress up so I could climb onto his broad back without ripping the fabric. Rick stood up and I locked my arms around his neck, only loosening them when he started to make out that he was choking. I won't let you fall, he said. I believed him. We laughed all the way home, by which time he was panting a little. He backed up to the step up to the front door and let me down, then turned to face me. As he looked down on me, the streetlight glow left one side of his face and both eyes deep in shadow. He stepped forward and pulled me in close. I could see my breath clouding and billowing up past his face in the frigid air. With our gazes locked together, he slowly brought his head down while I lifted mine until our lips met in a soft, unsure kiss that momentarily took my breath away. When he stood back up, he looked down at me and said, I gotta take Frankie home. I nodded. I'll be waiting, I whispered. Your place or mine? He asked with a grin. Ours, I said. Who needs a date night? I thought to myself as I headed inside. Chapter 10. A week later, after the main event of the night meeting Bernie Thompson's parents, and I'm finally starting to get to grips with life, I decided that I needed to find a routine for my life. Otherwise, I ended up spending each day with endless mooning around the house once I'd taken the kids to school. I quickly found what worked, and for the last week I'd barely given any thought to what happened in the accident or after I'd woken up. I had spent a couple of days, on and off, trying to find any evidence of that damn scar George and Donna had talked about, but in the end, I gave up, realizing I would just drive myself crazy looking for it. Rick must have been right. From what I had found out from my folder and from cozy nights in front of the fire, Rick and I had met right out of college, and it had been one of those lust-at-first-sight things that gradually turned into something more meaningful. The routine was to get the kids to school and get myself home, then spend a couple of hours writing on my laptop. Errands or jobs around the house, including laundry for Rick and me, a quick lunch, another hour of writing, then off to school to pick up the girls. Once we were home, I would make a snack if I hadn't baked earlier, then get ready to cook dinner after spending some time with the girls around the dinner table. Homework. Yuck. It was the one time of day now where I was forced to face up to my lack of memory. Math problems were the worst. I mean, have you ever tried to explain a math formula to someone who doesn't understand? Just picture that scene with two people who don't understand, and you will know what I'm talking about. Google again proved to be my friend. It might not have been everyone's idea of a fulfilling life, but it was giving me a chance to heal, slowly and steadily, to find my place in the family, and for my mind to slowly desist from the whirl it had been in the whole time since I woke up. So far, that day had been like the others. It had all gone to plan, which was good. I felt peaceful and calm, and for once ready to face the behind-the-hands chatter at the school gate, which, depressingly, seemed no closer to stopping. It had been going on since day one, but it seemed to me, at least, that it had begun to ease off as familiarity took its toll on the numbers of school gate gossip-mongers, but the undercurrent of curiosity, of nosiness was still there, and every now and then I'd hear my name being whispered. I supposed, if nothing else, it proved that in the hearing department there had been no damage. I had purposely not responded to any of them, apart from once right at the beginning, and as a tactic it had seemed to work. New objects of fascination had obviously arisen for most of them. While I waited for the girls, I took a look around at the moms. Normally, I would bring my phone and pretend to be reading something while I waited, so I didn't have to engage with any of them. But that day, in what I thought was a sign of my growing self-confidence, I waited without it. I could see from the corner of my eye the small gaggle of 4 moms for whom I was still a subject for frantic, whispered discussion. They were like clones of the same woman. Designer jeans, designer t-shirts, designer shoes, and pretty much everything that should be natural replaced by silicone and veneers. The only real differences between any of them were their hair color and their eyes. When I told Rick about them a few days ago, he suggested I read a book called The Stepford Wives. He was right on the nail with that assessment, but I thought the real-life women I was having to deal with were bitchier about others, and that their perfect lives were just cover-ups for other things going on in their backgrounds. 5 minutes before the kids were due to come rushing, chattering madly out of the school, one of the SWs stepped forward, a look that was a mixture of fury and disgust on her face. I'd surreptitiously watched her as she was surrounded by her acolytes, and I could see she was winding herself up like a cuckoo clock, preparing to mark the hour. "Hi," I said when she came to stop in front of me. Her friends edged closer, like a pack of hesitant hyenas around a festering carcass. I think they just wanted to make sure they heard every insult I assumed I was about to receive. "Who are you?" the woman asked. Just for a moment, I thought I detected fear in her eyes, but it passed too quickly for me to be sure. "I'm Hannah Jolly. Who are you?" "I'm Camilla." She said it like it was supposed to mean something to me, but I just shrugged, so she knew it didn't. "What can I do for you, Camilla?" I tried not to let my impatience show, but I'm not sure I succeeded. "You used to be my friend. We all used to be friends." Her Stepford friends all nodded slowly in unison. Freaky. And now you stand away from us and ignore us. What did we do to you?" "I'm sorry. Do you know what happened to me?" "Of course." "And you're aware that I have no memory?" "But you must remember us." The accompanying nods were all in perfect time again. I felt like running, but was trapped by the fact that the kids were due out any minute. "I don't remember anything. Sorry." "You've changed." "Huh. You think? I had a car crash and was in a coma for 6 months. I was hardly going to come out of it unchanged, don't you think?" "There's no need to be snarky, Hannah." "Excuse me? Aren't you the one who marched over asking me stupid questions?" I could feel my cool facade warming up by the second. "You have changed. You were never like this before. Something happened in that accident. It's like you're a whole different person." I couldn't find the words for what I wanted Camilla to do. The first of the kids were already out of school, heading for the gate, and I didn't want to make a scene with this woman, but she had hit on something that had been bugging me. It was as if I was another person, but only parts of me. Parts of my persona had changed, but according to Dr. Patel, that was absolutely normal. What I didn't feel was the need to explain all of that to some toffee-nosed robotic housefrau. "Hey, Camilla, do you mind if I borrow Hannah for a few moments? Thanks." A woman I didn't know grabbed my arm and spun me away from Camilla, who retreated back to her cabal when I checked over my shoulder. "Hi, Hannah. I know you don't recognize me or know who I am, but I'm Julia. I know you didn't ask for it, but you looked like you needed to get away from the witches back there." She arrowed her thumb over her shoulder. "I was just about to clock her one, so yes, I guess I'm grateful." "Thanks, Julia." "It's the least I can do. I owe you way more than a rescue from the dark side." I knew who she meant without her having to point. She obviously felt the same way I did about the SWs, although I thought it best to keep my nickname for them to myself for the time being. "Listen, Hannah, I'm Frankie's mom.
You know, she babysat for you the other night."
"Oh, right. She's at this school?"
"No, she's at the high school up the road, but her brother's here."
"Okay."
"Well, we only live 5 doors down from your house. Do you feel like coming around for coffee? The kids can play video games or something for an hour. I have fresh cookies waiting at home. I'd like to chat. I haven't seen you for an age, and we were close before all of this. You helped me out, and I want to do the same for you now." I looked at Julia for a second or two. I had, at some stage, to start rebuilding relationships with people other than the family, and she seemed genuine, although at the back of my mind a little voice was telling me no, and to keep myself to myself. Another voice was asking me why she had waited so long if we were close. In the end, I decided to take the chance.
"That would be great."
I gave her a smile, then whipped around at the sound of Elise's voice. "Hey, Elise," I said.
"Hey, Mommy."
"We're going around to Julia's house so you kids can play video games while Julia and I have a chat."
"Great! Mrs. Brown makes great cookies."
"Better than mine."
"You've been baking?"
Julia asked. I dropped my head, and I had to bite my tongue before I replied, "Yeah, I seem to have developed a fondness for baking." Julia had her eyebrows raised when I looked over at her, but she recovered quickly.
"Great. That takes the pressure off my baking from now on."
Christina eventually joined us once she tore herself away from her friends, and Julia's son tagged along beside her, trying to talk, but not getting much of a response. I felt like I should be telling her off for ignoring him, but he didn't seem to mind. And truth to be told, although I cared about the girls, I didn't feel like the bond between us was growing as quickly as it had between Rick and me, particularly since we had started to share a bedroom. The first time Elise spotted me heading out of our room, she looked a little puzzled, but gave me a hug anyway. When Christina spotted me, she went bright red, and I'm sure she muttered, "Gross," under her breath. When we got to Julia's, the kids all disappeared after milk and cookies, and I sat down on a couch in Julia's lounge. She sat opposite on another couch. "So, how are things at home?" she asked as she poured coffee from a metal pot. "Improving. I'm getting the hang of things more now." "Okay." I could see she was trying to frame the next question in her head. "So, can you really remember nothing?" She sounded incredulous, even if she hadn't meant to. "Nothing before I woke up in the hospital. I can remember what has happened since then, of course, but before that, not a thing." I thought there was a slight tinge of relief on her face, but it vanished as quickly as it appeared. "So you don't remember my troubles, then?" She sighed and leaned back on the couch. "Sorry. I'm sorry, but no, I don't. You had troubles?" I looked around the room, which was spotless. I wish I could keep our house so clean, but with the girls constantly eating or tripping in and out, I hadn't quite gotten to grips with keeping up with them. Julia was obviously better organized than I was. "Oh, yes," she said, then slowly blew on her coffee through pursed lips. "My ex and I divorced. The final papers came through a year or so ago now, but before the accident, you were so kind. You helped out with the kids when I had to go see the attorney. Whenever I asked for or needed help, you were there. I just wanted you to know that same goes. You only have to say if you need any help with anything at all. Okay?" "Okay, thanks. I appreciate it." And it was true. I did. I barely knew her, but to my feeble mind that was what friends did for each other. "No problem. How are things between you and Rick?" I could feel the color rising in my cheeks. Even though a more normal routine had emerged recently, it still felt kind of weird talking about it. "Better." "You guys sharing a bed yet?" I was just about to sip my coffee when she said that.
It made me splutter and spill some on my jeans. "Sorry, I didn't mean to make you uncomfortable. You were gone a long time, and Rick is a good-looking guy. I didn't think it would take long for you two to get back to normal." I didn't want to burst her bubble by telling her what Rick had said about our relationship before the accident. That was something for another time, if ever. Anyway, I'm glad it's all coming together again. I really valued our friendship before things all went wrong. She leaned in a little and looked around to make sure none of the kids were within earshot. "I'm glad you guys have sorted things out between you. It's okay. I know you were in couples counseling and all before the crash, so maybe now you have a chance to build something new between you both." I blushed a little that Julia knew stuff about me that I didn't even know myself a few days ago. "And maybe you can put him behind you." "Mom, Dad just texted me. He says he's 5 minutes away and taking us all out for pizza," Christina yelled from the top of the stairs. I smiled over at Julia, having only half heard what she said as Christina shouted. "Looks like I gotta go. Listen, thanks for rescuing me and for the coffee." 2 sets of footsteps came down the stairs, one doing their impression of a baby elephant coming downstairs in an almighty rush, the other plodding down like a worn-out cart horse. "Come on, Mom, we gotta go," Elise said excitedly, grabbing my hand and pulling on it. "Let me know if you need any help with the kids, Julia, and thanks. I appreciate what you've said this afternoon." I reached down and grabbed my purse, then followed the girls out the door at breakneck speed. I really did appreciate Julia's intervention. I didn't think Rick would have been too happy if I'd been arrested for beating on Camilla. It did make me wonder just exactly how I was going to manage to rebuild my life with other people. They all knew stuff about me that I didn't know myself. I knew nothing about anybody other than what they decided to tell me. Trying to build friendships was going to be fraught with difficulties. I could see that. But could I go through my life not knowing whether to trust someone in case they didn't tell me something important about themselves? How could I talk to anyone about my experience? They had all of their memories. They knew what it was like to give birth or get married. They knew what it was like to fall in, or in Julia's case, out of love. I knew none of that. It was like my emotions and memories were all wrapped up in a huge tarpaulin, covered up and hidden away from view with no way of ever getting out. I didn't know when or even if that tarp could be pushed to one side to reveal what was underneath. The real me. My real life. How could anyone who hadn't been in the same situation even begin to understand what this was like? How could Rick understand it? He had been nothing but kind and patient, so he was trying to understand, but I knew he wouldn't be able to truly understand. Now that I was looking back at what had happened in the last couple of hours, I wasn't sure I'd done the right thing by talking to Julia. My natural inclination, my first reaction, was to keep myself to myself, not let anyone inside. And the reaction I was having to even just a short chat with Julia wasn't doing anything to make me think that my natural reaction wasn't the right one for me. But then I looked at the girls. What sort of example would I be setting to them if I spent all my time shut up in the house, half-heartedly doing the things I did before, not trusting anyone, not allowing anyone to get past my barriers that even now I felt I was building higher and higher, instead of tearing them down and making space inside me for others to fill? If I did that, I could have no recourse for either of them doing the same thing. I didn't think Elise would, anyway. She was so naturally outgoing and friendly. Christina was already morose with just an occasional flash of emotion or feelings. I couldn't remember what I was like as a teenager, so I had no idea if that was just her way or a learned behavior. If it was, then it might even be too late for me to try and persuade her that there is another way, especially when I was as reluctant as she evidently was to accept that. I guessed the only way to find out was to talk about it with the only people who really knew me. Chapter 11. When we got back from the very busy but very pleasant pizza restaurant, Christina disappeared up to her room while Elise settled herself down in front of the TV. "A half hour, honey. No more," Rick said as he headed into the kitchen.
"Okay, Dad,"
Elise replied in that world-weary, whatever-you-say kind of way prepubescent kids seem to inherit from their older sisters. I smiled to myself. It seemed perfectly normal, and Rick paid no heed, so I wasn't going to get worked up into a lather about it. We hadn't talked about anything but school while we were out, other than to talk about boyfriends around Christina, who spent the whole meal blushing about being made to listen to the conversation. Rick had told me what I had apparently told him about my first boyfriend back when I was Christina's age. His name was Judd, and I got the hots for him during science class because he knew all the answers the class teacher asked, and I liked that. He was nerdy, wore spectacles, and had a strange collection of clothes, but he also had a bright smile, and even at 13 he'd begun to develop a wispy mustache over his top lip that I thought made him look kind of grown up. He was also, apparently, a terrible kisser, and we broke up a few weeks after we got together because of that. It embarrassed me almost as much as it embarrassed her. I'm pretty sure, like most kids, she was under the illusion that Mom and Dad didn't have to have sex before they were born or to create them, and should be discouraged from any discussion of any topic that even came close to talking about sex now. Rick seemed to delight in challenging that particular point of view. He teased her, but stopped when it began to look like she might get upset. I thought perhaps it was getting toward the time when maybe I'd gained enough of Christina's trust to start having conversations about some of the things we needed to have conversations about to keep her safe, both physically and emotionally, in the coming years. That would have to wait for another day, though. Maybe one time when we're alone with no chance of being disturbed. "So," Rick said once he had set the coffee machine to work, "did you have a good day?" "It was okay." "Okay good or okay bad?" "I had a bit of a run-in with one of the moms from school." He frowned. "How much of a run-in?" "Verbal, not physical." Rick seemed to look relieved at that. "Well, that's good. I can't imagine you trading punches outside the school gates." "She's lucky that isn't exactly what I did," I said, remembering how pissed I was with the over-preened woman who had confronted me, and, more importantly, what she had said. His frown was back. "Who was it?" "Camilla. Don't know her last name." He tried to hide it, but I saw him flinch and his eyes squeezed together slightly. "What? What did I do to Camilla?" "Nothing. Nothing at all. She has always been a little... what's the word now?" "Bitchy?" I offered. Rick coughed and laughed at the same time, sounding like a strangled cat. "No, that wasn't the word I was looking for. Intense, I guess, would be the way I'd describe her. So what did she say to you?" "I can't remember word for word, but she said there was something wrong and I wasn't like the Hannah from before the accident." Rick put an elbow on the counter and rested his clenched fist on his mouth for a moment. Once he'd controlled whatever emotions were running through him, he stood up straighter and looked at me. "She has a mouth she can't control, Hannah. I'm sorry. I should have warned you about her. But as you know only too well, you are different. Not in a bad way," he rushed to add. "But to someone like Camilla, it's just an opportunity to poke her nose into other people's business and stir things up. You should just ignore her." "Easier said than done when she gets up in my face," I said, breaking the look between us. "So what happened?" "Julia." "What about her?" he asked with a snap. "She pulled me away, making some excuse to Camilla." Rick smiled. "Julia's a good friend to us all. She told you about..." "Her being Frankie's mom? Yes."
And about me helping her through her breakup? Yes, she told me about that, too.
I take it you talked.
We did, for a while at least.
The coffee machine beeped, and Rick turned to make the drinks. What else did you talk about?
Oh, nothing much. By the time we'd gotten through all that, you had texted Christina, so we left. Apparently, Elise was so hungry she could have eaten 3 polar bears.
Rick chuckled as he poured milk in his cup, then turned to hand over my cup. So anything else happened today?
Nope.
You do anything at home?
Not really. I tidied up a little and mooched, you know.
Rick nodded sagely.
I'm bored, Rick, if I'm being honest. Physically, I feel fine. I'm eating normally, but the hours I'm spending at home are holding me back, I think. I have too much time on my hands and end up spending it with the thoughts in my head going around and around like a whirlpool. I need something to do, and I don't mean cooking and cleaning either, before you go all caveman on me.
I would never even consider suggesting that, Rick said, but his gulp after he finished speaking gave that away.
I fixed him with a disbelieving look, and he had the good grace to flush at being caught out. Well, let's think about it a minute. Whatever you decide to do, you either need to be close by or just working from home. Have you got any ideas about what you might do? I'm thinking maybe writing. I think I have a story to tell, and that's what I would start with.
You think you could try to do that?
Take a slow breath and allow this gentle interlude to steady your heart before the story continues.
Won't know unless I try.
Rick pouted slightly.
True, he said, nodding. Listen, you do know we don't have to earn any more money, don't you? Yeah, I know. But I'm hoping it might be therapeutic, too. Maybe even help me to remember some of the things in my past.
Well, if it helps you to not be bored, it will be something, I guess. Go for it. What harm can it do? Just remember to change everyone's names, he said with a grin.
I knew I didn't need Rick's permission. I could have just started writing, but I didn't want him to stumble upon it in a few weeks' time and think I was trying to hide it from him. There had clearly been enough lies in the past without adding even more now.
You want to watch some TV? He asked, nodding toward the living room where the theme tune to The Simpsons was just playing the show out.
Sure, I said, even though I was more excited at the prospect of doing something constructive for a change. I couldn't afford to forget how much I owed Rick, and locking myself away in the study on my own every evening was not the way to show my gratitude. Date time, when I was alone, would be my writing time. I screamed loudly as the headlights in front of me suddenly swerved toward the car I was in. Before that, I was talking, but it was as if my ears were gummed up after a bad cold. The words were there in the air, but I couldn't make out what I was saying. The road was quiet, and I could see a set of lights way back in the distance in the side mirror. Whoever was driving was wearing gloves, black woolen gloves on small feminine hands. One hand was on the steering wheel, the other holding a gun, which was pointing at me. She was talking, too, angrily,
spitting out words I just couldn't grasp the meaning of, but the noises were urgent, almost vicious. Outside, street lights glowed yellow through the windshield, the dusty glass blurring the light into a huge mass that covered the entire screen and stopped me from seeing anything much outside other than the dark outlines of trees and the rolling silhouettes of hills set back from the highway. The car seemed to be moving quickly, too quickly. Whoever was driving it wasn't watching the road, although ahead a set of lights had appeared in the distance, marking out the road ahead. I listened to the ranting voice next to me, shouting back words that were incoherent to me now, trying to win whatever argument we were having. Suddenly, she squealed. The lights of a car swept past, but the inside of the vehicle was dark. It looked like the car was driving itself. All I saw was dark bodywork and orange lights reflecting in the glass. The harsh sound of a horn drew my attention to the front of the car. The driver screamed as the lights approached. I screamed as it hit. Then everything went to black, except the 2 red dots of the car as it pulled up ahead of us. All I could hear were screams in the darkness, then fire, crackling brightly, hot flames licking up the front of the car, spreading quickly, too quickly, coming closer and closer until I could feel their heat starting to warm the skin on my face. "Hannah?" I groaned. The screaming had stopped, leaving a high-pitched whine in my ears, the echo of the noises I'd made. "Hannah?" Something shook my shoulder. "Hannah, shit, you're scaring me now." "Oh, it's Rick," I thought through the haze. Rick got me out. I opened my eyes, then sat up quickly when I saw Rick's face lying next to mine on fluffed-up pillows with bright white cotton covers. I shook my head. "You were dreaming, honey." "I was?" Confusion was racing through my head. "Yeah, you screamed really loudly. It nearly deafened me. I nearly peed my pants, too." I smiled uncertainly. "Nice. What was the dream?" I gulped, and my mouth felt so dry, as if I'd been screaming for a long time. "I was in the car." "Okay. Who was driving? Don't push it, only remember what you can." "We were driving. We were arguing. Whoever was driving was angry. So angry. Then there was another car." "Bernie's car." Yes, his car. But there was another. It overtook Bernie's car as it was approaching, and he swerved to avoid it." "Another car?" "Yeah. The last thing I remember is their taillights." "You didn't see who was in it?" He was leaning over me now, concern written clearly on his face. "No, it was dark. Then after the crash there was just fire." Rick was quiet for a few moments, contemplative. Eventually he spoke again. "That's fantastic, Hannah." "Is it?" "Yeah, of course it is. It is the first sign that your memory might be coming back." "But it was a dream." "What do you mean?" I sighed. "It was a dream. It might be something my mind has made up to fill a gap or something. I'm saying it might not be true." "Did it feel real?" "Yes, it did. It was odd because I couldn't hear what anyone was saying, me included, but it felt real enough. It's why I screamed, I guess." Rick rolled over onto his back. "I guess so," he said. "Are you going to be okay going back to sleep? We can talk about it better in the morning. I can go make you some hot milk if you like." No, it's fine. Go back to sleep. I will be." I didn't. I couldn't. I lay in the bed, our bed, my eyes fixed on a spot on the wall, replaying the events in my head like an instant replay at a football game. The light in the side mirror, 2 sets of headlights side by side on the road, the sound of the horn and more lights heading toward us. It was real.
It felt real. It didn't feel ethereal. It was solid, like the blackness of the inside of the car that passed, the car that had made Bernie drive into us. It wasn't Bernie's fault at all, at least not in the version running through my head. Then something else occurred to me. I remembered seeing the lights ahead, brake lights shining in the darkness. Had whoever caused the accident come back to get me out? Who was in the second car? Was any of it real? Now that I'd had the dream, would I start to doubt myself if I got my memory back and remembered events differently from the dream? It hadn't helped. It had made things worse. I went over things again a couple more times. Could I trust what I had dreamed? It felt real. It felt so real I could feel the pain I was feeling at whatever words the driver was throwing at me. I just couldn't hear the words. While I lay awake, listening to Rick's steady breathing, I felt the world was starting to make more sense. Or less sense, depending how I looked at it. It was also starting to concern me. I needed to find out who was driving, but I had no clear idea how I was going to go about doing that. She was the key. She was the person, dead or not, who might tell me why I was in that car, and who was in the overtaking car. Whoever was driving that other car, if it was real, was responsible for the crash, for the accident. Was it an accident? Was it deliberate? If it was, why would someone do that? If it was, whoever had done it was still out there. I felt the cold fingers of fear grasp onto my spine, and for the longest time that night they wouldn't let go. It was only when I rolled over and huddled up to Rick's sleeping body that I could take enough warmth and comfort from him to allow me to lull myself to sleep. Chapter 12. "Hi, Hannah," Dr. Patel said from his desk as I walked into the same hot, bland room I'd seen him in previously. "How are things panning out?" "Pretty good so far. A few hiccups, but generally things are okay." "That's good. Now, not to rush things or anything, but we've had a look at your CT scan and MRI again, just to make sure we're not missing anything." "Oh, why?" "Well, the rest of the neuro team and I are concerned about your memory loss. Have you had any signs of it returning?" "No. I had a dream about the crash the other night, but I have no way of knowing whether that was real or just something my brain made up." The doctor's face lit up. "That's really great news, Hannah. That could be the start of a gradual return of your memory. Are you still finding other things that have changed?" I don't think I'd ever seen Dr. Patel quite so excited before. "I still don't like purple, and I love baking. There have been a couple of other things, too." I thought about the comment about the scar on my neck, but didn't relish the idea of being poked around anymore, so I didn't mention it specifically. "Okay, well, as I said before, those kinds of small changes are all perfectly normal. What I'd like to do today is just run through a few questions with you, just to see if any of them, let's say, nudge things along a little. If they do, just say so, and we'll take that strand as far as we can. Okay?" I was doubtful, and I said so. I knew there was nothing there, and I didn't need a pile of pointless questions to confirm it, but Dr. Patel was insistent. Eventually, I nodded my assent. "It will help us to assess whether there is a psychological reason for the memory loss. At the moment, there seems to be no physical reason, but if we can rule out parts of your psyche, it will point us in the direction we need to take to help you move past this. What do you say?" The 3 weeks had passed in a blur, and I'd almost forgotten the appointment to see Dr. Patel. It had been a rush to get there on time, and I was already feeling flustered about that. So much had happened in those few weeks, and yet so little in respect to my memory other than that one scary dream. I was getting less worried about the lack of memory as I adjusted and learned how to live without it, but I still would like some answers. Okay, let's go for it. I suppose the first thing you'll say is that there's no guarantee it'll work, though. The doctor laughed quietly. You've spent too much time around the hospital, Hannah. Okay, just relax. I'm going to ask you a series of questions. Answer the ones you can answer. Don't answer or preferably say, I don't know, to the others. You ready? I nodded. My gut feeling was that this was going to be a lot harder than the doctor made out it was going to be, so I steeled myself. What is your name? I answered quickly, and he checked a box on the sheet of paper on the clipboard before him on the desk. What is your husband's name? Again, I confidently said the answer. What are your children's names? Christina and Elise. Excellent. Is that it? I'll be off then, I said, only half joking. Ha ha, no, not just yet. He flashed his dark eyes up at me after reading the next question from his paper, but before asking it. Pity, I said quietly. I could already feel my heart rate starting to increase. I blew out a breath slowly through my pursed lips. You okay? I nodded. Let's just get this over with. As long as you're sure. Do you remember your birthday? August 10th. Where did that come from? How could I remember that? Where were you born? Tulsa, Oklahoma, but I don't remember that. Rick and I were talking a few nights ago, and he mentioned it. Okay, thank you for telling me that. No problem, I offered a grim smile. What's your mother's name? Nora, but again I was told that by Rick. I smiled inwardly at the memory of the folder he and the kids had given me. Okay. What are your children's dates of birth? Blank. Bam. I knew that was in the folder, but I hadn't paid too much attention to the dates. The brick wall in my head that I just ran into when I tried to remember on my own account took my breath away. I wanted to say that I don't remember, but it felt off, like it wasn't the whole story. It was less that I didn't remember, but more that I couldn't remember whether I might have known it at one time, like everything else Rick had told me about our lives together. I don't know. I'm sorry. Don't be sorry, just give yourself a moment. His patient, even voice was warm and undemanding. I sat still and closed my eyes, but all I got was a swirling mass of stuff that had happened since I woke up. When I tried to go back any further, it was just a dark blob of nothingness in my head. I'm sorry, I said. There's just nothing there. Nothing at all. Okay. I noticed him mark a cross on his paper, and the hint of disappointment in his voice. Do you remember what date you got married to Rick? I thought back to the pictures, the photographs in the hallway. I remembered them, but even when I closed my eyes again, there was nothing there about the day. I had no memory of having that photo taken. Rick and I hadn't talked about anniversaries, so I couldn't get any relief from the pressure I felt building up inside my head. I shook my head. Sorry. Are you sure? I'm sure. Try again. Take your time. I glared at the doctor for a moment. Why was he pushing this? I tried. I sat still and quiet for a few moments, regulating my breathing as best I could, but conscious of the sound of blood rushing through my ears every time my pounding heart made another beat. There was nothing. No recollection of anything surrounding the wedding. I didn't even remember my dress, and I'd seen that in the photos. No, I said, releasing the breath I hadn't even realized I was holding. There's nothing there. Do you remember where your wedding was? On a beach, but I saw a photograph. Which beach? I don't know. Think. Can you picture it? Hear the waves splashing the sand?
The seagulls crying overhead? The sun beating down on you as you made your vows? Think, Hannah. I remembered my dream just before I woke up. That was just a dream, though, not a memory. I can't remember. I could feel the prickle of hot tears in my eyes. Try, Hannah. I am trying, damn it. The doctor held up his hands, palms out. Okay. One last question, Hannah. Is that all right? I nodded, not trusting myself not to tell the doctor to go to hell, and storming out of the room. Who are you? I'm Hannah, I said, hearing a childlike voice that took me a few seconds to recognize as coming from me. Then my breathing hitched, and the tears I had been fighting back began to emerge, rolling down my cheeks and spilling onto the hands I had clamped together fiercely in my lap. I released one hand and swept the tears away with my fingers, but the more I cleared, the more appeared. The doctor slid a box of tissues over the desk to me, but I looked at them, then at him, and without another word I reached for my purse, stood, turned my back on Dr. Patel, and headed for the door. I heard it squeal as it closed behind me. Then I leaned back against the wall next to it and broke down. Why can't I remember any of that damn stuff? Had I ever even been there? Who the hell am I? I was back to where I was almost as soon as I woke up from the coma. I'd been out a month, and I was no further forward with remembering my life than I was then. The weight of that and the idea that I might never remember pressed down on me like a huge weight on my chest, making me heave and pant as I stood against that wall. I couldn't catch my breath while sobs racked my chest. I tried to hold it back, but I couldn't, and after a few moments, one of the reception staff stepped quickly along the corridor, and with an arm around my shoulder, turned me away from the two people sitting waiting to see the doctor, who had been watching me wide-eyed and with growing expressions of dread on their faces at the prospect that they might be the next recipients of the care that had turned me into a sniveling mess in front of their very eyes. I managed to grasp enough breath to say a broken sorry to them before I was hustled away. 20 minutes later, the same receptionist came into the room I'd been hidden away in with a glass of cold water and some peace and quiet to soothe my troubled mind. "We've managed to track down your husband, Mrs. Jolly. He's going to come and fetch you. He said he'd be here in about 10 minutes. "Thank you," I said, without looking up. I'd managed to control myself a little and was feeling more than a little foolish now for allowing myself to react so badly to the doctor's questions. "Are you feeling a little better now?" I nodded without looking up from my hands and heard her footsteps track out of the open door, wedged open, I assumed, to make sure they could keep an eye on me. Why had he asked that question? Who am I? It was a question I've asked myself almost non-stop since I woke up, and even now, the better part of a month later, I was still no closer to finding an answer. Did he think I wasn't Hannah? That bitch Camilla certainly said something along those lines. None of the questions I was putting to myself were answerable, at least not yet. But if I'm not Hannah, who the hell am I? If I'm not Hannah, why do Rick and the kids think I am? How could any of that be possible? No, stop it, I thought sharply to myself. That is all nonsense. Of course I'm Hannah. Who else could I possibly be? I had no family other than my mom. Rick had put that in the folder he'd given me. I remembered reading it. I obviously hadn't said much, if anything, about my dad, as there was no mention of him anywhere. I'd calmed down a lot when there was a polite knock on the door frame. Dr. Patel poked his tousled dark hair around the door. I gulped. Not only was I still a little pissed at him for going in so hard, but I was nervous that he thought I might not be Hannah. Everything going on around me was confusing me, almost convincing me that whoever I was
I wasn't Hannah. "Hi," he said, leaning on the frame of the door with a small plastic folder under his arm. "Sorry," I said. "It's just—" "Don't be. I'm sorry for having to put you through it. Is it okay if I come in?" I nodded and picked up my purse from the only other chair that was next to mine in the small room. "Thanks," he said, sitting down with a grunt. "Why were you so hard?" I asked, feeling the prickling in my eyes again. I blinked rapidly to stop the feeling turning into actual tears, but kept my head down so he couldn't see. "Like I said before, Hannah, the questions were designed to see if there was a psychological element to your amnesia." "And?" "Well, as the questions get harder to answer and are asked quicker and more forcibly, the hope was that if there was something in your brain stopping you from remembering, it would be overwhelmed and let everything out." "It didn't, though." "No, it didn't." "So what does that mean? Am I going to be like this forever?" "Truth is, I don't know," he said. "In terms of what it means, well, either we didn't find the right trigger for your psyche, or we have to start looking even closer for any physical issue we may have missed. It's always a possibility." "So, what does that mean?" "Well, it means for a while, at least, we need to leave you be to get over what happened today." I nodded gratefully at that news. "Then we need to try something else, and if that doesn't work or there are no other physical indications, we may just have to hold up our hands and admit that as much as we do know about the human brain, we don't know everything." "You mean I might never get to know what the problem is?" He shook his head sadly. "Like I say, our knowledge about how the brain works is improving all the time, but there is still a lot we don't understand." I wasn't sure whether to be grateful about that or not. The prospect of another tough session of questioning was bad enough. The prospect of being an old woman, sitting by the fire in my armchair, only being able to remember half my life, was something infinitely worse. I was still thinking about the doctor's response when Rick came skidding to a halt by the open door and stepped inside the room. "Honey, are you okay?" he asked through his rasping breaths. I'm fine," I said, still feeling shaky after my outburst in the doctor's office. "They said you were upset and crying." "I was." Rick looked at the doctor. Dr. Patel turned to look at Rick. "We went through a process aimed at kickstarting Hannah's memory, but it didn't work. It was very intense, and Hannah got a little upset." Rick glared hard at Dr. Patel for a few moments, then cast his eyes back to me and reached out a hand. "Come on, honey. Let's get you home. Is that okay, Doc?" "As long as Hannah has recovered from her upset, then yes, of course, that's fine." I took Rick's hand and pulled on it to help me out of the chair. As we were leaving, he said, "I'll schedule the next appointment for 2 weeks, Hannah. I'll confirm in a text message." I looked back over my shoulder and mouthed, "Thank you." I didn't mean it. I didn't want to come back and have to go through anything like that ever again. But at the same time, I couldn't stay the way I was right then, living a life in a half-dusk, not knowing anything, and most of all, not knowing who I was. That was a nightmare stretching down the road in front of me that I couldn't face right then. I couldn't see where I was going because I didn't know where I had come from and how the events I had no memory of in the past might alter the direction I was headed. I was stuck in a limbo that I had no way of breaking out of unless or until my memory returned. How was I supposed to live like that? How was I supposed to become a better person, a person anyone would want to be with? The sinking feeling in my gut told me that one way or another, that was going to have to be resolved before I could move forward in any kind of meaningful way. I was going to have to go back to Dr. Patel
and put myself through that again. Chapter 13. "This morning?" Rick asked as he sat eating his breakfast while the rest of the household dashed here and there, getting ready for a day of learning. "That's an odd time for a PTA meeting."
I thought that, but from what I can tell, most of the committee are stay-at-home moms, so I guess they want to save an extra trip to school by having the meeting when they're all there anyway. It had taken a couple of days, but my equilibrium, such as it was, had returned after the trip to the hospital 3 days before. Nothing weird had happened. Nobody had said anything that put me out of kilter, and I hadn't had any more dreams. I had a sense that normalcy was beginning to kick back in, and not before time.
"Are you going to be okay? There'll be a lot of people there, and I know Camilla is on the committee too." I frowned at that thought. I'd managed to avoid her for the last few mornings. The thought of being in among a large group of people left me conflicted and feeling more than a little anxious. I hoped I might be able to blend in better if there were many people there, just to start me off being in groups again. I also knew that sooner or later I had to face up to that particular test. Julia was going, so there would be at least one friendly face there to help me through and try and help to stop me from shaking so much.
"I'll be fine,"
I said, putting on as brave a face as I could. "You're shaking."
"I'll be fine,"
I said, firmer this time.
"Anyway," I said, "better the meeting is this morning than this evening. You did book the hotel, right?"
"Sure did. Dinner at 7, dessert about 9, he said with a wink.
"I'm sure I have no idea what you're talking about," I said, planting a kiss on his bristled cheek. I liked the ruggedness a bit of hair gave his face. Christina stopped in her tracks and grimaced at our PDA. "Is Nana Nora looking after us?" she asked when she'd stopped fake hurling.
"She is, so best behavior, okay, kiddo?" Rick said, laughing at Christina's discomfort. "You did ask her, right?" he said out of the side of his mouth when Christina turned away.
"Damn," I said. "I knew there was something I had to do. I'll give her a call when I get back from the PTA. If she can't do it, maybe the girls could have a sleepover at Julia's."
"Plan B. I like it." Rick stood from his seat and deposited his breakfast plate and cup on the counter near the sink. Kind of near. I didn't mind. Filling the dishwasher later would at least give me a way to pass some time. "You're going to be late," I said as he flipped his suit jacket off the back of his chair and over his shoulders. He grabbed his briefcase, then leaned over to peck me on my proffered cheek. "See you later, honey. Bye, kids," he yelled as he headed for the front door. Elise yelled back, some disjointed noise that sounded like she was brushing her teeth and trying to talk at the same time. The sink would need cleaning upstairs, too. Toothpaste juice. I shuddered at that thought. 15 minutes later, and 5 minutes early, for a change, I was at school, waiting for the gates to open so the flood of children could flow into the buildings like a raging torrent, just as they did every other school day. Once they were open and the flood had subsided, most of the moms who didn't need to get to work began to drift into the schoolyard and into the building itself. It was the first time I'd been into the school since forgetting to pick up the kids the first time, and I kept my head down as I followed the crowd toward the empty classroom where the PTA meeting was seemingly to be held. I made sure I stayed behind Camilla, but jumped when I felt a hand grab my arm. I swung around to see who it was and found Julia standing just next to me. She smiled encouragingly at me. "So, are you glad you decided to come?" she said. "I'm very nervous. I'm not used to being in such a crowd of people. I thought it must be time to start getting back into the everyday world again, though." "Well done you. I'm just glad of some company," she said with a chuckle. She leaned in a little and whispered, "Warning. These meetings can be a little... what's the word for it? Boring, I suppose."
We shared a quiet laugh as we headed into the room and took up seats in the back of the assembled crowd. After 30 minutes of mundanity, I'd had enough, but couldn't see a way of escaping without drawing a whole heap of attention to myself. "I want to go too," Julia said, seemingly reading my mood. Would it be too rude? I think most people would understand. Maybe not Camilla, the Ice Queen, though. She flicked her eyes to the table at the front of the room, where the committee members were sitting. Apart from Camilla, she'd stood to get the attention of the room with a quiet cough. "Next week, we have a fundraising event here at the school to try and get enough money together for some computer equipment the kids need. I've got a sign-up list here." She waved a piece of paper around before sliding it off to one of the other moms. "Fill in your names under whichever activity you can help out with. If you can help out, of course," she said with a look that was presumably intended to signify that we were expected to help out, come what may. We were the last 2 people to get the form. I opted for baking cookies and cakes and manning the stall, as did Julia. Once we had both signed up, Julia walked to the front and dropped the form in front of Camilla. She picked it up from the desk in front of her and read through the names while Julia wandered back to sit down next to me again on one of the absurdly small and uncomfortable half-sized chairs. "Are you sure about that, Hannah?" Camilla was glaring at me over the top of her glasses. The whole room went quiet. I'm sure half the people there weren't aware of my even being in the room with them. "Sure about what?" I said loudly, to make sure she heard me. "Well, about volunteering for baking." She put on the most sickening fake smile. "I mean, we want people to enjoy the cookies, not be poisoned by them." She fixed me in her crosshairs with unerring accuracy. I could feel myself blushing at her attempt to humiliate me in public. "What are you talking about?" I tried to keep the tone of my voice as smooth and non-aggressive as possible, but it was a battle I didn't think I could win forever. What was it about Camilla that generated such a feeling of loathing? Her of me, and me of her. "You don't bake. You never baked. You always feed your family store-bought food, honey. We couldn't get away with that at the fundraiser, and some half-burned amateur offerings won't cut the mustard either." She looked among her fellow committee members. A couple of them nodded along with what she was saying. Another couple looked shocked at her outburst. 1 or 2 of the other moms had tittered at her words. The one she was always at the center of outside the gates. Some of the other moms had expressed their surprise with sharp intakes of breath. "I bake," I said. I was so incandescent with rage at the woman that I couldn't trust myself to say any more than that without cursing her out, and I was determined not to slip up in that regard. "You've never baked a thing in your life, Hannah. Why would you lie about that?" The slight turning up of the corners of her mouth showed she was relishing the confrontation. "Hey now, Camilla, you're being unfair. Hannah has begun to bake since she came out of the hospital, and bakes better than me now. Do you want me off the list too?" Julia hollered from next to me over the rising hubbub in the room. A couple of other women joined in with lambasting Camilla while I sat back, folded my arms, and stared straight at her. She didn't return my stare now, seemingly taken by surprise by the vehemence of the reactions from the room. "No, of course not. I just—" "Is that it, Camilla? Has the business of the day been concluded?" Julia asked loudly. "I need to go practice my baking skills." "There's no need," Camilla said. The mood of the room had rapidly turned against her, confirming my suspicion that she was not as popular among the moms as she maybe thought she was. Julia nudged me. "Come on, let's get out of here." We were the first ones out the door and had reached the gates. "Hey, Julia, wait up," a female voice said. We both turned around to face the woman who had followed us out. "Hey, Martha," Julia said, calmer now. I tried to memorize her face and name in case I needed it sometime down the line. I nodded to her when she acknowledged me. "What is it, Martha?"
"Well done on cutting Camilla down to size. It's not before time. She's had it coming for a while."
"Thanks, Martha. What she said was unfair."
"I know. Still, you got her good."
Martha held out her fist, and Julia bumped hers to it. "Maybe. Somehow I get the feeling we might not be required to attend the next meeting."
"Double bonus, then,"
Martha said with a grin.
"Listen, I have to run, but if you ever need a hand with anything, Hannah, just let me know."
"I will. And thanks," I said, grateful for the offer from someone I didn't know at all. Martha waved and disappeared out the school gates. "That was fun," I said. All of my shaking had finally stopped for the day, I hoped. "Look, Julia, I appreciate the help. Really, I do. But I might need a favor later." "I'm game." "Rick has booked a hotel room for us tonight." Julia let out a quiet wolf whistle and nudged my arm. She had a goofy grin splashed all over her face. "You are one lucky lady," she said. I felt just a slight tinge of jealousy, but forced it away. It was just Julia. She was a friend of the family making dumb girl talk. "So what's the favor?" "I'm going to ask my mom to babysit overnight, but I left it late. If she says no, would you mind having the girls overnight?" "Of course, Hannah. I'd be delighted to. If you need me, just give me a call." "Okay, I will. And thanks again for being on my side." "You're welcome. I kind of enjoyed getting at her, to be honest, stuck-up hag that she is. Anybody would think she was Little Miss Perfect, the way she wanders around with her nose in the air. She ain't all that." I nodded. I could see that, but I couldn't help still wondering why she had it in for me in particular. We walked home together, talking about the kids and the weather, which was turning colder. Then Julia went to head home. "You want to come for coffee?" I grimaced. "I can't. I've arranged to meet my mom for lunch. It's the first time since I came out of hospital, and to tell you the truth, I'm even more nervous about that than I was for the PTA." Julia smiled gently and laid a hand on my arm. "Just be grateful, Hannah. My mom died 3 years ago." She sighed, and I swear she had moisture in her eyes. "I'd do anything to be able to go out for lunch with her one more time, you know?" I gulped back a sob that had suddenly sprung into my throat from who knows where. "I'm so sorry, Julia. I had no idea. Here's me whining about meeting up with her." "You weren't to know. I only moved in here 5 years ago, so it all happened before your accident. I never told anyone around here before now." I couldn't describe how that made me feel. Mostly sad that she had been without her mom for that long, but kind of weird that I actually knew something nobody else around here knew, instead of it always being that I knew nothing when everyone else did. I pulled Julia into a hug. "I'll call you if I need you tonight." "That's what you should be saying to Rick," she said, then walked off along the street with an exaggerated wiggle of her ass. I headed indoors to get ready for the second ordeal of the day, hoping it would go better than the first. I was early. I'd called a cab in plenty of time, and it took less time than I thought to get to the restaurant. I sat at the table, sipping on some mineral water while I waited, hoping that my churning stomach would settle down. Otherwise, this was going to be an even more difficult lunch. I thought Italian food was a little heavy for lunchtime, but my mom insisted that she wanted a carb overload, so in the end, I agreed. She'd called a couple of days before while I was making dinner. I put her on speakerphone so Rick had heard what she suggested and stood next to me, nodding like a frantic puppy when she suggested that we meet up. "Go meet your mom, Hannah," he'd whispered, and eventually, even though I wasn't too enthused at the idea, I'd agreed to go. I couldn't help but wonder what I'd let myself in for, especially after our first phone call when she sounded, well, frankly, like she was ready for a retirement home for the permanently bewildered. The restaurant was nice,
crisp white table linens and crystal glass on the table. Cutlery was all polished to within an inch of its life. Gentle instrumental music wafted through the speakers that were discreetly hidden in the ceiling. I'd already read through the lunch menu twice and still couldn't make up my mind, so I had contented myself with watching the other patrons in the room. Most of the diners had white hair. Those who didn't were turning gray, all but one young woman. She was sitting opposite a man who was old enough to be her grandfather. She was very tactile with him, laying her hand on his and patting it. The skin on his hands was wrinkled and had liver spots, but every now and then he would grab her by the fingers and give them a playful shake. Definitely granddaughter and grandfather, I decided. The chance that it might be something else was a little disturbing. 2 other men at another table were loudly discussing football and consuming large quantities of beer while they did so, and I was listening in on their discussion in the hope I might pick up some tips. I had no idea about the sport, and when Rick watched, groaning every time his team lost the ball, or cheering loudly when somebody ran into whatever an end zone was, I wished I knew a little more, so I could join in the excitement with him. I was so engrossed in their rambunctious but good-natured and loud discussion that I failed to notice somebody standing next to the table I was sitting at. "Hello!" A timorous voice, high-pitched and really rather sweet, rang out. I nearly jumped out of my skin and let out a quiet curse. I stood up from my chair. "Mom?" I kind of recognized her from a couple of photos Rick had of her that he had put into my file. "Hello," she said again, her brow crumpling into a frown. "Mom," I said, probably too loudly. "It's me, Hannah." I pointed to myself to make it clear who I was referring to. "Hannah?" I was a little confused as to why she sounded so surprised. She was the one who wanted to meet me. I pointed at the chair opposite mine. "You want to sit down, Mom?" A waiter arrived in the nick of time and helped her to sit, drawing out her chair for her. Then he disappeared to check her heavy coat. I wondered how long it had been since she had been to a restaurant. Then I wondered how long she had been so hazy. She looked utterly lost, and I had an overwhelming feeling of pity for her. She was only in her 60s. That was no age to be as mentally feeble as she appeared to be. "Hannah," she said, more brightly this time. "Yes, Mom?" "Have we been here before? I seem to remember this place. The pictures on the walls seem very familiar." I hadn't paid much attention, too concerned with listening and watching. When I looked around, I saw the walls were dotted with old masters, prints, no doubt, but all of them were paintings I'd seen before. That took my breath away. I knew I'd seen the paintings before, but I had no recollection of where or when, or even what any of them were called. I took a steadying breath. "They're all really popular paintings, Mom. You've probably seen them on TV or something." "I don't watch TV. Too much sex and violence for me." Her lips had formed a straight and tight line at the very idea, forming small creases in her skin at the corners of her mouth. I couldn't think of anything to say about that, as I barely watched it either. My daytimes now were taken up with writing, and my evenings with the girls and Rick. I didn't have the stamina to be sitting still and watching TV for long. It would be fair to say I'd fallen asleep, leaning on Rick's shoulder, on more than one occasion. I could see the family resemblance in my mom's face. We had the same slightly rounded cheeks and sharp eyes, although hers seemed clouded at times. Her skin was wrinkled, as if she'd spent too much time in the sun over many years, her makeup only partially hiding the fissures, a fate my skin was yet to have fallen victim to. I made a mental note to moisturize every night before it's too late. "It's nice to see you, Mom. It's been a tough time for me, and hard on Rick and the girls." "Uh-huh," she grunted as she ran a finger down the menu, then snapped it shut and dropped it back on the table.
I'm ready to order, Mom, if you are. I'd decided on the gnocchi. I'd made some at home a few nights ago, and they were a palpable hit with the family. I thought I'd see how mine compared with the professionals. She picked up her menu and pointed at the risotto. Can you order it for me? I can never pronounce the names properly. I nodded. Of course, Mom. My Italian was restricted to the names of various types of pasta, but I thought risotto was manageable. So, how have you been? I asked, once the waiter had taken our orders. Fine. Worried about you, but fine. Her eyes were darting around as if she was frightened of being out, checking out all the other diners, but never once settling on me. Rick kept you up to date while I was in the hospital, didn't he? Sure, he did. I visited a couple of times while you were unconscious. That was nice of you. You're my daughter. I'd have come more, but you weren't doing or saying anything. Sitting there for an hour, not saying a word, was a little... boring? She flicked her eyes up toward me, but wouldn't hold my eyes, dropping hers back to the napkin she was twisting and contorting between her gnarled, arthritic fingers. It's okay, Mom. I wouldn't have known you were there even if you were there. I tried to smile at her, but she still wouldn't look at me. She nodded slightly. How are things at home? With Rick? Great. The kids have been great, too. They had, too. None of the problems I'd imagined might crop up had, and I had my fingers metaphorically crossed that it would continue that way. Good. We sat in silence for a while. I couldn't think what to say to her and found myself hoping the food would arrive soon so I could at least cover up the silence by eating my gnocchi. It was almost an excuse not to talk. After that, I was pretty sure I could find an excuse to get out of there. During the silence, I noticed that while she continued, seemingly nervously, to twist at her napkin, every once in a while her eyes would flicker up to my face, and if I didn't look directly at her, she would continue slowly roaming her eyes over me, almost as if she was looking for something about me that was somehow missing, or something that was on me that shouldn't have been. Eventually, and much to my relief, the food arrived. Silence continued as we ate, and it started to irritate me slightly that she had so little to say to me after my being out of it for so long. Surely something must have happened in her life in 6 months that was worth mentioning. Mom, I said, when I could stand the silence no longer. Yes, she said, looking straight at me without flinching this time. Are you okay? You seem a little, I don't know, distracted, I suppose? Me? No, I'm fine. She forked some risotto into her mouth and chewed. I couldn't work out if she was enjoying it or not, because her facial expression never changed. Are you sure? You seem a little out of it. She sighed and propped her fork in her bowl. I do have something on my mind, Hannah. I had just taken a mouthful of gnocchi that was a whole level up from my now pathetic efforts, so it took me a few seconds to respond. What is it? What's what? What you have on your mind. I don't have anything on my mind. Is this what I ordered? I looked at her to see if she was willfully messing with my head, but her face was as innocent as it had been the whole rest of the time. Yeah, Mom, risotto. Is that what it's called? Yeah, Mom. Are you sure you're okay? It was as plain as the nose on my face that she wasn't, but for the next few minutes I asked questions to which I got one-word answers. Rather than coming out of herself as she relaxed, she seemed to be becoming more and more inward-looking and withdrawn. Finally, with half of her risotto still left in her bowl, she turned and summoned a waiter, asked him to fetch her coat, and without saying another word, went to leave. Mom, I said before she could go. Yes, she fiddled with the zip on her coat. I was going to ask you if you could stay at our house tonight and keep an eye on the kids. Rick and I have a date night planned.
I was unsure about it. I wasn't entirely sure she was capable of looking after herself, never mind 2 girls. Something was clearly troubling her, but I wanted her to know that she was still a part of the family, which was at least partly why I'd suggested it to Rick. He had more experience with how my mom was over the last few months and had raised no objections. I couldn't explain why if someone had asked me, but I felt the need to try and build something with my mom. If anyone was going to tell me what had happened in my past that I could rely on, it was going to be Rick and my mom. "That would be wonderful," she said, her face breaking into the first smile I'd seen on her lips the entire time we'd been together. "Really?" "Yes, I haven't seen the girls for a long time, and it'll give me a chance to see how you're settling in at home." "Okay." I drew out the word, not sure if I relished the idea of her being at home and judging me. But it was what I'd said I would do, so now she'd accepted. I was pretty much stuck with it. "How about you sit down? I'll pay the bill and we can head home." "I need to go home and pack an overnight bag first." With no car, there was no way I could drive her home, and I didn't want to be stuck in her place while she packed. "I'll go pack a bag and I'll get a cab over to your house." "You won't forget, will you?" The words came out without me thinking about them. The irony of me worrying about someone else's memory was not lost on me. "Of course not. I'll go call a cab now and see you back at your place later." The confusion seemed to have cleared a little, and I was sure I caught a glint in her eye that wasn't there a few minutes ago. "Okay, Mom. I'll see you later." I watched as she shuffled off to the lobby to call the cab she needed. I popped another mouthful of gnocchi in and chewed. Was I doing the right thing? How much harm could the girls or my mom come to in one night? I knew the answer to that already, from my own experience. One moment, I was normal, and the next, I was being dragged out of a burning car by some mystery man. Or at least, that's how it seemed to have gone down. What could go wrong? Chapter 14. As it happened, nothing had gone wrong. After we got back from our date night, where a delicious and very satisfying dessert had indeed been served at 9 and 11, and again at 8 the next morning in the shower, my mom had packed up her things and departed into the day with barely a word. According to the kids, she had seemed normal, and they'd talked about me and how I was getting on. Then the kids went to bed and Mom watched TV. Nothing from what they said suggested to me that my mom had been snooping around, and nothing she did could be said to mark her out as confused. It had mollified my concerns about her behavior at the restaurant enough that I had discounted it as her having a bad day, and likely being as nervous as I was about the meeting. It was 3 days later now, and I was in full-on screaming at the walls panic mode. Almost as if Camilla had been psychic, the first batch of cookies I'd made for the PTA fundraiser were burned. I forgot to set the timer and was writing when the smoke alarm went off, scaring me half to death. I hadn't heard the repetitive, shrill noise before, and I didn't even know how to shut it off. In desperation, after checking my how-to folder, I had to call Rick and get him to talk me through the process. Who would have thought that waving a cloth underneath it would do the trick? From what Rick had said, it was temperamental anyway, and often went off even if a piece of toast was much more than lightly browned. I appreciated the fact that he hadn't laughed, and no doubt later, when my mood had improved and the smell of heavily carbonized cookie had drifted out of the house, I supposed I might just see the funny side. But right then, the heat was on. Literally. I had carefully slid 2 trays of blessedly perfect cookies out of the oven precisely 15 minutes before Julia was due to come by, so we could walk to the school together, armed with boxes of delicious confections that would hopefully sell out and raise a few much-needed dollars for the school and its computer needs. Right then I was standing over them with a bag full of ice cubes in one hand and my how-to folder in the other,
wafting what I hoped was cold air over them in an attempt to get them to cool down enough to go into the Tupperware box I had so luckily found and cleaned of some kind of sticky residue. It had evidently not been used in a while. I pushed my hair away from my eyes with the crook of my wrist and wafted a little harder. The doorbell rang. Shit. Julia's early. I wafted even harder and yelled that the door was open. When she came on through to the kitchen, her head held high, sniffing the smoky air and seeing me looking at a mess, wafting frigid air over infuriatingly still warm cookies, she fell apart. She burst out laughing, and even though I was in a foul mood and could have done without it, I soon found myself unable to refrain from joining her. Once we had calmed down and I told her the burnt cookie story, I leaned over toward her. "Can you keep cooling these down while I run up and try to make myself look at least partly respectable?" "Of course. Don't go crazy dressing up, though. Jeans and a t-shirt will be just fine. It's just a PTA fundraiser, not a fashion parade." "I bet Camilla and her crew will be dressed to the nines," I said, while I untied my apron and dumped it on the counter. "Well, they probably will be, but that doesn't mean you have to compete, now does it?" I watched her for a moment as she eyed the cookies. "I suppose not. Listen, I'll be back soon. Keep wafting," I said as I handed my patented cooling system over to her. I didn't think the process needed explaining, so I dashed off to change. Precisely 4.5 minutes later, I was back downstairs, a record-breaking achievement. By the time I got down, the cookies had vanished. Panic stations. "I put them in the box." Julia pointed at the plastic box. Inside, I could make out the dark, but not burnt, shape of the cookies all stacked neatly, one on top of the other. "Thanks, Julia. You're a lifesaver." "I can't believe you burned cookies today of all days." "I know," I said incredulously. "But you pulled it back. Good for you. Now come on, let's go and not give Camilla the pleasure of gloating at our tardiness." I hadn't thought about it like that. I had panicked, admittedly. But even with panicking, I'd still made cookies that any mom would be proud of, and I was proud of them too. We were the last two of the helpers to arrive at the school and sneaked past a suited Camilla while she was talking to Principal Deacon. That suited me. The less I had to do with her, the better, as far as I was concerned. When we got into the school hall, the table was heaving with all manner of cakes and goodies, all being sold at $1 apiece. Nice and simple. Even me, with my less-than-wizard math skills, could work out the totals. I had completely forgotten about Camilla and her cronies, and for the first time I felt comfortable talking to various people, and more importantly, their kids, while serving them treats. What was particularly exciting was the fact that Julia's and my cookies were all selling at a more than satisfactory rate. Every time one of the kids chose my cookies, I would give Julia a playful nudge, and she would return the favor when someone chose hers. We had quietly and efficiently sold probably 2/3 of the food on the table and almost all of the cookies, when I noticed someone in a pantsuit looking across the table with a sour, sardonic eye. When I looked up properly, I realized, too late, that it was Camilla, and she was casting a very critical eye over what was left of what we had to sell. "So, despite your best intentions, you didn't get around to baking any cookies, then?" she asked, standing arms crossed and with an officious clipboard tucked under her armpit. All I wanted to do right then was to clump the woman on the head with her own clipboard and tell her to mind her own goddamn business. Except, of course, as PTA chairperson, it was her business, much as I didn't like the idea. Trying to think straight was proving impossible with Camilla close by. I picked up my box of cookies to find that all that was left were 2 less-than-a-half cookie segments. "Actually," I said, determined not to let this woman get any further under my skin, "this box was full when I left home earlier today. And look," I said, tipping the box upside down, scattering crumbs over the black cloth covering the table. "Now it's empty.
all bought by the parents and their kids. Oh, and several of the other moms, too. Of course, if you didn't have your tongue so far up the principal's ass, you might have noticed that. Camilla looked at the box in my hand and the mess on the table and said nothing for a few moments, just flicking her eyes and going red in the face, as if she was trying to keep the lid on something and was losing the battle. Eventually, she blew. "Well, aren't you just the little homemaker?" she said, through clenched teeth, and with so much hatred in her eyes that all I could do was watch as the outwardly sophisticated Camilla became a seething mass of wrath. The difference was, this time, I wasn't going to back down in the face of her hostility. Why should I? I had done nothing to her to warrant the level of antagonism she had displayed toward me, or if I had no memory of it. "What is your problem, Camilla?" I said loudly, noticing Julia checking around, red-faced. She was just going to have to suck it up for a moment while Camilla and I faced off. I wasn't going to let her embarrassment hold me back. "You've had it in for me since my first day back." "What is my problem? What do you think is my problem? You waltz back in here as if nothing has happened and expect me to be best friends again?" "Again? And I don't remember ever asking you to be my friend." "Oh, yeah. We used to be friends." "We did? Well, all I can do is apologize for my poor taste in past friends." Her eyes flared briefly at that little jibe. Something had hit home through the hardened carapace she laughingly called her personality. "You've changed," she growled darkly. "You don't say." "You've changed for the worst, Hannah." "For the better if it means you don't want to be friends with me anymore. Why don't you just leave me alone and crawl back under your rock?" "No, definitely for the worst. You've changed into a bitter woman." Her voice had dropped a little, as if she was trying to add some extra menace, but she didn't scare me. "Pot, kettle, black," I said, unwilling to concede a single step to her. For a few moments she went quiet, our eyes locked in a battle for supremacy. "Why did you come back?" she asked eventually, her voice dropping further in pitch and intensity. "Why do you hate me?" I had my hands on my hips by now. She smiled. My heart rate was already through the roof, but skipped a level when she smiled. What did she know that I didn't? Plenty, clearly. But what exactly was there in our pasts that had lit such a fuse under her? "If you were, Hannah, you'd know exactly why I hate you." I scoffed at that. "Has nobody told you, Camilla? I remember nothing before the accident, and I'd prefer to forget some of the things that have happened since I came out of the hospital, and some of the people, too." I dug that jibe in nice and calmly, with a sarcastic smile to boot. I wasn't going to give in to her. I refused. I knew nothing about whatever it was she was talking about. "If you were Hannah, you'd know." "I am Hannah, Camilla. I know nothing. I told you already. Can you not understand that?" She was quiet again for a moment, studying me, running the tip of her pink tongue over her perfect red lips. "You're lying," she said. "You know everything. You're not Hannah. You're crazy, Camilla. You've flipped. Now go away and leave me the hell alone. Whatever craziness is going on in your head, go get some help for it before it's too late." "No, not until you admit it." "Admit what? I have no idea what that twisted mind of yours is making you think." "That you're not Hannah. It's the only explanation after what you did." "And what did I do?" I asked, determined not to let her have the last word. "You slept with my husband, and he almost admitted it to me when I caught him on the phone with you." My face dropped, and I felt my stomach lurch. Rick had mentioned something about this before, but I discounted it. It just wasn't what I'd do. I was convinced of it. "Nothing to say now?" Camilla's face was resplendent with victory, her eyes gleaming, a vicious sneer curling her lips. And I didn't. I was dumbstruck at the revelation. To mark her victory, Camilla pointed at me from over the table. "Either you're not Hannah, or you're lying about your memory, because no one could have forgotten what you did." Then she turned away, tossed back her mane of hair, and walked out of the room with her head held high. I watched her go, unable to think or move. Julia grabbed me by the arm and pulled me out from behind the table. "Come on, let's go. Everyone is watching you," she hissed in my ear. I allowed my eyes to roam across the room, taking in the shocked faces and open mouths of all those present, including Principal Deacon, whose slow headshake was the most damning look of all. Chapter 15. "It just isn't something I would ever do, Julia. I can feel it inside. It feels wrong." I know," Julia said rapidly as we walked back toward our houses, looking over her shoulder occasionally after she almost dragged me out of school and away from that horrible confrontation with Camilla. It was the truth. I'd told Rick before when we talked about it. I was still convinced. Sleeping with someone else's husband was not on the agenda. It went against everything I thought I believed in. Can beliefs be forgotten? Could I have been that type of person before the accident? I tried to make myself think that way, but try as I might, it just didn't work. That little packet of morals we all keep safely locked up inside told me I wouldn't do it, and nothing about the way I felt inside would convince me that I had changed in that respect. I felt that strongly. I might not like purple things anymore, and I might bake, but screwing around? Nah. So where did that leave me? According to Camilla's logic, that meant I wasn't Hannah. There, again, someone else suggesting I'm not the person I so clearly am. Could it be true? How could it be true? The very idea was ludicrous. The important people in my life knew I was Hannah. Rick, the girls, my mom, even Julia, all knew I was Hannah. What gave Camilla the right to go around casting aspersions on my character and even doubting I am who everybody says I am? Anger at what had happened was boiling inside me, constricting my chest so it hurt to breathe. Except I could understand where Camilla was coming from. If I thought Rick was cheating on me, there's a saying, isn't there, about a woman scorned and her righteous anger? That would be me. It seemed like that would be Camilla, too. "Slow down," I said, feeling the burn growing beneath my breastbone. "I just want to get you away, honey, that's all," Julia said, not slowing down, so I had to walk just as quickly to catch up. "Julia, you knew me before the accident, right?" "Yep, that's right." "Do you think I was capable of sleeping with someone else's husband?" She was quiet for a moment, then slowed down as we reached the driveway to my house. Rick's car was parked. He was watching the kids. "I don't think so." She stopped at the bottom of our driveway, breathing as heavily as I was. "You don't think so?" "No." "But you're not sure?" "How can anyone be 100% sure, Hannah? I wasn't with you 24/7, but I really don't think it was the type of thing you'd do." I heard the doubt in her voice and her words. She couldn't be sure that I wouldn't do it, but I was certain. "Okay. Well, thanks for looking after me back there, Julia." I twisted up my mouth into a smile. "Don't take what I said the wrong way, Hannah. I'm just saying that I can't be absolutely certain. Who knows for sure what anyone else is like but themselves, right?" "Right, it's fine. I understand what you mean. You want to go get coffee sometime next week?" I asked, putting on as much bonhomie as I could. "Sure," she smiled. "I'll call you." She reached over to give me a hug. I could feel her trembling. Obviously, the confrontation had gotten to her as much as to me. I headed off up the drive, running my finger slowly along the gleaming, metallic-painted bodywork of Rick's SUV, feeling the faint hint of warmth where the weak winter sun had been shining on the silky smooth bodywork. It was Rick's pride and joy, and I had watched out the kitchen window as he'd spent hours polishing the bodywork to a mirror finish several times in the month I'd been out of the hospital. I'd even teased him that he thought more of the car than he did of me, something he had proved to be incorrect since the day I woke. How could any woman cheat, and especially me, with a husband like Rick? He was everything I could have ever wanted in my life, and yet even he had said we'd had troubles. By the time I got to the front door and pulled open the screen, I'd decided to ask Rick about it again. I was feeling all kinds of emotions as I headed inside the house. Shock that I might actually be capable of doing such a thing, and sadness that I might have betrayed Rick and gotten a devoted and caring husband as a reward for my terrible behavior. Mostly, I felt the most gut-wrenching guilt in the pit of my stomach. "Rick," I said loudly, not quite yelling. I didn't want to alarm the girls. No reply. No noise of any kind. I knew he was home. His car was out front. Maybe in the backyard? I headed through the kitchen and utility to the back door, but it was locked tight. I couldn't see anyone in the yard either, so I turned back into the house. Once I got back into the kitchen, I stopped and listened. All I could hear was the hypnotic, metronomic tick of the clock on the kitchen wall and the occasional click and creak as the house adjusted to the falling temperature outside. There was nothing. The feeling of being all alone was overwhelming, breathtaking. Why was it such a strong feeling? Like I didn't want to be there alone? I'd been there plenty on my own while Rick was at work and the girls were at school, so why did it feel so different this time? Was it a memory? Was something coming back to me? I leaned with one hand on the countertop, letting the feeling wash over me. My heart rate was up again, and I could feel the muscles in my arms shaking as they supported my weight. Was I frightened? Was there something to be frightened of? Click, click. The sound of a door opening and closing upstairs made me jump, and the tread of footsteps slowly creeping down the stairs froze me to the spot. What was going on? Who was that? I quickly glanced at the countertop, eyeing the knife block as the footsteps got louder, keeping time with the tick of the clock. Rick appeared at the bottom of the stairs, and in my relief I let out a long, quiet groan that seemed to make him jump as much as he had me. "Geez, honey, you made me jump. I didn't realize you were back. How did it go?" He looked at me closely, squinting against the light coming in through the window. "You okay, honey? You look a little jumpy." "I'm fine. It all went fine. I sold all of my cookies." "But?" I can hear a but coming on. "Oh, it was nothing. I just had another run-in with Camilla." "Again? You want me to have a word with her?" No, it's fine. I can handle it." "Rick." "Good. Listen, just now I was upstairs talking with Christina." "Why? What's wrong?" I surprised myself with the urgency in my voice and pushed myself up off the counter to take a step toward him. "Nothing to worry about. She's having a little trouble is all." "Why? What kind of trouble?" If this had anything to do with the way Camilla and her friends have been treating me, she could forget my being restrained the next time I saw her. Rick coughed awkwardly, shuffling his feet around. "Boy trouble." He looked up quickly. "Look, I don't know what to say to the poor kid. She's heartbroken and needs her mom. Can you go talk to her? I'll trade making dinner." His face had broken out into a broad smile as he tried to exert all of his charm on me, and I couldn't help the corners of my mouth twisting up in response. I dropped my head and slowly shook it side to side, then lifted it again and looked straight at him. "So, what are you making?" He let out a breath. "Oh, thank God.
whatever you want, but thanks. Hopefully she might be a little more responsive to you."
"We'll see about that," I said. "Okay, you get the dinner on, and I'll see you in an hour or so. Chicken, and those nice fried potatoes you make."
"You got it. You're a lifesaver," Rick said as I went to go past him. He grabbed me and pulled me in for a hug, then planted a long kiss right on my lips. "Go cook," I said with a laugh, and pointed at the stove once he let me up for air. Christina needed my help, and that was way more important than some stupid argument with a Stepford wife. My story about Camilla and the things she had been saying to me was going to have to wait. "Christina, can I come in, honey?" I tapped lightly on the door to Christina's room. No reply. "I'm coming in, okay?" I turned the door handle and felt the catch release. Then I opened the door just wide enough to put my head around. "Christina, are you okay?" The 12-year-old face poking out from under the bed covers scrunched into tears. I stepped inside and closed the door behind me. I didn't ask her what was wrong. I didn't ask her who the boy was or what he'd done. I just held her. I lay on the bed next to her trembling, sob-racked body and held her tightly, waiting for the hurricane to blow itself out. I don't know how I knew it would, but I knew. I'd cried enough tears of my own. Once the sobs became sniffles, I loosened my grip a little, half-turned, and pulled a handful of tissues out of the box on Christina's nightstand, gently dabbing away the moistness around her beautiful brown eyes. "Hey, honey." I smiled down at her, and she responded with a crooked, half-hearted smile of her own. "Hey, Mom," she said, between sucking in short breaths. "Boys, huh?" She nodded fiercely. "You want to tell me what happened? Just between you and me?" "He said he liked me." "Well, that's a nice thing, isn't it? Who's he?" "Todd. He's in 7th grade. "So Todd said he liked you?" "He said he thought I was pretty." "Oh, well, he was wrong there. You're not just pretty. You're beautiful and smart, too." "Mom!" "It's true, you are. You have your sights set on your phone all the while, but I don't, and I see it. I know you don't like to show it too much, but when you give me those little signs, a shoulder bump," I put my finger under chin and lifted her bleary-eyed face to look into mine, "or a little smile, then I know how you feel." "You notice that stuff? You never say." "Well, I figure you don't want me to make a big fuss about it, but I notice." She nodded her ruffled head. "So what did Todd do?" "He told me I was pretty. Then when I talked to my friend Sophia about it, she said he'd said the same thing to her, too." "He did? Would Sophia lie to you to make herself feel better, do you think?" I sat up a little and wedged my elbow into the pillow, then supported my head on my hand. "I don't think so. I know she likes Todd, but we've been friends right through school, and I don't think she would do that." Christina shifted around to lie on her side, and I pushed away a lock of hair that flopped across her face. "Okay. So why do you think Todd said the same thing to Sophia?" "I don't know, Mom. I thought he liked me the way I like him." "Maybe he does. You weren't there when he spoke to Sophia, right?" "No. I wish I had been, though. I'd have told him what I thought about him." "I'm sure you would," I said, holding back a laugh at the thought of my daughter laying into someone for hurting her. She was a good, quiet kid, but she had a mean teenage temper on her when she needed one. We lay there for a while as I used my fingers to push even more stray hands of hair away from her face. "So, what are you going to do?" "I don't know, Mom. That's why I got so upset when Dad was talking to me. He was telling me to dump him. Plenty more fish in the sea." I finished the line for her with my best impression of Rick, which brought a small smile to her face.
That's right.
Well, what do you think you should do?
Strangle him?
I sputtered at that thought. Maybe just a tad extreme. She managed a small smile at my reaction to her plan.
I guess. I suppose I could talk to him about it.
You could. Yes, that's an option.
Anything else? I could ignore him.
You could, yep. How do you think that would make you feel? She hesitated for a moment. I guessed she was trying to imagine how that would pan out.
Awkward, I guess. I normally see him every lunchtime. He sits at our table.
Right, so you see him every day? That would be awkward.
I could pretend I don't know about him talking to Sophia and act like nothing's happened.
Do you think you'd be able to keep it up? It's a lot to keep bottled up like that. You know what it's like when you keep things bottled up. Sooner or later they explode.
Yeah, they do. Maybe I should talk to him.
Maybe you should. But remember, it's your decision. I gently tapped the end of her nose with my finger.
Thanks, Mom. Is that dinner I smell?
It was nice to see that matters of the heart still didn't outweigh feeding her teenage appetite.
Smells like chicken. That's my favorite.
She sat up in bed, letting her bunched-up hair fall in tangles down her back. Well, that's a nice surprise then, huh? Why don't you run a brush through your hair and splash some water on your face so Elise doesn't see you've been crying, then come down for dinner? I swung my legs off the bed and stood as she nodded her assent. She clambered out and headed to her bathroom and made a grab for her hairbrush. I stood watching her until she turned her head, offered me a brighter smile, and said,
"Thanks, Mom."
Then she turned her attention back to the mirror. I headed off back downstairs where the delicious aroma of cooking chicken filled the kitchen. I watched Rick as he stood over the pan of fried potatoes he was currently preparing, occasionally shaking the pan by its handle while he jiggled to whatever music was coming through his headphones. I thought about the girls upstairs and what I'd said to Christina about bottling things up. What I'd said was true, but the thought of upsetting everyone, Christina, Elise, and especially Rick, by talking about what Camilla had said to me, made me realize that I wasn't ready to talk about it yet. I wasn't going to bottle it up forever. I knew that much. But for now, the time wasn't right. The time would be right one day, but for that day, I chose family, not fights. The more time had passed, the more comfortable I was starting to feel with my part in what we had between us as a family. The last thing I wanted to do was ruin that by dredging up the past and a life of which I had no recollection. "Hurry up, girls. Dinner's almost ready," I yelled up the stairs. Chapter 16. A couple of days later, having seen a much happier Christina and an ever-cheerful Elise off at school, dodged another bump into Camilla, and returned home to my writing after a breakfast-time cleanup, my flow was disturbed by the sound of the phone ringing. "Damn," I said, clicking on the save icon before I leaned over to pick up the receiver on Rick's desk, where I'd taken to working. Something about the light and the feeling of being shut away from the rest of the house helped me with concentrating on what I was writing. "Hello," I said, once I put the phone to my ear. "Hello? Hannah?" "Hannah speaking." The voice sounded familiar, but I couldn't immediately identify it. "Hannah, it's Dr. Patel. Do you have a minute to talk?" I could already feel my anxiety level racing to a new high for the day. "Sure, Dr. Patel. What can I do for you? I haven't missed an appointment, have I?" I knew I hadn't. The next one was highlighted in my calendar on my laptop. "Oh, no, nothing like that, and nothing for you to worry about. No bad news." I breathed softly in relief at that news. "So what can I do for you?" "Well, we have a little problem that I'm hoping you'll be able to help us out with. The other person who was in the car with you?" "Uh-huh." I'd been trying not to think about her or Bernie, and hadn't for several days until now. Well, as you know, the body was burned almost to nothing in the fire, and what was left of it has been cremated now. But we managed to get a DNA sample from it before it was cremated. She, I said. Sorry, You said it. It was a she, Doctor. The least I could do was stand up for the poor woman, even though I had no clue who she was. Yes, of course. You're right. We managed to get a DNA sample from her, but, and I hate to admit this, somehow it has been contaminated by other DNA. How did that happen? I don't know, Hannah. Nobody seems to know. So, what do you need from me? Well, either we need your permission to use some of the blood samples you've given, or you can come down here and let us take a fresh sample. We need to compare your DNA to that found for comparison, so we at least know whose DNA is whose. The police are still trying to identify the body, and think it might help. What do you think? I can email the consent forms if you'd like. Is Jolene on shift today? Hang on a moment. I could hear the rapid rattle of keys on a keyboard. Yes, she's on shift at midday. Okay. Well, I haven't seen her since I left, so I'll come down and you can have a fresh sample, and Jolene and me can do a little catching up. That's excellent. Thanks for the understanding. No problem. Bye, Dr. Patel. The phone went dead, and I replaced it in its cradle. I picked up my pen and wrote myself a post-it, which I stuck to the corner of my laptop and set up an alarm to notify me 30 minutes before I needed to leave so I could call a cab. And then I got back to work on my story. I probably shouldn't admit to it, but I had a great time at the hospital. I spent a while catching up with Jolene and some of the other nursing staff who had looked after me so well once I woke up. I even found the time to go to see my nemesis, the physiotherapist, and thank her for what she did for me, and apologize for being such a harridan toward her when I was under her care. I brought her a bunch of flowers, and she took great pride in setting them on her desk in a glass vase filled with a couple of sample pots of water. I'd been there an hour or so when a receptionist told me Dr. Patel could see me, so I followed her along the corridor and knocked on the door to his office. "Come in," he shouted through his door. I pushed the squeaky door open and stepped inside. The heat of that room hit me like having hot blankets draped over me. I made a mental note to ask why Dr. Patel kept the room so warm. "Ah, Hannah, nice to see you again. Take a seat." "Thanks. Will this take long? I have to be back to collect the girls from school." No, just a minute or two. It's just a case of taking a blood sample is all." The sound of a printer whirring filled the room as the doctor fiddled with his keyboard. He reached behind himself to get the printed pages and slid them over to me. "These are just some forms to say we have your permission to use the blood sample for a DNA test." I took the pen he was offering, briefly glanced at the form, then signed and initialed it in the requisite places. I slid the papers back with the pen lying on top. "There you go," I said. He checked over the forms, then slid them inside the folder with all my records, a familiar sight to me from when I was stuck in the hospital for days after I woke up. "Right, I'll just get a nurse in and we'll get the blood. Then you can get away to pick up the children." He picked up the phone on his desk and asked whoever was on the other end to arrange for the nurse, then replaced it in its holder. He sat back in his chair and looked at the top of my head for a few seconds. "What? Is my hair untidy?" No. I was just looking at you in wonderment at how amazing the human brain really is." "You're a neurosurgeon. I'd hope you knew that already." He threw me a charming smile. "Oh, I do. But sometimes even a grisly old surgeon like me can be surprised. Your case deserves to go in the medical journals."
A knock came on the door.
Trouble is, I'd never get a minute to write it up. "Come in," he said loudly.
I turned to see who it was and saw Jolene's smiling face, just as I remembered it from when I woke up. Jolene put a tray of supplies on the doctor's desk, wiped down my arm, then unwrapped a new syringe, capping it off with the needle, and setting the now empty cap aside.
"Okay, Hannah, you know the routine?" she said in her trademark booming voice.
I held out my arm to my right, closed my eyes, gulped, and turned away.
"I've always hated needles,"
I said as I felt the sharp sting of the needle entering my vein.
"What did you say?"
I heard Dr. Patel's voice, but I couldn't have answered him if I'd wanted to. The split second that needle broke my skin, an avalanche of memories came tumbling out from under the tarp and into my head. The accident, dark and horrifying memories full of screams and blood and fire. Memories from before then. Memories back into my troubled teen years, and even back into the time when I was Elise's age, talking to and playing games with my parents, tossing a ball about on a beach, flying a kite, sitting quietly in a corner on family occasions while my extended family chattered and laughed together at things I had no understanding of. Back through to the present day, past pain and torment, much of it self-inflicted. Then a memory of being determined to do what I could to get what I wanted, then right back to the moment that freed them all to live again inside my head. I let my head rock back over my shoulders and stared at the ceiling until Jolene slid the needle back out and bent my forearm up to clamp it against the cotton pad she had placed over the puncture wound.
"Hold that there for a couple of minutes," she said.
So I did. I held it for a minute while flickering images like a full-color version of an old black-and-white movie played in my head, telling me who I was, why I was there, and putting to rest any nagging doubts in my head about whether I was Hannah Jolly.
"Hannah?"
I heard the voice distantly, as if it was being shouted through fog.
"Hannah, are you okay?"
I opened my eyes and leveled my head, gazing into the brown eyes of Dr. Patel.
"I'm fine.
Thank you," I said in a voice that sounded different, but which I knew was my own.
"Good. You said something about always being scared of needles."
I nodded. I had.
"Do you remember that? Is that something you remember from your past?"
I thought back to injections I remembered having when I was young, school-age, shivering, petrified in a doctor's office while my dad held my hand and told me everything would be okay, and promising me ice cream if I was a good girl. I looked at the doctor and smiled sadly. No. Just since I woke up. I felt amazing, almost reborn now that I knew the truth. Now that I finally knew who I was. I spent a few more minutes with Dr. Patel, and with a final hug for Jolene, I stepped out of the doctor's office feeling happier than I had for as long as I could remember. And now, that was a long time. When I got home again, and before I headed out to fetch the kids, I went into Rick's office and deleted every word I had written up to then. None of it was relevant now. Now that I could remember, I didn't have to speculate about what I was like before. The truth was now in my head. That evening I cooked dinner, and between the four of us at the dining table, we had a lovely time, full of laughter and joy, just like those gatherings when I was small. I wondered if Elise would feel the same when she was older. After watching TV for a while, resting my head on Rick's manly shoulder, I stood up from the sofa, held out my hand, and without a word, led him upstairs to bed, to start our life together anew. Chapter 17. The next couple of weeks passed in a blissful flash.
Although I didn't tell anyone my memory had returned, the fact that it had was like having the proverbial lead weight removed from my shoulders. Why didn't I tell anyone? Because I was determined to prove that I was a capable, loving, determined, resourceful woman on my own merits, without having people imposing their reality of what things had been like before the crash onto me. I started with renewed vigor to both write my story and to make the jewelry I'd failed so miserably to make when I first left the hospital. That was a revelation. Being able to craft something beautiful and meaningful from the raw ingredients I started with was a joy, an absolute joy, something I never thought I would have been able to enjoy after my first faltering attempts. I kept up with the things I'd discovered enjoyment in since I came home. Nobody complained about that. My baking was a hit with the kids, Rick, the neighborhood children, the neighbors themselves, and anyone else who tasted it. So much so that I was ready to consider a whole new phase in my life as a shop owner, selling the goodies I had proven to myself and almost everyone else I met that I was adept at creating. The only thing that held me back was the idea that suddenly having to bake, rather than wanting to, might take the edge off the enjoyment of the process. Rick was wholly on board with the idea. His vision, once my 6 months were up and I could drive again, seemed to match up to mine, and his advice was to spend the remaining part of those 6 months working on feasibility, costs, and most importantly, recipes, although I wasn't sure there wasn't an ulterior motive in the last part, as he and the girls took on the role of chief taste testers with gusto. He had assured me that funding such an operation wouldn't be a problem, so I had gone ahead and researched properties I thought might be suitable, and the equipment I was likely to need. The only person who was unconvinced by my baking prowess was Camilla. But after our last run-in, she had kept her distance from me, and I had done the same. I did not miss the suspicious looks she gave me from a distance, but as long as she stayed away from me, I was happy to keep mine from her, and peace had reigned between us for a while. Julia was still proving to be a great friend, and a wonderful sounding board for the many ideas I came up with for the baking business. When they were over the top, she would say so. When they were uninspiring, she would come up with something to make them extra special. I had even discussed with Rick the possibility of Julia and me working together in the business as partners. It was probably the only part of the plan that he wasn't as enthusiastic about as I was. The nicest thing he said was that it was great to be getting back to normal at last, which I enjoyed hearing. That was a definite plus. Rick had booked a date night again for that night, 2 weeks now after the needle in my arm had brought my memory racing back, and as I stared into the mirror while I made up my eyes, I could only smile at the way events had turned out. "You ready, honey? Your mom's here. Table's booked for 8, Rick yelled up the stairs. I flicked on the finishing touch of mascara. Oh, yes, I'm definitely ready, I thought. By the time I was downstairs, my mom had settled herself in front of the TV, and the kids were about to settle down to their evenings, whatever that involved. Elise headed over and wrapped her arms tightly around my waist. "Mom, can we go swimming tomorrow? It's been ages since we went, and I know you don't like it much, but I do, and I really want to go." I looked over at Christina, who was, until that point, busy with her phone. At the mention of swimming, her head had shot up, and wide, hopeful eyes were pointing in my direction. I took that as a vote for swimming, too. I looked at Rick, who shrugged as if to say, "It's up to you." It had been a long time since I'd gone swimming, and the effect of sampling lots of cake was, I had to admit, starting to work its way onto my body. I was almost back to the weight I'd been before the accident, so I wasn't in need of a crash diet, but a little exercise might stave off the day when I was for a little longer. "Swimming it is, then," I said, receiving a much tighter squeeze from Elise, a bright smile, Then some furious text messaging from Christina, as she evidently felt the urge to pass on the good news to her friends, filling another gap in the minutiae of her life that she had already passed on so diligently. Dinner with Rick was sublime. The food was average, the wine was overpriced, the restaurant was ridiculously pretentious, serving small portions in, not on, peculiar serving dishes, handled jars, slates, not plates, and for appetizers, pâté served in tiny glass jars that I couldn't get the last bit out of. We laughed, we talked, and we held hands over the table by the light of the flickering candle in the table's centerpiece. It was everything I could ever have wanted, everything I had worked so hard to get over the years, everything I had yearned for and acted so assiduously to get. As we sat, holding hands across the table, I opened my scarlet lips as Rick fed me a strawberry dipped in liquid chocolate. I could tell by his eyes that the imagery worked for him. His pupils dilated, then closed almost to a pinprick as I slowly chewed, then flicked my tongue across to nip away the bud of chocolate left in the corner of my lips. The ride up to our hotel room in the elevator was a steamy affair, alone as we were, and by the time we were 6 feet in through the door, we had both abandoned our clothes and fallen onto the bed in a heap of unremitting lust that only stopped when Rick fell asleep exhausted, his hand on my belly, his head on a soft white pillow. Gently, I picked up his hand and placed it back onto his belly, so I could turn over and sleep myself, completely sated in every respect. Before I slept, I couldn't stop a smile of satisfaction from sweeping across my face. I had made it. I had it all. I had my dream. Now I had to hang on to it. Chapter 18. I stood up from my kneeling position in front of Rick. The hot water from the shower was trickling down my hair and onto my back. More had run down onto my face, and I shook it away. Rick, holding onto the wall one side and the shower screen on the other, sighed, then let go of his grip and wrapped his arms around me, pressing his solid, muscled chest against my nakedness. "Last night was amazing," he said. I ran the back of my hand across my mouth, then my fingers across my eyes to sweep away the trickles of water running down now that my head was right under the shower. "Only last night?" I raised an eyebrow provocatively. He grinned his lopsided happy grin. "This morning was pretty special, too." He leaned down and kissed me on top of my head. "Well, I'm glad you appreciate it." "Believe me, I do." He sounded genuine to my ears. "Listen, if we are taking the girls swimming, we need to get ourselves cleaned up and out of here. Otherwise the pool will be too busy," I said. The last thing I wanted was to be there while the place was packed to the rafters. Rick leaned down and picked up a bottle of shower gel. "Aw, you mean you don't want me to soap you all over?" I laughed, my voice deep and throaty. "Maybe next time, huh?" He nodded resignedly. "I guess so. Okay, well, I'm all done. It's all yours," he said after he had quickly washed himself all over. "Don't be too long." "I won't be," I said, flicking him a look from under my eyelashes. He grinned again, and with a towel wrapped around his waist, preserving his modesty, and another held between two hands, rubbing his short hair dry, he headed off into the main part of the hotel room, leaving me alone to freshen up and get home, ready for some fun with the girls. The night had been awesome, it was true, and this morning's little highlight had made sure it was fixed in Rick's head as a benchmark for the future. I wasn't prepared to let what I had slip away through monotony. I needed to keep my game up just as much as Rick needed to keep his up. I smiled at the unintentional euphemism. Home was a chaos of kids hunting down swimsuits, Mom wandering around, looking for her phone, which she'd put down and couldn't find, and Rick and me trying to sort our own suits out. "I'll sort the girls out, Rick. You go find our stuff. Mom, your phone is on the dining table. I can see it from here," I yelled. She wandered past while I was helping Elise to decide which of her highly patterned suits she was going to wear. "Mom, which do you think?" Christina asked, holding up a black one-piece and a bright red bikini. "The black one, no doubt," I said, conscious that this was an open pool and she was still only 12. Bikini, maybe, for a beach, but an indoor pool? The one-piece, definitely. I noticed my mom nodding her agreement. "Mom, your cab is here," I yelled, seeing the car pull up outside as I dumped suits and towels in a bag and into the trunk of the car. My mom appeared from the house and headed down the drive. "Bye, Mom. See you later." Mom stopped on the driveway a couple of paces before where I was loading up. "What did you say?" I said bye. "After that," she said, shaking her head. I said, "See you later, Mom. Why?" She stared hard at me for a few moments, then stepped past me down the drive without looking back or saying goodbye. Weird. Maybe whatever was affecting her was getting worse because she seemed both lost and bewildered at the same time. A 15-minute drive had 2 excited kids, and Elise and Christina, who were already rolling their eyes at Rick's and my antics, relaxing by the side of the pool. It was surprisingly quiet, just the 4 of us and another couple with 2 kids who had occupied the side of the pool nearest the shallow end. I was pretty sure it would get busier later, so I wanted to make sure we got all of the fun we could get in before it was too risky to jump into the water. Mom, come on in the water, it's great," Elise yelled after she had jumped in just behind Christina. "This reminds me of that pool we went to in the Caribbean," Rick said from behind me as I watched the girls splashing around and pulling themselves out of the water to jump in again. I turned to Rick. I hadn't been to the Caribbean. He was fiddling with the ties on the inside of his shorts and didn't see me staring at him. "When did you go to the Caribbean, Dad?" Christina asked as she ran a hand over her face to get the pool water out of her eyes. Rick looked up quickly and spotted me staring at him, a fixed smile on my face. "Oh, it was a little while back now when you were both little." "So, not when you went away while Mom was in the hospital and we stayed with Grandma Nora?" No, that was a business trip. Hey, come on, you guys. Last one in is a wimp, huh?" With those words trailing behind him, Rick ran off the edge of the pool, creating a giant splash as he landed and disappeared under the surface. Squealing loudly, the girls followed him over the edge and back into the blue water. Rick went away while I was in the hospital? It was obvious from his face that it was true, and the way he had shut Christina down so quickly made it more than obvious. A business trip? A likely story. Maybe it wasn't just a one-sided thing, the trouble Rick had told me about in the marriage. That was a discussion I wasn't looking forward to, and one I hadn't expected to have to deal with. "You okay, Mom?" Christina shouted from the pool's surface. Rick was swimming away down the pool, no doubt keen not to be too close until he got his head around the fact that I now suspected he had cheated. I waited until he dipped down and turned at the far end of the pool, slowly breaststroking his way back toward us. "I'm fine. You all ready?" I ran and leaped off the edge of the pool, landing a perfect cannonball, holding my breath just before I landed and watching the blue water swirl bubbles around me as I loosened up and kicked myself back to the surface. When my head popped to the surface, Rick was back in hearing distance. "Honey?" he said as I treaded water. "Mom?" Christina said, looking confused. "What?" I was enjoying myself. It had been so long since I'd been in the water. It felt so great to be buoyed up and surrounded by it. "Are you okay?" Elise asked, also looking worryingly confused. "Yes, I'm great. Why?" "You don't like the water, Mom," Christina said. "You always said you were scared of it." I looked around at Rick, who was back with the rest of us now. He looked away. Why? What was he thinking about? I could see the strain around his face. Either that or the pool water was irritating his eyes. "I love it now," I said, splashing a little water with the palm of my hand at Elise, who squealed, the sound echoing in the cavernous pool hall. She ducked under the water and bobbed back up. "Mom, you splashed me." "I know," I said, grinning, and splashed Christina the same. She squealed as well, and within moments all three of us were splashing and bobbing in the water. Rick kept his distance and watched us before heading back off to do another length or two. After an hour in the pool, we adjourned to the small cafeteria overlooking the pool. The girls were both tackling mountainous hot chocolates with marshmallows and whipped cream. Both had pink eyes from the water, and their wet hair was clinging together as it hung down their backs. I sat next to Rick with a coffee, sipping on it and smiling at the memory of the wonderful time we'd had in the pool, even with Rick being withdrawn and quiet. I couldn't read his face. He seemed to not want to look at me, though, and I wondered if there was another reason besides being caught lying about what he had done while I was in the hospital. I thought we had moved things along well in the last few weeks, and now I wasn't so sure. After today's little outing, we seemed to have taken a step backward. The coffee was lukewarm and bitter, and I put my cup back down on the table. "So when did you learn to swim, Mom?" I looked at Christina and her hot chocolate and whipped cream mustache. "I must have always known how to swim. Maybe it's just another one of those things that has changed in me since the accident. You know, like the baking and what have you." "Right. How did those things change?" "I don't know, honey. I asked the doctor, and he said that we only understand a tiny bit about how the brain works." "Especially people with tiny minds, huh, Elise?" Elise sipped on her chocolate while chewing a marshmallow. Then she realized what Christina had said. "Hey, you, I don't have a tiny mind. Mom, tell her I don't have a tiny mind." "I was only kidding with you, Elise," Christina said with a laugh. "Humph." Elise huffed and concentrated on eating more marshmallows. "It's just weird how you jumped in the deep end like that, when before you wouldn't venture out of the shallow end." "I don't know," I said. I could feel myself getting annoyed at the questioning, but knew I couldn't let that show. "Maybe having a huge car crash is the cure for hydrophobia." "Hydro what now?" Christina mumbled with a mouthful of marshmallow herself now. "Fear of water." "Maybe," Christina said, looking at me over her chocolate. "I wouldn't recommend it as a cure, though," I said, holding her gaze and making sure the fixed grin on my face looked as natural as I could make it. "So what shall we do now?" Rick asked, suddenly coming to life. All I wanted to do was go home and spend some time alone, thinking. But I couldn't just disappear on the girls. That wouldn't be fair. What I was wrestling with was not their fault. It was Rick's fault. I knew that now. That revelation about his little trip had allowed a couple of things to click into place, and with my memory back, I had a lot of thinking to do. I needed to straighten things out. I needed to keep what I had at all costs. At all costs. How I was going to play this so those involved didn't suspect anything, I wasn't quite sure just then. But one thing I knew I did need to do was find someone I could talk to about it, and I could only think of one person who might understand. "Pizza!" yelled Elise. "Yeah, can we, Dad?" Christina's face was a picture of excitement. Rick held up his hands in surrender to the onslaught. "That okay with you, Hannah?" I looked at the girls, then at Rick, whose eyes were slightly hooded by his eyelids, squinting as if he was trying to see a way forward in the dusk. "Sure," I said. "I could do that." "Okay," he said, pushing his chair out from the table with a screech on the hard floor. I reached out, grabbing his forearm, making him stop for a moment. "As long as we can talk when we get home." "Sure. Anything you say." "Then pizza it is. Come on, girls. Race you out to the car." The girls both leaped up in pursuit of Rick. I finished my cold coffee, picked a stray marshmallow up from the table, popped it into my mouth, and followed on behind them, walking slowly, thinking.
Chapter 19. With the kids at home needing help with their homework, and Rick seemingly keeping out of the way, suddenly finding a job to do in the garage that was essential to get done that afternoon, we never got the chance to talk. Once homework was complete, the girls got on with some serious Netflix binging while I went into the study for a while to try and get some peace to let me think. My mind was whirring with what I suspected I'd learned earlier. While I was lying in a hospital bed unconscious, and with Rick not knowing if I would be anything but a mumbling husk when and if I woke up, he'd been screwing around in the Caribbean with some hussy. I slapped my hand down hard on the desktop, disturbing the mouse to the computer, making the sign-in screen spark into life on the computer. It was a photo of somewhere hot with an impossibly blue sky and an impossibly white beach with a heart drawn into the sand near the water's edge that was being washed away by the gently lapping waves. I looked at the picture for a while. It looked like a bog-standard wallpaper, but something about the contrast between the perfect sky and beach and the heart dissolving into the water reminded me of what I had and what I'd had to go through to get it. I had the life I dreamed of, and now Rick and his stupidity threatened to take that away from me. That wasn't something I could allow to happen. We had to talk. Somehow I needed to get him on his own so I could tell him how disappointed I was in him. I picked up the phone on Rick's desk and was just about to call my mom to come take the kids for a sleepover at her house when the phone rang, almost making me jump out of my skin. "Hello?" I said cautiously. "Hey, Hannah, it's Julia." "Oh, hi, Julia." "Are you okay? You sound a bit down." "No, I'm fine," I said, adding a bit of zing to my voice. "Oh, good. Listen, my kids are asking if Elise and Christina want to come over for a sleepover. I'll make them some dinner, and I've baked some cupcakes. Not on par with yours, but I think they're edible." I laughed. "I'm sure they'll be great. I'll go ask." I carried the phone through with me into the living room and asked the question. Both girls jumped to their feet. A Saturday night sleepover at Julia's sounded good to them. "Did you hear the reaction?" I said, once I put the phone to my ear again. "Sure did. That's great. Tell them I'll be around in 10 minutes. I know my two have got a whole night of stuff lined up, so I'm sure they'll have fun." "I'm sure they will, Julia. I'll see you." The phone went dead. Serendipity had made its mark, and it meant I got Rick to myself to talk later, if he ever emerged from the garage again. It really couldn't have worked out any better. 10 minutes later, after a quick hug from Elise and a smile from Christina on the way out the door, the house was suddenly silent. I hadn't told Rick they were going. I'd decided to tell him over dinner instead. But before that, I needed to speak to someone. Urgently. My gut was telling me that this whole charade, the whole sorry story about what had led to my accident, the truth was going to come out tonight. I knew the truth. I knew what had happened. I hadn't been sure why, and I'd been willing to go along with things to try to find out, but now I couldn't. I couldn't keep what I had bottled up inside any longer, and I knew that if I didn't deal with what had happened, the chances were that somewhere down the line, another little accident would happen, and maybe, just maybe, I wouldn't make it out alive this time. I picked up the phone. The dial tone purred a couple of times before the voice I was expecting answered. "Hi, it's Hannah. We need to talk," I said. "I wondered when you'd call," the voice on the other end said. An hour later, I headed back out of the office and into the kitchen. Spaghetti was the order of the day, and I dug out some onions and tomatoes to start to make the sauce. Chopping and skinning the tomatoes as calmly as I could while my insides churned, I put them in a bowl to wait until I cut the onion and garlic up to allow them to soften in the pan. While they were gently warming through, I leaned back against the countertop, staring out the window into the early evening gloom. Thinking. Things were in place. Actions were occurring out there in the city somewhere. A series of events that were going to decide my future were slowly coming together, and I was powerless to stop them now. After everything we'd been through, why did Rick cheat? It was infuriating. Okay, I get that he's a guy with the normal urges, but maybe he could have taken care of that himself. I mean, it's not as if most guys don't do that most of the time anyway. That's what it was going to boil down to. I knew it would. I guessed he would give me all the usual guff. It meant nothing. It will never happen again. I thought you were going to die. That last one was perhaps something beyond the usual, but I could just hear his softly spoken voice trying to weasel his way back into my bed. Not gonna happen. No matter what, Rick and I would not be sharing a bed tonight. Not after what I'd had to go through before and after the accident. Once the onions and garlic had cooked to almost translucence, I tossed in the tomatoes and left the pan to simmer for a while. I pushed a heavy skillet I used for pancakes out of the way. No point heating 2 pans, and I would need the space for the pan for the spaghetti. The other ingredients could wait a while. I was just about to turn away when I saw headlights outside through the glass in the front door. A car door slammed, and a few seconds later, the sound of a key opening the front door. "Mom?" I said in surprise when she walked in the front door. "I didn't know you had a key." She headed into the kitchen. "Rick gave it to me while you were in the hospital." "Right. I'm just cooking dinner. Do you want to stay? I wasn't expecting you, but there's plenty if you want some." I heard the sound of the door from the garage as it slowly opened, but my mom demanded my attention. "No." I noticed she had nothing else with her besides her purse, so she clearly hadn't come to stay. "Where are the girls?" "Why?" I screwed up my eyebrows at the question. "Just asking. The house seems very quiet." Julia took them over to her house for a sleepover. "And Rick?" "In the garage. He's doing something in the garage." I turned back to the stove to give the sauce a stir and turn down the heat. Things were simmering along nicely. "So what did you want, Mom? It's not like you to come over uninvited. You got something on your mind?" I heard rustling as she took off her coat and draped it over one of the chairs around the dining table, then the scrape of the chair on the hard floor. She said nothing for a few moments while I kept on stirring. The rich, pungent smell of the herbs I'd just thrown in, combined with the earthy smell of the garlic, filled my head, bringing back memories of other Saturday nights when spaghetti was always the meal of choice. It had only been me, and it was almost the only choice I was ever offered, although, as I discovered, even that was a false choice. The day I asked for barbecue, we still got spaghetti. I could see my dad reading his newspaper, trying to stay out of the weekly ritual of my mom making dinner on a Saturday. He would puff out his mustache and flick the paper a couple of times to express his disapproval of my mom's almost cruel charade. "I know." My mom's voice interrupted the bittersweet memories. "You know what?" "I know you got your memory back." I felt my heart pause, then punch out a beat in my chest with such force it took my breath away. This was it. This was when it started. The end game, or at least I hoped so. I forced myself to breathe, then took a step around to face her. "What are you talking about, Mom?" She looked across at me from where she was sitting at the table, with her forearms stretched out in front of her on the table's surface, her hands gripping each other, her thumbs turning in circles around each other. "I know you got your memory back. I knew when I walked down the driveway to get my cab." "What are you talking about, Mom?" "I knew you remembered stuff. I'd watched you with the girls inside. You weren't having to think about how to do things anymore." "I've been out of the hospital a month now. I've had some practice, you know," I said as calmly as I could, and with a slight laugh to try to keep my tone light. "I know, but now things are different. Before, you used to delay just for a second while you thought about what you had to do. Suddenly you're doing things automatically." "You're imagining things, Mom." She whipped her head around to look at me, as if the accusation stung her. "I'm not imagining things. I wish people would stop saying things like that about me. I'm perfectly normal. It's not me who's losing her marbles. It's everyone else." I could hear the pain in her voice that people might be thinking that about her. I'd thought it myself. "You said I did something on the driveway?" "Yes." "So what did I do or say to put this crazy idea in your head?" I said, as she pulled up her purse from where she'd dropped it on the floor by the chair leg and laid it on the table in front of her. "I'm not crazy." "I didn't say you were, Mom, so what did I say?" My voice was rising. I couldn't help it. Mom's arrival and what she said had released a boulder, one that had been hanging over me since I got my memory back. It was trundling down a big hill toward me, and I didn't know how to get out of the way of it, or the bigger rock fall that would surely follow. "You said, 'See you later.'" I stood, my mouth wide open, breathing in gasps of confusion. I could see the picture in my head of her standing close to me, hesitating on the drive, asking me what I'd said. "What the hell are you talking about, Mom? I said, 'See you later.' So what? I always say that. I said it before." "Before what?" I hesitated. I felt the trap. "Before that time, I must have." I trolled back through my memory of the times I'd spoken to her. I couldn't remember for sure what I had said. It was like driving a car, something I said on autopilot. "It's just a phrase, Mom." "It is, but not one you used before with me. You always used to say the same thing every time we parted." I shrugged. "Mom, I lost my memory. I do and say a lot of things now that I didn't before." "How do you know?" "How do I know what?" "That you didn't do them before." Her voice was rising now to meet my own increasing volume. "Because people have told me, for crying out loud. Right from day one. My favorite color was purple. I hate purple. I made jewelry, but I couldn't figure it out. I bake now, but never used to before. Things have changed, Mom." Her voice became quieter, and she looked down at her purse. "You always said, 'Love you, Mom,' when we parted. Always. Right from when you were a kid, younger than Elise." I thought about what she was saying, desperate for a way to turn it to my advantage. "But if that was what I always said, how does my saying something different upset you enough to have you come over, upsetting everyone with your allegations?" She looked up and around the room. "I don't see anyone else here. The only person I'm upsetting is you." I sighed. "Okay, why come around upsetting me?" "Because I know." "What do you think you know?" "That you're a fraud. You're not Hannah." I forced a smile to my face, even though it was the last thing I felt like doing, even though my heart was now pounding on the inside of my rib cage and blood was hissing through my ears in time with its rapid staccato beat. "I think you should leave. Now," I said through the forced smile. "No, I won't. You need to be punished for what you did." "What are you talking about now?" "I told them I didn't want to see you, and you came back." "You're not making any sense, Mom." She slid her hand into her purse. I don't know why, but I flicked my head around to where I'd left the knife I used to chop up the vegetables. Its glint in the overhead lights caught my eye, and I slowly slid my feet a foot to the side toward it. "Look," she said, dragging her hand out of her bag. She held a faded color photo out to me between two fingers. I reached out and took it. "Hannah's on the left, and you're on the right. Megan, you're on the right." The ugly faces of two identical newborns looked up at me from the photo, which was creased with white lines in all four corners. I could see the raspberry birthmark on the one on the left, and instinctively put my hand to where it should be. "She had it removed when she was 10. It had shrunk by then a little. You could barely see it, but it bothered her. Left a little scar. You don't have it." "I had it treated, Mom. Laser treatment." "You're lying, Megan." "I'm not Megan. I had to give you away." I looked at her face, at the dreamlike quality her eyes had taken on as she remembered. "I couldn't cope with you both. I had no husband then. Your father, my husband, came along a year later and took Hannah on, but I never told him about you. I had to work or I couldn't pay the bills. I couldn't afford to keep you both." "So you gave me away?" I said. And then, as soon as it came out of my mouth, I slapped my hand hard against my face, holding it over my mouth and nose, unable to take a breath, even if I wanted to. All I could do was watch as my mom's face broke out into a broad smile. "Shit. You couldn't leave it alone, could you?" I said as I leaned back on the counter and felt the cold steel of the kitchen knife handle as I slipped my hand around it, feeling its silky smooth surface slide through my palm until I finally managed to tighten my grip on it. I turned briefly to check that nothing was in the way to stop me from using it. I could see that night was drawing in outside, and I couldn't help thinking about the girls. How were they going to react to what was happening, and what would doubtless happen afterward? Events were now on the move, and there was nothing I could do to stop them, even if I wanted to. It was out of my hands now, on a path that had been predetermined the second those cars collided, and for months before. Chapter 20. When I turned around, I still had an incomplete idea what was coming next. There hadn't been enough time to work out the steps needed completely, and I gawped when the first thing I saw was my mom's wrinkled hands firmly and steadily gripping the handle of a gun. It was pointed right at my head, and she was out of my reach. There was no way I would get to her before she had the opportunity to take her shot. "What are you doing, Mom? Why are you pointing that gun at me? More to the point, where the hell did you get it?" "Oh, I've had it for years. When your father was alive, he bought it to keep us all safe. When he died, I kind of took it over." "But—" "Oh, don't worry. I go to the range once a month and have a hidden carry permit, so I know what I'm doing, Megan." She said the name loudly, and it echoed around in my head. "I won't shoot you by accident, but if you don't put down the knife, I will shoot you on purpose." She smiled a sweet old lady smile that sent a shudder of fear down my spine. Who knew my mom was such a dead hand when it came to guns? Right then I knew there was nothing wrong with her mind, and that her body was clearly in control. The gun was pointed unerringly in my direction. Slowly, I placed the knife back on the countertop, slid it away, and turned back to my mom, unable to take my eyes off the barrel with its single eye regarding me keenly. She didn't waver for a second. "So what now?" I asked. "It's your word against mine. I can just deny it and say I can't remember anything." "But I have the evidence." She pointed at the photo. "And plenty more where that came from, too. Adoption papers, photos from your adoptive parents when you were a baby. I've already passed it on to the police. Who do you think arranged for the additional DNA test?" "What?" That was what had jabbed my memory back to life. She smiled at the look of confusion on my face. Oh, yes. That was all it took to prove you are Megan. You see, identical twins don't necessarily have identical DNA. If they are brought up in different circumstances, their DNA is affected. It's amazing what you can find out these days. She leaned back a little, clearly enjoying the limelight. I was thinking she might be heading into dementia, and in reality, she was Googling genetics. So, where do we go from here? The smile on her face spread even wider, and I couldn't help but admire the way the old woman was handling herself. Oh, I think you know. The police are on their way to cart you off for impersonating and probably killing Hannah. The smile vanished. She was deadly serious. I could see it in her eyes. I could see Rick out of the corner of my eye, too. He must have crept in from the garage and was listening just around the corner, out of sight of my mother. I was counting on his coming to my rescue, intervening in some way to get the crazy old woman out of my house. I needed him to. Why did you come back, Megan? I leaned on the counter, pressing the small of my back against the edge, feeling the cold, hard surface digging into me, keeping me grounded while I waited for events to take their oh-so-predictable route. Why did I come back? Isn't it obvious? I snapped out the words angrily. There was no point in holding back anymore. It is to me, but I want to hear it from your own mouth. I want you to admit what you've done and why. I glared at her and flicked a glance over at Rick, who was still hiding. When was he going to come out? Okay, I admit it, I said. I admit that I hated my life. I admit that my parents abused me every day. I admit that I saw them fooling around and cheating on each other for years, then turning on me for reasons I didn't understand, until that fateful day when I found out I was adopted. I felt no relief from saying the words, no feeling that I'd released something and was any closer to closure. I wasn't. Not yet. You were abused? Do you mean? My mother obviously couldn't bring herself to say the words. No, nothing like that. But going to school sore and bruised at least once a week, unable to get changed for PE in case the bruises showed, unable to go into the shower in case people saw the welts on my back. It might not have been sexual abuse, but it was bad enough to break me. The moment I turned 18, I ran. I ran away as far and as fast as I could run, and instead of running out of hell into the light, I just ran headlong into even more flames. What do you mean? Does it matter? It matters to me. It might matter to the judge. It might matter to Rick, who is going to find it hard to ever forgive you for what you did. I dropped my head, trying to find the right words for what I had to say. Let's just say I hooked up with the wrong kind of guy. The wrong kind of guy who knew what could take away the pain I was feeling, and when it did, I trusted him. I sank into a life that was even lower than the life I had been living, and it took me 5 years to slowly work my way back up from the bottom, get rid of his toxic presence, and slowly bring myself back to somewhere close to normal. Drugs? I shook my head. No, booze mainly, although I did dabble at times. And you got out? Was that sympathy I could see in her face? She tightened her grip on the butt of the pistol and made sure it was pointing back at me again. And once you were out of that? I smiled. This was the juice now. I hoped once I said what I needed to say, this would be over. I wanted it to be. I was tired of all the pretense and the sneaking around to get where I was now. Chapter 21. I leaned forward to ease the pressure on my back and saw my mom's finger inch closer to the trigger. Can I sit down at least? She glanced at the chair at the opposite end of the rectangular table, then looked back at me and flicked her head toward it. I stepped away from the countertop, trying to work out why Rick still hadn't shown himself. She tracked me with the gun every inch of the way, as cool as a cucumber, until I slid the chair out from under the table with a scrape of its feet on the hard, tiled floor. When I sat, I heard the quiet rush of air from the cushion as I settled down, keeping my hands on the table where they could be seen. I wasn't planning on getting shot any time soon, and now my mom was facing away from where Rick was standing. I hoped he took the hint and made his move. I was doing my bit by distracting her. Now it was his time. "So what happened then?" she asked, resting her arms on the table with the gun now pointing at my chest and no sign of any nerves. For that, at least, I was grateful. I started to pick myself up out of the gutter. "That was a good thing, right?" "You'd think. I got a good job and a decent apartment. I started going to the gym to get back into shape. It took a long time and a lot of AA meetings to get my head straight, but as soon as I did, I started going off track again. I knew I was adopted. My dad had told me one night when he finished with his leather strap. In a way, it made me feel better, knowing that no part of me was any part of that hateful bastard and the bitch who called herself my mother. I got the idea in my head to find out who my birth parents were." "Right." "Yeah, right. First I found out about you. Then I found out that I had a sister, a twin sister I never knew about. So I started doing a little research. I found out where you lived and watched your place for a while until you got a visitor. Then I waited until that visitor was Hannah." "You watched my home?" I laughed out loud. "I watched you everywhere. At the market, at the mall. I even sat in the back pew at your church a couple of times while you piously prayed on your knees, knowing you gave away a child." "I had my reasons. I told you." "I know. You must have been desperate." I was. Where was Rick? He'd disappeared now. So once I found you and Hannah, I switched my attention to her. I followed her around everywhere she went. I was obsessed with her. I was jealous of her. Here I was, beaten, a wino in waiting, with absolutely nothing in my life except parents who beat and rejected me in turn, and a sister who had everything I wanted in my life. 2 beautiful girls, a good-looking, wealthy husband, and a beautiful home. I waved a hand vaguely in the direction of the rest of the house. "So this is all about jealousy?" My mom's eyes were fixed on me like laser beams. I laughed at her. "Yes, of course it is." "Tell me what you did." "Like I said, I followed her." "Is that it?" "Well, not exactly." "Tell me." "I found out my perfect sister with the perfect life had a dirty little secret." "Go on. Look, don't hold back. Every man I've ever known has fooled around." I gaped at her and she forced a smile. "They're men. They think with their dicks, not their brains." That sounded more like my mom. But this was Hannah, not some dude with more hormones than he knew what to do with. "I guess it involves a man?" I nodded. She was ahead of me there. "Camilla's husband. I watched them one day. Or rather, I watched Hannah and saw them going into a hotel one lunchtime. Boy, they looked happy when they saw each other. Could barely keep their hands off each other." "How did you know who he was?" "From the plate on his car. When you've had as many run-ins with the law as I have, you can always find a cop who'll take pity on you, if you know what kind of payoff he needs." I saw the flash of distaste across her face. This was going well. The attention was entirely on me. "And then?" "And then I hatched my little plan. We were identical twins. Why couldn't I take over her life if I could find a way of getting her to leave?" "The whole thing? The children? Everything?" Mom's face was a picture of shock now, her bottom lip hanging loose from her top. "Why not? Ha ha!" I laughed. She had everything I wanted, but was in the process of throwing it all away by having an affair. All I did was help her on the way. "How?" "I told Rick." "What?" I told Rick about what Hannah was doing. Then I slept with him. Then I slept with him some more." Mom shook her head with her eyes closed, and for a moment I wondered if I had said too much. "But I didn't mind. Megan is way better than Hannah ever was," Rick said as he emerged from where he had been hiding before. Chapter 22. I stared at the gun Rick had in his hand. I recognized it. It was the one from the car on that fateful night. He had it pointed straight at my mom, but even then he was struggling to hold it straight. Since I came around in that hospital bed, I hadn't known Rick to even talk about guns, never mind have one around the house and threaten someone with it. He didn't look comfortable. For as long as I'd known him, that was the case when it came to guns. "You went along with it all?" Mom said, looking unsure quite who she should be pointing her gun at. In the end, she opted for Rick. Now that he was out in the open and she wasn't pointing it at me, I could relax a little, although the situation was tense, and I still wasn't sure exactly how it was going to pan out. "Why wouldn't I?" Rick said. I thought I could see his bottom lip wobbling slightly, despite his bravado. "Hannah went off, screwing around with that guy behind my back. What Megan and I did was payback for that. But I didn't expect to fall in love with her." I smiled. "But you went with Julia while she was in the hospital. Strange kind of love, if you ask me." I frowned. Mom had a point. I'd forgotten about that little trip he'd taken. "Julia's been chasing me for years. Every time she came around here, she would find an excuse to rub herself up against me. It was only a matter of time. And Megan, was unconscious in the hospital, and I had no idea if she was going to come around." "I don't believe you," Mom said. "I don't care, old woman." Rick managed to steady his hand for a moment before it began to shudder again. "You took her to the Caribbean. That doesn't happen on the spur of the moment, Rick. How long have you been seeing her?" Rick looked at me. All I could do was shrug. If he wanted to tell the truth, I wasn't going to stop him. "A few years." "A few years?" Mom and I both said at the same time. "The first time was just after her mom died," Rick said, running his tongue over dry lips. I looked hard at him. She'd told me she hadn't told anyone else about that. "You never said anything about that, Rick," I said. I could feel the first stirrings of anger at his betrayal, and even stronger stirrings toward Julia. I had no idea she was involved with Rick at any time. "When we got together," he flicked the gun in my direction, then back to my mom. "You were so crazy about what Hannah had done, and I was so besotted with you. I told Julia we had to cool it for a while." "And the trip to the Caribbean?" Mom asked. "A bribe, I guess. I needed her to keep quiet." "So what was the plan?" Mom asked. "Huh?" Rick asked, flicking his eyes quickly at me. "What was the plan, Rick?" "We decided to kill Hannah." He said it so plainly, in such a matter-of-fact way, as if it wasn't the most hideous thing one person could do to another. It shocked me. It shocked me to the core. "Hey!" I yelled. "That was your plan. I was supposed to meet up with her and take her to where you were. It was your idea to kill her because you were too much of a coward to confront her. I was quite happy just to have you throw her out on the street with nothing. If that asshole Bernie hadn't gotten those pictures of us and threatened to show them to Hannah, I would never have gotten involved." "Is that true, Rick?" "Hell no." For the first time I saw a flash of anger in Rick's eyes. "It was Megan's idea. She wanted Hannah out of the way so she could step into her shoes." He pointed his spare hand at me. "But you were planning on killing her the night of the accident?" "Well, yeah." "You were planning on doing it?" Rick's head dropped a little, and he dropped his eyes to the floor in front of him. "I was supposed to be there to meet Megan and Hannah when they got to where I was planning to do it. But I chickened out. I was heading back to town when I saw their rental car coming the other way. I turned around as quickly as I could and chased them down." He stopped talking for a moment or two. Mom spoke first.
"What happened, Rick?"
He stared at the floor. He said nothing.
"Rick, what happened?"
Mom glanced my way, still keeping her gun trained straight at Rick's chest. All I could do was shrug. I wanted him to say it as much as her. "I pulled out to go past and stop them, but another car was coming toward me. I swerved one way and he swerved the other and hit Hannah's car head-on. By the time I'd pulled up and gotten back to the cars, they were both in flames. I dragged Megan out and laid her on the side of the road, then ran back to my car and drove into the woods when I saw lights approaching. Whoever it was must have called 911 because within minutes the place was crawling with cops and ambulances. I saw them pull Hannah out, then Bernie. But they were gone." I heard my mom sniff at what he described. I understood. She had lost a daughter, and I had lost a sister, even though I didn't know her well. But now she knew the truth. At least she had that. Whether it would do her any good would only come with time, but for now she seemed relieved to find out for sure what happened to her daughter. Now it was my turn. We had been silent for a while, maybe a long while, but I don't think the ticking of the kitchen clock had been going on for long when I finally spoke. "So, Mom, what happens now?"
"I already told you. The police are on their way. They should be here any minute."
"Why did you have to interfere?" Rick said, suddenly angry. "If it wasn't for you and your poking around, we'd have gotten away with it." He looked away from Mom to me. "We could run. We could run away, Megan. Would you come with me?"
"What about the kids?"
Mom asked. "Oh, they'll be fine. You can look after them." I sucked in a quiet breath at such a callous statement. I wandered over to the counter and leaned close to the stove, then looked at my mom. She nodded.
"I can't, Rick. Rick!"
she snapped, demanding his attention.
"Pay attention, for God's sake. You're talking about ruining the lives of 2 innocent children."
Rick turned back, taking a step toward her until she waved the gun at him. He stopped with his back now facing me. "They're going to be ruined anyway. Once the police get here, we'll be going to jail anyway. Maybe I should just kill you right now and finish the job He pulled the trigger of his gun, but nothing happened, and he never finished the sentence. Even if he had, the sound of the reverberation from the iron skillet I used to make pancakes as it collided with the back of his head would have drowned out the words. He dropped like a pile of rags onto the floor. Rick came to a few minutes later and immediately started to struggle against the ropes binding him to the dining chair I'd been sitting on. When he looked up, a mixture of rage and confusion swept across his face. My mom had taken up her seat again after helping me lift a prostrate Rick onto the chair. Rick's eyes swung wildly between us before settling on me. "Megan, No, Rick. I'm not Megan. I'm Hannah." Chapter 23. "What? But how? I don't believe you." Rick's mouth was a tight line now, his brows screwed up over his now dark and dangerous eyes. "Oh, it's true," I replied. "Ever since that DNA test, my memory has been back as good as ever. I remembered everything, Rick." I paused for effect, so he knew without a doubt that I was speaking the truth. "Everything." His face changed again to a pleading smile. "Oh, come on, honey. Get me out of these ropes and we can still get away." I looked at him, at the pathetic creature I'd been married to for so many years. I shook my head in disbelief that I had never seen through him before now. "How can I convince you, Rick? How about when I was pregnant with Elise? The name she would have had if she'd been a boy was Eric, after your uncle. Or that on our second date I got sick on ice cream and hurled on your jeans. Or when we went on our first weekend vacation to Niagara Falls, you told me you loved me for the first time. Do I need to carry on? But I could see his mind was working overtime to try and remember whether he had said any of that stuff to Megan. I'm Hannah, Rick. But the baking, the purple stuff. I shrugged carelessly. What can I tell you? Dr. Patel was right. It is not uncommon in cases like this that there are personality changes. And the DNA? So you were listening in. Good. Foul up at the lab. When my DNA and the other person's came back exactly the same, they knew there was a problem. So they ran tests again on fresh samples. Similar, but not identical. Just as expected. I smiled a sweet smile at him. Was I angry with him? Hell yeah. He'd been planning to kill me. He ran me off the road, but look at him now. Pathetic, sniveling, defeated. He had been dazzled by another woman. Or 2 women, as it turned out. I was going to have to give some thought to Julia and how I was going to deal with her. But what about everything you said? All that about her being abused and all that stuff. How well did you know Megan, Rick? She'd only been around a couple of months, and my guess is you spent most of that time screwing her. Am I right? He glared at me, his eyes back to being dark and hooded, his wrists straining against his bindings. She told me stuff. She did me, too. The night we met for her to take me to wherever you were planning to kill me. We had a real good talk. I mean, I was staggered at the resemblance to her, so I knew she was telling the truth. But pretty much everything I said during my and Mom's little play acting was what she said to me. The rest we just made up. The chances were you wouldn't remember one way or the other. It was only when Megan pulled that gun on me as we were leaving the restaurant that I realized I was in trouble. She took my keys and made me get in the passenger side of her rental while she drove. Then you turned up, and bam, the rest is history. I'll just deny it all. You could do that. The police already have plenty of evidence. My statement, my mom's, Camilla's husband, Jack's, who I wasn't sleeping with, by the way. That was a meeting to plan their anniversary surprise. All they needed was for you to confess. I won't, he yelled, angry again. You already did, sweet pea. Mom pulled down the collar of her jacket to reveal a microphone and a wire running down inside her coat. A loud knock on the door made me jump. I was concentrating so hard on Rick, trying to hate him for what he did. But I couldn't. He couldn't keep his dick to himself, and now had to live with the consequences. I still didn't hate him, even though he'd planned to kill me and replace me with my twin sister. I knew him well enough to know he would chicken out. He was far too much of a coward to do that. Ever since I'd known him, he was a gentle man, kind-hearted and loving, but with a wandering eye. I can only assume that Megan, the sister I never knew I had until the day I met her, the day of the accident, must have had some mighty fine tricks up her sleeve to have hooked her claws into him. It wouldn't have surprised me if she had been behind it all. The few memories I had of her were of a woman who was spewing hate and bile the whole time we talked. She hated the world, and anyone she saw as having something she didn't. But it was plain to see, even over that short time, that she was a damaged individual. During our meeting it was clear she was planning something, but she took me by surprise with the gun. Not a mistake I made this time. Mom moved to the door and opened it to the burly detective I'd spoken to briefly after I called my mom to set the whole play up, and a couple of equally large uniformed officers. A few minutes later, after freeing Rick, cuffing him, and reading him his rights, they turned him away from the wall he was facing and began to walk him out of the house. I stepped in front of him. Then I turned my neck to one side and pointed at a very tiny, faint scar from my birthmark that I'd had mostly removed before we'd met. I'd never shown it to him, and in all the years we were together he'd never noticed. All this time of us being together, and he'd never noticed it or asked about it. They say that familiarity breeds contempt. In our case, familiarity had bred blindness to my faults, and to his on my part. "I'm Hannah, Rick." He started to cry. Chapter 24. 6 months later, and there I was in Rick's office, or rather, my office now. Rick was in jail, sentenced to 25 years, and out of my life for good. Divorce proceedings were almost complete, and as part of the deal, I had taken complete control of the company he had spent so long building up. It seemed like a fair deal to me. It also seemed like I was a natural at property financing as I checked over the monthly accounts. Commissions were sky high after I concluded 3 big deals in the last month that I had generated, and had eyes on at least a dozen more for the coming months. Life, at long last, was looking good. It had taken a while for the kids to settle down. There was no doubt about that. For the first week after Rick was arrested, Elise cried constantly, while Christina shut herself away in her room. I had no doubt that somewhere down the line something would crop up as a result of the whole affair, but I was lucky that I could still tell them I remembered almost none of it, and they had little choice other than to believe me. It saved me the pain of having to explain everything to them again, although I guess that would have to happen sooner or later. Right then, I was just enjoying being a mom and looking out for the girls. They and the business were now the focus in my life. Camilla had come to see me a couple of times to apologize once she found out why I had met her husband at the hotel. He'd finally confirmed it when he couldn't abide keeping the party he was planning a secret any longer. She had lost a surprise bash, but had regained her husband and maybe a friend. We had always been good friends before all of this kicked off, and maybe we'd be able to pick up on that again sometime down the line. I hoped so. I admired her feistiness in defense of what was hers, even if it had been misdirected. It had been a kind of inspiration to me to set the whole scam up with my mom. I wasn't going to just hang around and wait for Rick to make another move. I knew he would have, eventually. Maybe not while the kids were about, but eventually, and I would no doubt have been left with nothing, or lying dead, half buried in a forest somewhere in the boondocks. My mom had now moved in with us. With the hours I was putting in at the business doing something I loved, suddenly doing math had a point. I needed someone there whom the girls trusted to keep an eye on them, particularly after school, and it was great to watch as the sketchy relationship she'd had with them before the accident developed into something deeper. My mom was suffering a little with her memory, and I was glad to have her at home where I could keep an eye on her when I wasn't working. Her doctor told her it was nothing more than a little old age creeping up on her when I insisted that she go to see him. The tests they ran ruled out anything more sinister. It wasn't completely ideal, but better than hiring someone the kids didn't know, and way better than relying on Julia. She was completely unaware that I knew about her and Rick. It never came out during the trial, and I had been saving that little nugget of gold for the right time. That was this morning. After her baking successes, and with my enthusiastic encouragement, she had mortgaged her house to the hilt and opened up a bakery just as we had planned together before the final reckoning with Rick. I'd even arranged the finance deal for her. If he hadn't said anything about his affair with her, I would have been none the wiser. Once I'd had a chance to settle down into my new life routine, I'd hired a PI to find out whatever else he could. His report sat on my desk in front of me now, next to another document, and it hadn't made great reading. He'd tracked down dozens of liaisons over the course of the couple of years before the accident. He'd even included some CCTV footage of them entering the same hotel where I'd met Camilla's husband to help plan their party. When she heard about what Rick and Megan had been planning, she expressed her complete and utter shock, insisting that she knew nothing about what Rick had been up to. Ironic, huh? I picked up my office phone and dialed out. While I waited for the reply, I slid the other document on my desk over and laid a pen on top. "Hello, Hannah? Is that you?" "Yes, it's me." "Great. How have you been? I haven't seen much of you lately. Mind you, I've been busy in the store." I could hear what sounded like a mixer whirring away in the background. I blinked. I'd been keeping the girls away from her as much as I could the last few months. I couldn't stomach the idea of her having anything to do with my family now. With what I was about to do, I doubted she would want anything to do with me either, so we were even on that score. "I'm glad you're busy, Julia. I heard that things weren't looking so good." She snapped a reply off so quickly, so defensively, that I knew I'd struck a nerve. "Where did you hear that?" "Just whispers, I heard." I kept my tone as light as I could. She hesitated before she said anything else. "I'm having some problems with affording supplies. Fitting out the place cost a lot more than I'd anticipated, and some assholes keep leaving crappy reviews on TripAdvisor." I smiled to myself at that one. Not some, I thought. Just one. "Things will ease off when you make your investment and come on board as a partner. Did you get the agreement my lawyer worked up?" She had put on her upbeat, positive voice. "I did. I have it on the table in front of me now." "Well, get it signed and let's start making a success of this place." I could hear the mock enthusiasm in her voice. Without my investment, that business was doomed to failure, and pretty quickly, too. She knew it, and now so did I. "I know what you did with Rick." I said it matter-of-factly, with no hint of the real venom I would love to have inferred. A gulp, then silence. Just the distant sound of the mixer, grinding away somewhere in that God-forsaken shithole I was never going to see again. When she did reply, her voice was weak. "What do you mean?" "I mean, I know you and Rick were having an affair." A pause. A telling pause. She knew the game was up. "I can explain, Hannah. It wasn't—" "Save it, Julia," I said, my voice frigid now. I picked up the document on the table and wedged the phone against my shoulder. "I have all the details in front of me, and this," I shredded the document in my hands into pieces, "is the sound of me tearing up any agreement we might have had." "But, Hannah, I'll be ruined, homeless. I put every penny I had into this." She sobbed out the words, the realization of what she was facing hitting home hard. I waited for a second, wondering if she gained some false hope from the delay. I hoped she did. "Shame," I said, and put the phone back onto its cradle. Somebody famous once said that revenge was a dish best served cold. I understood exactly what he meant as I tossed the pieces of paper in the bin, leaned down to my purse, and pulled out a homemade cookie I'd brought for a snack. Never had a cookie tasted any sweeter. This concludes What She Forgot by Cole Baxter. Narrated by Emily Sutton Smith. Copyright 2019 by Cole Baxter. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Cole Baxter and was produced in the year 2020 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.